Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your dinners and drinks, and now you all have some coffee this morning. We heard some intrepid people actually went for a run or went bird watching. We encourage that. And now we are back to what is going to be a really incredible day of programming. We're going to take you from the conflict between Ukraine and Russia to the Indo-Pacific, to the Middle East. We are really covering the world today. And we are very excited for our very first panel, bear in mind, Ukraine and Russia, that we are putting together in partnership with Aspen Institute Kiev. And I should say something about this. The Aspen Institute actually has country programs in a number of countries around the world. And they're often deeply embedded with the governments there, with the arts there, and in particular, the Aspen Institute Kiev has been wonderful and great supporters of the brave Ukrainians fighting against Putin. Let me introduce our panel. We are very grateful to have with us Alexei Honcharuk, who's the former Prime Minister of Ukraine, and now he's the co-founder and chairman of the board of UForce, and he'll tell you a little bit about this, but this is one of those amazingly innovative things that the Ukrainians have done to get the absolute latest, best technology in their battlefield. We have Steve Biegun, a dear friend of mine, former Deputy Secretary of State, and also now the Vice Chairman of the National Endowment for Democracy. We have Kaupo Rosen, who pretty much knows more about what Putin and the Russians are up to than anyone else. He heads the Estonian Foreign Intelligence Service. And we have Chris Ruddy, a distinguished journalist who founded Newsmax in 1998 and still serves as CEO and is a very astute watcher of what's going on in Russia and Ukraine. And Yaroslav Trofimov, I read your coverage on Ukraine almost every day. We're deeply grateful to you for all the in-depth reporting that you do on this conflict for the Wall Street Journal. Take it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm honored to be with such a distinguished panel. And we'll talk about Ukraine and Russia. It's the bloodiest war that Europe has known in generations. It's a war that has been going on since 2014, and its latest, most acute phase has now lasted longer than the Soviet Union's war against Nazi Germany, 4.5 years. It's a war that has caused more than 1 million casualties on both sides. And it's a war that has fundamentally transformed both the geopolitics of Europe and the wider world, and also the way warfare is conceived, the way wars are being fought in the modern world. If we talked 2 years ago, 3 years ago about the future of Ukraine and whether Ukraine will survive this war, now we're in a different phase. We're also talking about the future of Russia. Will Russia, as we know it now, will at least the Putin's regime survive this war? Because now the conflict has transformed. It's no longer just about the battlefield, no longer about the front line running through Donbass or running through southern Ukraine, but it's also about Ukraine establishing a capability to strike very deep inside Russia, all the way up to Siberia. Russia is now in the middle of a severe fuel crisis. In the provinces, there are lines stretching for hours, even days, to fill up cars. And for the first time, Russia's greatest asset, its size, the asset that thwarted enemies from Napoleon to Hitler, is now its biggest liability, because in the age of cheap precision strikes, such as the Ukrainian drones, Russia will never have enough air defenses to protect itself, and we're seeing now with the Russian refineries burning every day. And on that note, I'd like to start with Alexei. Alexei was a prime minister under President Zelensky. He also, when the full-scale war began, helped launch one of Ukraine's most successful drone units, now a brigade called Nemesis, that is busy blowing up Russian ships in the Azov Sea as we speak. And he's also involved with U-Force, as chairman of the board of U-Force. You may have heard about one of its products, the Magura drone. It's a naval drone that has interdicted the Russian Black Sea Fleet from the Black Sea Fleet. And all these vessels are now stuck in the port of Novorossiysk and unable to do much to protect Russia's interests. So, Alexei, what are your thoughts on where the war is now? What has changed? And obviously, we are also watching the political developments in Kiev. The Ukrainian defense minister, Mikhailo Fedorov, has been forced out of his job. We are seeing protests in Kiev. We are also seeing that despite the war, despite the war, Ukraine is not Russia. Ukraine remains a democracy. There are peaceful protests, and President Zelensky says he will listen to the opinion of the people. We're seeing that his candidate for the new defense minister may no longer be the defense minister because of parliamentary opposition. So how do you assess both the political developments and also more strategically, the way this conflict is going?
Thank you very much for incredible questions. And friends, I'm happy to be here. It's an honor and pleasure to be here, especially given the fact that I'm the only speaker from Ukraine on this amazing conference. A couple of words about my background after my resignation from the government. It was almost 5 years ago. So after resignation, I decided to live a little bit in the US. I've been working in the DC for Atlantic Council for some time, and then Ambassador Mike McFaul invited me to join his team in Stanford University. So I had the privilege to live a little bit here in the US. When it was obvious that it would be a full-scale invasion, Russia would decide to invade Ukraine, I decided to come from Stanford to Kyiv 2 months before the full-scale invasion and fight. So we, with the friends, we took guns and were trying to protect our land physically. That's why, since the 0 day of the war, I'm directly involved into almost all the biggest different innovative initiatives in Ukraine. And that's why I came from Zaporizhia, which is absolutely next to the front line, so frontline city. That's why I'll do my best to give you a sense from the ground, so how it really works in Ukraine now. So first of all, it's super important to understand that Ukraine is strong, is stronger than ever before, thanks to you, and thank you for your constant help and support, friends. It doesn't mean that situation on the front line is good, it's not good. It's very complicated, and sometimes it's bad, but it's way better than half a year ago and a year ago. So Ukraine now is in a strong position. Ukraine really, our forces, killing, eliminating 35,000 Russian soldiers every month, which is huge. And I think that actually during the summer, it's even more complicated because of greenery. Because Russia now using the tactics of small groups infiltrating working towards our front line and our forces, and that's why it's not so easy to hunt and to eliminate, to fight against these small groups of Russian soldiers. So I expect that till autumn, this number will be up to 50,000 soldiers. So Ukraine will grow their efforts to fight and to eliminate Russian forces. Will it stop Putin? No. Even if Ukraine will kill 50, he will send 60. When Ukraine will kill 70, he will send 80. Why? Because his superpower, their government, their state, Russian state, don't feel a pain, so they don't care about people. And the difference between the manpower, so they have 30+ million difference with our manpower, so he still has a resource to grow his efforts. And to understand, find the answer in the question, how to finish this war, it's very important to understand why this war happened, actually. It's super important, because this is, from my point of view, this is a source of the main lesson from this war. So Ukraine was invaded because of two facts. First fact was that Ukraine, for Putin, Ukraine wasn't a problem. The democracy in Ukraine was a problem for Putin. Democracy was a strategic threat of Putin. That's why it was the first reason why he decided to invade Ukraine. But the second reason, even the more important, if you will remember that moment, right, when the first couple of weeks, it was the general consensus among the experts that Kyiv will fall in 3, 5 days, couple of weeks, right? It was a general consensus, not only here, in Europe, in Ukraine, actually. And Putin thought that Ukraine will fall in a couple of weeks. That was his expectation. And now the reality is absolutely different. Kyiv is very strong, and this difference is very strange, because it wasn't just like a political, analytical miscalculation, because the difference is huge, right? It wasn't just miscalculation. It was fundamental misunderstanding of very important stuff. So Putin and many people in the world, actually, worldwide, thought that democracy is a weakness. That democracy is a liability because of our internal political process, because of all these discussions. They expected that they used to think that democracy is a weakness. But it happened, and Ukraine proved that democracy is not weakness, it's a superpower. And that's why the honest answer on the question when this war would happen, would be stopped, is not depends on how many Russian soldiers Ukraine is capable to kill. Because the Ukraine is not a problem. He's fighting not with us, not with Ukraine. He's fighting with you guys. So he's fighting with the free world. He openly speaks about it, actually. He's constantly talking about democracy as a threat. And his main problem in Ukraine, and why he want to defeat Ukraine, why he want to destroy Ukraine as a state, because because he wants not to prove that Ukraine is not strong. He want to prove that democracy is weakness. So if Ukraine will lose this war, he will prove that democracy is weakness. And because of democracy, actually, Ukraine survived. And I will tell you a couple of words about how exactly democracy is what it means for the wartime. So now, in Ukraine, just to imagine the general situation in Ukraine. So in Ukraine, you have more or less 20 different teams. Sometimes it's a military unit, sometimes it's a company and the military units around. So this is like 20 centers of gravity, different one. All of them are unique. All of them they are fighting their own way. Almost all of them were grassroots initiatives, and they grew up through these wars. And that's why Putin now is facing not one army. He is facing like 20 different armies with a different tactics, with a different pace of innovations. And government, Ukrainian government, thanks God, they are wise enough to create the ecosystem for these different teams and encourage them and help them to grow and to fight again. That's why Ukrainian government created the ecosystem, so the infrastructure for all these 20 companies. That's why they created, for example, the leaderboard. So these two, 20 plus teams, they are competing each other on a monthly basis. So when you are a military unit in Ukraine and you are destroying some target, you are receiving some e-points, so virtual points, and you can convert it in the end of the month and buy additional drones using this virtual currency. So this is a game. So Ukrainian government he celebrated this superpower of the civil society and created the ecosystem for them. 2 years ago, it was a very interesting story, super important story, one of the main lessons from Ukraine, when Ukrainian government decided to create unmanned system forces. Unmanned system forces was an institutionalization of this new culture in the army, And it was a very tough discussion, actually, because traditional military were against creation of unmanned system forces. And now unmanned system forces is 2% of the personnel. They're like destroying 33% of the targets on the front line, so it's super efficient. And now it's a no-brainer whether the right decision or not. But when, 2 years ago, it was a tough discussion, traditional military, they were using the argument, very strong argument, that you shouldn't create unmanned system forces as a separate branch. You should just give it technologies to already existing branches, to already existing capabilities. And the strongest argument was they didn't have domain for it. So if you're using like traditional military logic, you think like army, ground domain, maritime, navy, means like maritime domain, navy, air force, air, right? So the mistake in this logic, from our point of view, was that it was like traditional perception, traditional understanding that the military domain is a stadium, is a plain ground. So it's where you fight. But it happened that it's a little bit different logic now behind it. So it happened that the domain is not a playground, is a game on this playground. So it depends on not where you're fighting, but for what you're fighting, what is the purpose on the front, on the front line. And that's how we came to the main conclusion from my point of view, which describes all the innovation ecosystem in Ukraine, that now we have a new military domain in Ukraine. We have a time domain. So sometimes some military units fighting not to protect the space, they're fighting not for space, for time. And if you will like understand this concept, you will realize that it's not so important what technology do you have. It's super important to understand how fast your evolution on the front line. It's way more important how fast you are in this loop of innovation, and it's super important to be faster than the enemy. So that's why my main message here, so it was super cool and super important decision to create unmanned system forces. And I would encourage you to create this new institution. I know that this is a little bit controversial, and this is an open discussion now in Western countries, but it's super important to understand that this is a source and this is a way for a new culture in the army, actually, to enable the superpower of your startups, of your innovative industry, and to help your army be closer to innovation cycle. And my final point is very simple. Anyway, nobody knows when, where, and how this war will come to an end. But what's obvious, that the outcome of this war will design and will define the world security architecture anyway. And if the perception that the democracy is still a weakness will be in place, if authoritarian part of the world would think that democracy is a weakness, the risks to have a global conflict will grow. That's my main message from Ukraine, and thank you for this stage and for what they said.
Thank you, Alexei. Would you have a few words to say about the latest political situation in Ukraine?
Yeah, of course. Ukraine is a democracy, and it always something happens in Kyiv, and I think that it's very healthy. So this conflict, just to understand the nature of this conflict between, you see now, this is actually exactly the different clash, and the clash of the cultures. So when the war started, the huge part of the civil society and business people and all other people, because of democracy, because they were free people, they came to an army and were building their grassroots initiatives, grassroots projects, units, and so on and so forth. And they started from a tactical level. The next year, they were already on the tactical operational. Now they are knocking to the strategic level. And mostly on a strategic level, we still have a lot of people with a little bit different mindset, cultural mindset. That's why the reason why we have this situation is a cultural difference in the army. How we have this, how we see this conflict is very simple. Ukraine is a democracy. We have a political dialogue within the presidential team. I hope that they are experienced and they're wise enough to come out from this situation even stronger.
So do we all. Thank you so much. Kalpam, you are legendary among your peers. For your insights into Russia, Russia is now on the back foot. We're seeing that President Putin is facing challenges that he hasn't really faced in the recent past, economically and politically. What is your prediction of what does he do next? Does he escalate? Do you think what sort of pressure would force him to accept to ceasefire, to freeze the war, at least along the current contact line? And has Ukraine really discovered his Achilles heel with this Achilles feet with these strikes on the refineries?
Thank you very much, and it's a great honor for me to be here. So I think Putin is running out of time and out of cards at the moment. The vibe in Moscow has changed already. People around him do not talk about total victory anymore. I think the reality gets there more and more. Question is, of course, what Putin thinks, but that's a difficult question to answer. But I think there are several factors which are building up the pressure towards him. So first, the battlefield situation. As my colleague said, about 35,000 casualties every month, which exceeds the recruitment rate. So Russia is losing more people than it can recruit under the current methods. Secondly, the internal Russian situation. Ukrainian deep strikes are adding to the pressure, internal pressure, which was already building up due to internet restrictions, other factors. And the last is the economic and financial situation. The Russians planned a budget deficit of 3.7 trillion rubles for this year. By the end of April, they were already at 5.7 trillion deficit. If Russia would be a normal country, it wouldn't be a problem, but due to financial sanctions, Russia has no access to international financial markets, and that creates a difficult situation for him. Russian economy is a war economy at the moment. There is almost no civilian economy left, and bringing this back to normal someday will be very, very challenging. So the options left for Putin are only bad options at the moment. There are no good options anymore, and I think people around him understand that. What happens next is the question. So Putin could escalate, yes. Mobilization is definitely one option. It seems to me that it's not the most favorable course of action, since it would absolutely add to the internal pressure and unhappiness. And it would also create a much more serious situation in the economy because of the lack of workforce is already present there. So this is something the Russians would at least try to avoid, but at the end it's Putin's decisions. All the technical preparations for this are done, so they could do it actually. And I actually wish they would do it, because it would probably make Russia much more unstable, and I'm sure Ukraine could handle this. So, horizontal escalation, good question. I think we have to be ready for any scenarios, but we shouldn't panic. Russia usually threatens neighbors when it feels itself as a strong power. I'm not sure Russia feels itself very strong at the moment. So we have to continue everything what we are doing, support Ukraine, push more on the economic sanctions against the oil sector or energy sector of Russia. And I think we have currently a positive trajectory from our perspective, which we will be able to maintain if we do the right things. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And what are your thoughts on the vulnerability of Russia to these fuel crisis? I mean, can this really change the calculation for Putin, or is it not enough?
Well, it's another factor which is absolutely helpful. Most private cars in Russia run on gasoline, and this is the main deficit at the moment. Diesel fuel is more available, but the current situation is that the civilian population absolutely feels the pressure. It might bring back memories from the good old Soviet times in the 80s. And I'm sure Putin remembers also that Soviet Union collapsed because of the economic problems. I'm sure that's in his memory.
Thank you so much. Steve, have known Russia for a very long time. You first came there to study in Putin's hometown, St. Petersburg, when it was still Leningrad and Russia was still a Soviet Union. How do you see this going forward? What is your forecast for how the conflict will develop and what will be the consequences of it for the wider world, for Europe and the rest of us?
Well, thanks, Yaroslav. I just got back from Ukraine 2 weeks ago. I traveled by car across the entire western Ukrainian stretch to Kyiv and then a northward route back. And I can tell you that the Ukrainian people do not feel like they're losing this war by any stretch of the imagination. The determination is really impressive and amazing. You know, for Ukraine, not losing is winning. And Putin finds himself in a war that he can't win. And for Russia, not winning is losing. And that's what Vladimir Putin confronts now. He can prosecute this war. He can continue to add to the suffering of the Ukrainian people, but he cannot win this war. And in fact, he may have already lost this war. I think it's fair to say. So what are his choices? Well, we should never take Russia complacently. It's a large and dangerous country with a sizable nuclear arsenal. We have to recognize that. But also, we have to show the same determination that the Ukrainians have shown in order to deter any further aggression from Vladimir Putin. You know, a reading of Russian history will dispel any notion that Russia stands 10 feet tall. Russia has lost many wars in the last 2 centuries. The most recent wars that it lost were in 1917 and 1905. And in both cases, these wars set in motion enormous and revolutionary change inside Russia. In 1905, the Russian government made a strategic overreach in fighting the Japanese in the Russo-Japanese War. They were soundly defeated, and it set in motion the beginning of a constitutional government in Russia over the objections of the Tsar. In 1917, faced with very similar battlefield circumstances of being sent into meat grinder assaults against the German and Austrian forces, the Russian soldiers simply dropped their weapons at the front and began to walk back to Moscow. This is what Putin is at risk of confronting. He can't win the war. To end the war is a loss for him. And so he's left with very few choices, and we need to recognize that makes him both weaker but also more dangerous.
Yes, thank you. And that's a great historical comparison. Actually, there was an article recently in the Russian newspaper called Moskovsky Komsomolets that pointed out that all the democratic changes in Russia happened after losing wars. The Crimean War, the war against Japan, the article was deleted 2 days later after the backlash, but that is indeed the lesson of Russian history, that losing wars does bring democracy. Chris, you are in a unique position in this country. You're one of the very few people who have both a close and long-standing relationship with President Trump and also President Zelensky.
Yes.
And the relationship between the two of them has had its ups and downs. Now there seems to be an up. Can you tell us more about how the war in Ukraine is viewed within the Republican Party, how the perception of Ukraine has changed in the administration, and to what extent the fact that Ukraine is now seen to be on the winning side, certainly turning around the tide of war, is contributing to this shift from Washington?
Well, thank you. I think the president likes a winner, and Zelensky's now a winner, is at least on the winning side. I think we all agree that Russia is in a very difficult position right now, and it's not looking good for them. And we fear what Putin might do in these circumstances, and I think that's an item of discussion. In the beginning of this war, and Newsmax and myself have been very strongly supportive of Ukraine. We're pro-Ukraine, pro-NATO. We're also pro-Donald Trump. And you can be all of those things. That in the beginning of the war, there was overwhelming support by both Democrats and Republicans in support of Ukraine and President Zelensky. Over time, during the first year or two, you saw this erosion, and now I think the latest numbers have it about 40% of approval for Republicans. It's gone up. It was as low as 40. It's gone back up to 50. And I think that a couple of factors played a role. I think there was a massive amount of social media influence, probably from foreign sources. I'm assuming from Russia. There's some evidence that Russia was putting money into social media here, and that it paid off, especially among younger. And if you look at the polling data, the older Republican voters, 50 plus, tend to be more hostile to Putin, more supportive of Zelensky. And so there is a battle of, Zelensky's been fighting a war in Europe, and there's been an information war. And I think a lot of people miss the context. The Prime Minister earlier mentioned that this is not about Ukraine. This is about NATO and the West. That sounds self-serving, but it's actually true. And you only need to watch Putin's national address, his televised address, or listen to it or read the transcript from February 22nd, the opening day of the war. And he said, this is not about Ukraine. Ukraine is just one part of the American and Western empire that's causing us problems. It's one of their big failures. We're going in to fix it, but we have larger goals. Our goal is to end America's control and influence around the world, to undermine NATO, and to create a multipolar world. And he uses that word frequently in a lot of speeches right after the opening speech. So now he's coming to the end of the line. He hasn't achieved that victory in Ukraine, and he now faces, I think, a difficult choice because he doesn't want to surrender. He doesn't want to have a ceasefire, which seems like the natural progression on this. So then you have to understand or think about what his end game is. If you look to Iran, Iran escalated. So they had a war last July with Israel and the United States. They kept it just to those three parties. This time they immediately escalated. They brought in the whole world by closing the strait. And I think a lot of people think the Iranians have been fairly successful in that strategy so far. Robert Pape of the University of Chicago has an excellent analysis, and he's pretty much predicted what's happened with the Iran war, and he's now predicting that Putin will escalate, and that's his likely scenario. What escalation that'll take is sort of interesting. We don't know. Would it be just hybrid attacks, stepping up what he's already doing in Europe? Would it be an attack on Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia? Would it be a potential nuclear attack? I think what's hamstrung the United States, and I think it's true of both President Biden and President Trump, they would wake up every morning fearing that Putin had used a nuclear device somewhere in the world. And so every decision they make and everything they're doing, and I can tell you that it's a major, major thought in President Trump's head, is he wants to avoid Putin using a nuclear device, and he thinks it's a real possibility, as did Joe Biden. So very serious stakes, but I think the future of the world does depend. I think Putin's right. This is a battle about the future of the world.
Thank you. I'll go back to Kaupo in your other capability, since you are the only representative of a European country here, a European Union country here. The EU, European nations have gone on a massive rearmament drive as a result of this war, bolstering their military capabilities. So in view of these new threats of escalation by Putin, how ready do you think is Europe to fight today? And how certain it is of having American backup if it has to?
Well, I'll just first comment on the nuclear issue, maybe, that we know that Putin understands that the West is a little bit afraid about the nuclear option, and he plays on that card in a very clear methods. Regarding Europe, well, it took Europe a long time to understand that Putin plays hockey since 20, 30 years already, and you cannot figure skate yourself out of this situation, really. We know that Russians are very worried about the so-called European rearmament, and in their assessment, they see shorter timelines when Europe would be ready to defend itself alone than we see in the West. But they would like to slow it down, to hinder that, and they will use different methods in order to achieve that. Cognitive warfare, working with different personas in the West, and so on. Regarding escalation, well, for us, it's a NATO alliance question. It's not maybe a EU question in the first row. It's about NATO deterrence, and it's a question about what, it's not what we think about it, but what Putin thinks, how he sees NATO. Because he understands that any attack on Baltic states, Finland, whoever in the eastern flank, would be attack against NATO. And I think he's also a little bit worried about, let's say, he would be not sure that US will do nothing, I think. And Putin would like to take actions if he is sure about the outcome. So he would like to control the escalation and de-escalation. In such a scenario, he would be unable to control escalation. It would not be a local issue then. It would be a European NATO question.
Excellent, thank you. And I have another question, I guess, both for Steve and for Chris. Early on in the Trump administration, there was a certain fascination among parts of MAGA with Russia. There was talk of a reverse Kissinger, of trying to pry Russia away from China, of all this bonanza of business deals. Do you think we're past that stage now? Do you think the view of Russia has changed within the Republican Party?
I do give President Trump full credit for a desire to see an end to the carnage in this war, and I think that's a very sincere belief. And he's also long had the aspiration that the United States and Russia could have some semblance of a normal relationship. But I have to say that the accumulation of evidence, I think, has fundamentally shifted thinking in the White House. Even if our aspirations were true, they aren't reciprocated on the side of Putin. Putin doesn't want an accommodation with the United States. He wants to undermine the United States of America. And the evidence is accumulated, especially this year. Every time President Trump has turned over a rock in Venezuela, in Iran, in Syria, if he does so in Cuba, every time he turns over the rock, he finds Vladimir Putin and Russian support underneath that rock. The challenges we face in the United States of the world are significantly exacerbated by Vladimir Putin. In fact, I would hazard to say that every problem the United States has in the world today gets easier to solve if Vladimir Putin is defeated in Ukraine. And conversely, every problem we face in the world gets harder to solve if he is successful in his conquest. We've talked a lot on this stage over the last few days about China policy. The best China policy for the United States of America is to defeat Vladimir Putin in Russia.
Chris?
Well, I think that there's never been broad support in the Republican Party. I think this is a myth that gets propelled in the media for an alliance with Russia. There are eccentrics, I would say, in MAGA world that push it, but in the broad base of the Republican Party, conservative movement, and the think tank world in Washington, basically Putin is still viewed as the enemy, and Russia is the enemy. China is viewed as an adversary and a huge potential adversary. I do think everybody thinks, I think it's the president's view that he would like to have good relations with China. I don't think that getting this country that's been described as a gas station with nuclear weapons, Russia on your side, is going to add much to our general ledger.
Especially if it's a gas station without gas.
Yeah. Back in the day, Kissinger was doing this. Russia was a major power, Soviet power, and China was really nothing, right? So China is a major force in the world. I think to the degree that we can build better relations with China, it'll be better for all of humanity. But I think that people are aware that Russia's not, and there's just not much support for this concept, even though it has been floated out there. And I think Putin is already, I think the president thought he had this great relationship with Putin that just a few phone calls could end this. They meet in Alaska. The president gives him an extraordinary deal, I understand, right? He thought he had a deal coming back. And what does Putin do over the next 2 weeks? He actually escalates, dramatic escalation in the attacks that have continued. So the president has said on some of his remarks, maybe on Twitter, but he's told me personally, that this is not the same man he dealt with in the first term. Something's different. So I think that's concerning to the president, but it also has made him more aware that an easy deal is not going to be something that happens with this man.
Thank you. And I guess we have some time for questions. Please raise your hands and the microphone will come to you. Yes, please. And please say who you are and who you're asking the question of.
I'm Alexander Browder. I was just sanctioned by the Russian government for exposing Russia's use of cryptocurrency for their laundering operations. And the question I have for you, because this is a new recent development, is they're now paying people in cryptocurrency to carry out terrorist activity in the West and carry out cyber attacks. So how do we go about stopping that, and what do you think the future of this looks like?
Anybody wants to take it?
I'm not an expert on how they do that. By the way, Alex is the son of the great Bill Browder. So.
And the youngest sanctioned person in Putin's repertoire.
He's only 17.
Well, congratulations from my side. It means that you are doing the right thing, definitely.
But I think you bringing the spotlight on this issue is very important. The cryptocurrency debate is very much a debate in context. In fact, the White House is hosting a meeting with some of the major cryptocurrency companies just this week, discussing how to regulate some of these elements. It can be an incredibly liberating way to conduct an economy, but obviously cryptocurrency presents enormous risks like the one that you're successfully identifying. I think that's going to be very helpful in helping the American government think through exactly where the lines need to be drawn on something like this that can be so empowering, but also so powerful for our adversaries as well.
I may add to maybe to the question. So Russia tries to use the cryptocurrency not just to pay their agents in the West, but also to evade financial sanctions, like using Chinese platforms, A7 and so on. So it's a serious issue we have to deal with. So.
Right. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Sophie Falborg-Anderson, and I'm part of the Rising Leaders cohort for this year. Thank you so much. We're very honored to be here with you today. My question is related to Russia's ability to reconstitute. So some policy analysts are worried that Russia's timeline for reconstituting, if we reach some kind of ceasefire or frozen conflict, is faster than Europe's ability to rearm itself. Is that something that you're concerned about, and how do you see those timelines matching up? And relatedly, if the war does end in something that's closer to a frozen conflict, do you think that that makes a future Russia more or less likely to consider moving against a NATO nation?
I guess that's for Alexei and Kaupo.
Okay, I'll take it. So I think that Russia is definitely very fast in innovations now, and I think that this is a question not more on reconstituting. This is more about finding the new ways and new tools and to evolve. Let's put it like that from a military perspective. So, because nobody knows how the war will look like in the 3 years, in the 3 months, in the 6 months. So, and that's why, from my point of view, like usually this is one of the biggest mistakes, actually, frankly, in Europe, and sometimes I'm here that. So the superpower in Ukraine and like the army in Ukraine is not about the tools. It's not about hardware or even the software. This is about the ability of a lot of people in the army to work like a startups. So to evolve and to adapt for new challenges faster than enemy will create it. So my message here, and I believe that it's super important to create in Europe and in US here the separate teams with a little bit different mindset, more open to work with the startups, more open to work with because in Ukraine, for example, you don't have Tyrol 9 drones at all. So technological readiness level is not 9, never. So you never have the standard which is usual for the normal army. Ukrainian war is the first war where the dual-use products are more lethal than the weapons. So if something wasn't great to kill people, is killing people way better than the weapons. That's, from my point of view, what's the most important value. You should allow a different culture to penetrate your military
Alexei, thank you so much. We're out of time. If you want to say something in a few seconds.
To add to Alexei a little bit, that if you look at the current Russian military reform, it's an evolution of warfare what's happening in Russia. That's much more dangerous than the constitution. Russians, it seems to me that they are not anymore building their unmanned systems warfare around its current military. It seems that they try at least to build their military around unmanned systems. And the battlefield has changed, and I'm not sure all the Western militaries are able to operate under the current battlefield situation. So this is much more bigger challenge in the short and near term for us. Regarding longer term, Russia remains a threat. Russian society was never de-Stalinized, so it hasn't changed, and even without Putin one day, I think Russia remains a serious challenge, which we have to contain for the next 10, 20, 30 years maybe.
Thank you to all the panelists. It was a fascinating discussion, sobering as always.
Need any more? Show on the road. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving west from Russia-Ukraine to really focus distinctly on NATO and our very important European alliances. And we're lucky to have a number of European chiefs of defense, defense ministers, the Deputy Defense Minister of Germany with us at this conference this week. And so we thought we would entitle this panel, "It's Not You, It's Us, the US." It's been a little bit of a therapy session here. So we're very grateful to have these distinguished European guests with us today. Niels Schmidt is the Deputy Minister at the German Federal Ministry of Defense. He just flew in all the way from Germany yesterday, arrived late last night, and is leaving tomorrow, so we're grateful to you for making the long trip. Chris Brose, a dear friend of mine from State Department days, who is now the President and Chief Strategy Officer at Anduril, one of our most innovative defense companies in the United States. General Chris Cavoli, of course, until last summer, was the Supreme European Allied Commander of Europe and was really one of the architects of all of the work that NATO did to start supporting Ukraine in its war with Russia. And last but not least, we have Mircea Joana, who served as NATO's Deputy Secretary General from 2019 to 2024, and he's a great friend of the Aspen Institute and the head of Aspen, Romania. And to moderate this distinguished panel, we have Courtney Cubey from NBC. Thank you.
Thank you, Anya. I just want to add one more thing into our intro. We have actually 2 birthday people up here. We had 2 people who had birthdays this week. One was just yesterday, Mircea, and then one was a couple of days ago, Secretary Schmid. And I'm fighting my very, very strong inclination to ask you all to sing them happy birthday right now, because we have a lot to get to. So I'm going to be professional about this. By the way, there will be an opportunity for some questions at the end, so think about your questions as you go. If you have something that's like super burning while we're speaking, get my attention, okay? If it's related to what we're talking about. Okay, I want to start with, this is about NATO, as Anya just said, and we're going to try to look a little bit forward about where NATO is going. We've heard a lot about this new concept of NATO 3.0, which is kind of confounding to me how that was adopted so quickly out of just a simple speech a couple months ago. But I want to start with the NATO summit in Ankara, which ended about a week ago, and just go down the line here and ask you each, was the summit either a failure, a success, or to just maintain status quo for NATO? Secretary Schmid, I'll start with you.
It was definitely a success because we reconfirmed the spending targets, and we demonstrated that burden shifting is well underway between the US on the one side and the non-US allies, meaning European allies and Canada on the other side. So I think this was not just a repetition of the Hague summit, it was something more. And with regard to European security, it was even an unmitigated success because it reaffirmed the military support for Ukraine, and we brought together a package, a funding package for military support for Ukraine, which is very, very important for us in Europe and for us in Germany as well.
General Cavoli?
Yeah, I think the real success was the Defense Industry Forum that preceded it, because that's where the big decisions were made about large deals, large commitments, drone deals with Ukraine, et cetera. So the topic, the theme of this summit was intended to be, let's just do it. We've all agreed on what the plans are. We've all agreed on what forces we need. We've agreed on the readiness rates. We just have to do it now. And we have to help industry get there. And that's what it was really about. And I think there were some large successes.
Yeah, and President Trump signed the declaration about supporting Ukraine. Chris, I imagine you probably thought the industry part was also one of the successful moments?
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I think the summit was an absolute success. I think you look at it at a macro level, you see defense spending going up, you see the lessons of Ukraine being learned, you see industry moving in, both old and new, European and American. And if you forgive me for being parochial, right, I think for Anduril, at the Ankara summit, we announced with the Polish government that we're going to be producing a multi-year production agreement to build low-cost cruise missiles that we're designing in Poland, both for Poland as well as for European allies. So this notion of we have to be able to build with Europe, not just build in America and export to Europe. Again, these are all lessons that are now being put into action. I think obviously we can do a lot more, go a lot faster. But I think it was a remarkable achievement and a lot of exciting work to come. Thank you.
That's all right. We like
I'll go with you. That's great.
You guys can clap after every answer. We love applause. It keeps us going up here. Mircea, your thoughts?
Listen, I'm a political guy, and I've been organizing and participating in many NATO summits. For me, other than everything which was said, which is true, it went well. I think this summit is the real beginning of the most profound renegotiation and transformation, NATO 3.0, of this alliance since we started 77 years ago. When General Eisenhower was our first SACEUR, we have here the best SACEUR, General Cavoli. And this is the beginning of a process which will not be easy or smooth. It's a complex renegotiation. It's about the change of the culture, the DNA of this great organization. It was American-led. This asymmetry of power that now Europe and Canada, we're trying to balance somehow, will not be easy. So for me, the success of this summit is that I think our leaders have understood that it's better to have this renegotiation, which will be complicated and profound and multifaceted, better to do it in a structured, phased-in way in order to achieve what we need to achieve, a stronger Europe in a stronger NATO, rather to be abrupt or ad hoc, which seems to be the case until recently. So for me, this is the beginning of a process which started on a positive footnote. We understand that we need each other. We understand that we need to get our act together as Europeans. But as a political guy, I know that the real hard work starts only now. To change the culture of such an organization is not going to be easy. And this is not just a military security conversation, it's also about technology, it's about finance, it's about trade, it's about how we see the world, us as the Western Alliance. So I think it was great in Ankara, I was there, but for me it's just the beginning of a process which will be complex, and I'm confident that this will be also successful.
It's interesting because this is a change that we've been hearing about for years. Remember Secretary Gates? I was there when I think it was his last NATO summit actually, where he stood up and said that NATO was potentially going to become obsolete. These aren't his exact quote, but potentially become obsolete if in fact European allies didn't start contributing more to collective defense. So again, I'll go down the line here. Why now? Why NATO 3.0 now?
Well, I must admit that it took us some time to fully grasp the need for burden shifting. As it was announced and demanded for by several American administrations. And now the Trump administration decided to do it in a less polite way, and maybe this helped. But I would also like to add that for us Europeans, the shock of Russia's full-fledged invasion into Ukraine very much accelerated the awareness, the perception of the Russian threat. And that's why even before Trump came in for the second time, there was a lot of movement going on in terms of defense spending, especially in Germany, but also in other places. I would like to mention our East and Central European allies, first and foremost. And so, yes, this is politics. This is an alliance of more than 30 member states, and they have domestic policy issues. They have different perceptions of the world. And you see a sort of east-west and north-south gradient in terms of perception of the Russian threat. But what really counts now is that over the last, 12 months or so, we did the right things, and we follow up on the promise my minister made some 2 years ago when he coined his new lead phrase, meaning that NATO needs to become more European in order for NATO to remain a strong transatlantic alliance. And that's what we are doing now, not only in Germany, but as Europeans. And yes, sometimes democracies have to work things out, but once they're on the roll, it goes smoothly.
General Cavoli, I actually want to ask you to follow up on that, because the idea of NATO becoming more European, do you see a possibility of a scenario in the future where the US military commits combat power to some sort of a NATO effort, and we see US military in combat under a non-US leader under NATO? And if so, would that concern you?
No, I don't see that. I don't see that possibility, because I think the ultimate command of NATO operational forces will remain American into the future. There are a lot of reasons for that. I've spoken about them publicly. Part of it is command and control of our nuclear forces and our nuclear weapons. There's also the informal role as an alliance leader that we uniquely play. European officers will certainly and correctly assume greater positions of responsibility as we go forward. But the ultimate command of those forces, I think, will remain American for some time, which goes in accordance with American traditions, right? We don't typically turn our forces over to a non-US command. I'd like to go back to your question about NATO 3.0, why now? Ukraine. So it was rather amazing to me in the last 48 hours here how much we've talked about Europe waking up, and people mentioned all kinds of things, but not the invasion of Ukraine. I was there. It was the invasion of Ukraine that precipitated this vast change. In June of 2022, the heads of state and government convened in Madrid in the wake of the invasion and gave SACEUR, it was Todd Walters at the time, the instructions to immediately return the alliance to collective defense, to large-scale territorial operations. That changes everything militarily for the alliance. You have to redevelop plans, you have to develop a force structure, you have to establish readiness rates, you have to do all of that. All of that was precipitated by the invasion of Ukraine. Before that, we understood that burden sharing was a serious issue, and we had a lot of ideas about burden sharing, but we didn't have a concrete plan. In the wake of 2022, we set about developing a concrete plan that gets down to very, very detailed responsibilities nation by nation, and that's what Ankara is about, executing that plan.
And everyone here should know, I'm sure you all Googled these men and know all about their bios and everything, but just for perspective here, General Cavoli took over as EUCOM and SACEUR 4 months, I believe, after Russia invaded Ukraine, if I have that right. So he literally stepped in and then saw the next 3 years of the conflict. Chris, I want to ask you also about NATO 3.0, because I think when I hear something like that, first of all, it's like, okay, I get NATO 1.0, that was the start of NATO. I don't really know where 2.0 fits in that or what happened there. It seems as if 3.0 is not about a big change in leadership or anything. It's more about a change in how Europe begins to assume more of its responsibility for an umbrella of defense. And that is going to involve, obviously, defense companies. It's going to involve more integration, I would think, between American and potentially European companies, but maybe I'm wrong. How do you see 3.0 actually playing out when it comes to either the integration or European defense companies and industry really building their own independence, I guess?
Yeah, I think 3.0 looks a lot like 1.0, right? And to your question of what was 2.0, I mean, I think this was the 20 to 25 year period where we were kind of figuring out, like, what's the purpose of NATO? Vladimir Putin very conveniently reaffirmed the purpose of NATO when he invaded Ukraine, and here we are. I think on the industry question, we spend a lot of time at Anduril looking at this and working in Europe and working with European partners, and I think this is a global trend. But in the context of Europe, right, I think the good news is that you do see increased defense spending. You do see a seriousness of purpose in Europe that we haven't seen in a very long time. You see industry leaning in and investing. You see the emergence of new defense industry, learning the lessons of Ukraine. Like, all of this is to the good. And I think, I think the Trump administration deserves some credit for precipitating this, right? Not all of it, but I think, a good share of it. I think the challenge is that, in many ways, the way in which, the administration has kind of conducted its policy, right, has created a sense in Europe of almost backlash against a lot of American companies, and I think we see that and we feel that. So on the one hand, there's a huge opportunity to help. The need, the urgency is all there. But you can't just show up as an American company in the same old way and say, hey, we've got a bunch of American technology that's been designed through a US military process, and we're here to export it to you. Maybe you can slap a NATO flag on the side of it and call it a day. So I think for us, a lot of it really gets down to showing up in a way that recognizes that European allies want to be builders. They want the increasing share of defense spending that they're putting into their militaries to generate production capacity in their countries to be able to take care of themselves, meet their own needs, bolster their sovereignty and independence, and all of that makes sense, and frankly, we're doing a lot of that here in the United States. So I think for American industry, there's a huge opportunity. It just means that you have to show up differently. And I think for us, as Anduril, we are absolutely willing to make the investments to build with Europe and in Europe. And that's going to look very different, right? In Poland, we're working with PGZ, the state-owned armaments company, to build low-cost cruise missiles that we've designed in the US to be built in Poland. We're also looking at actually establishing Anduril in Europe, where we have European citizens, European leadership, building in European factories, whether those are weapons that we've designed in the United States or weapons that are being designed in Europe for Europe. Again, European countries, my sense is they still want access to American intellectual property, technology, know-how, investment, but they don't necessarily also want the bells and whistles of the ITAR process and as a US government veto, a kill switch, which is impossible to prove the negative. All of that sort of concern is something that they don't want, but I think there's a way to show up as a new form of industry and build with Europe and in Europe in a way that meets their needs, but also addresses the sovereignty and independence concerns that I think are quite real and very important.
So they want a partnership, but also autonomy.
Yeah, and I think it's possible to do both, right? I think it's not just an either or. And I think too long, the U.S. government and U.S. industry has presented them with a bit of an either-or, where it's either got to be here or it's got to be there. And I think there's a way that we can navigate this where, again, they can get the best of what they want from the United States without a lot of the drawbacks and concerns, right? So, case in point, last I checked, the U.S. or European collectively is sitting on about $200 billion of foreign military sales that have not yet been delivered by the United States. So here we are haranguing Europe to spend more and do more on defense, and they're sitting on the better part of $250 billion of backlog weapons that I probably would guess in the aftermath or continuation of Operation Epic Fury are only going to be further years delayed. So we've got to find a way to get through that, right? That's not good for them, it's not good for us, it's not good for new industry. I think there's a way through this that just requires some creativity and flexibility.
Yeah, and there's questions about some of those more exquisite weapons, if they even are really as relevant as they were when some of these countries may have even put those buys in. Mircea, you were the Deputy Secretary General of NATO for 5 or 6 years, 5 years? 5 years? One thing that I was struck by, because you all had a pretty positive review out of the summit in Ankara, there was a lot of commentary that it was more of somewhat of a wash, but the success part was that President Trump didn't get into a big fight or leave early like he did in 2019, or that sort of one of the measures of success was that there wasn't a lot of drama. But one thing that was a departure from previous summits was Albania is named as the next location, 2027, but the summit declaration at the end, which generally includes a date, didn't include that. And then when Mark Rutte was asked about it, he didn't say. Do you think it's possible there won't be a NATO summit next year, or even possibly not another NATO summit while President Trump is in office?
Listen, Chris Cavoli mentioned the fact that there was a huge wake-up call when Russia invaded Ukraine. And that's a fundamental shift in the way we operate, including politically. So before that, we didn't have a summit of NATO every year. We had it every other year. So we started to meet yearly, and Jens Stoltenberg and myself, and the way in which our leaders, NATO alliance leaders, including Finland and Sweden, the most recent addition to our, we started to meet every year. And the fact that there was no indication of next year's summit is also a way, if you want, a sort of a political, more prudent approach to things to come, because the negotiation has started. And I'm coming back to the more fundamental, more deep things that we are now faced with in our great alliance, and we want to keep that alliance great. So the whole thing is that today, we are at the beginning, we started in Europe, I think basically after Russia started to the war in Ukraine, to wake up strategically. So now the difficult part will be to have a mindset shift in Europe and a mindset shift in America, because from a hyper-dependency from the US, hyper-dependency on the US, and I think I don't exaggerate, we are now aiming as Europeans, and America says, yes, let's do it, into a partnership of equals. So from hyper-dependency to partnership of equals. And that's friction, because that's a renegotiation, including of the share of the market. Today, from the more abundant amount of spending for defense in Europe, and Germany has the lion's share, and we have to applaud our German allies for leading in this direction. You're doing great, and I think it's a great thing to do. Even today, 2 out of 3 euros invested by Europeans in defense go to American corporations. For the 3.5% of GDP that we committed in The Hague to appropriate to defense. Interestingly enough, for the 1.5% on resilience and strategic infrastructure, cyber and related, 85% of the funding goes to European firms. So that's a massive renegotiation, and I think you're right in saying that we have to find a way, because there will be a bigger pie, and we have to make sure that everybody benefits from that. Us in Europe, to grow our industrial base, our innovation base, we are lagging behind, we don't have enough venture capital, our startups are not where they should be. So that's something that I believe why we don't rush into committing into a new summit, because in between, it's not only about this president or the next one. It's also about the fact that in between, we have to do some of the really complicated NATO 3.0 kind of thing, which is not only credible deterrence and defense during this period, sub-nuclear conventional things that we need to find a way together, and General Cavoli knows this better than anyone on this stage. So I think that we are not rushing into announcing a new a new summit next year, and I know Albania offered. I think the Scandinavian nations also are thinking of hosting one. My home country, Romania, wants to host one day. But I think this is irrelevant because that's, of course, a political signal, NATO summits, but in essence, what's the renegotiation, in which direction, and which will be the friction points, which are here. We have to be sincere and open that there will be friction. This asymmetry of power and the waking up strategically of Europe, this will not be an easy thing, because that's a more profound thing. And let's say a sort of an addendum to this. If you look to what was discussed between President Trump and President von der Leyen in Turnberry, Scotland golf course, what we call the Turnberry framework. For the first time, there was an explicit negotiation, not only on security and defense in one silo, and then trade in one silo, and then investment in one silo, and then technology in a different silo. For the first time, America and its European allies, and probably American allies all over the world, we are discussing the whole package. And this package is influencing each other's silos. So that's a very complex negotiation, goes beyond NATO, because it's basically what's the new balance within the Western world when it comes to defense, when it comes to technology, when it comes to business, when it comes to American dollar as a dominant currency in the world. So I'm just saying that this will be very interesting. I'm optimistic. I'm just, as a guy who has done this politically at the very top of the alliance, that this is not going to be just something business as usual. And this will lead a lot of political will, a lot of camaraderie between all of us. All of you here in this room, you are part of this process. Because on the outcome of the process will depend how peaceful and how prosperous and how democratic and free the world will be in the next decades. That's the gamble. That's the real challenge. And I think we should be up to it.
There is some speculation that one of the reasons that they haven't named a date and they may not do it next year is because of Albania's low rate of defense spending, and that there's concern that President Trump would go and would be critical of that.
I think it's super important to, as Mircea was trying to point out, to subtract out the political quotient in this question here. 2022, we resolved to act. 2023 in Vilnius, we approved the plans. 2020, I'm losing my years, 2025 at The Hague, we confirmed and accepted and approved the capabilities targets. There was a practical purpose to each of those summits. This summit was about how we're going to execute. Do we really think we need an update 1 year from now on that question? I think we're working on longer time horizon.
I want to ask, the previous panel, one of the panelists said that Russia's preparing to escalate. The Lithuanian president said this week that intelligence suggests Russia is planning potential attacks on critical infrastructure in the Baltic states and Poland. Secretary Schmid, I want to ask you this. Is the NATO alliance strong enough right now to deter a Russian attack? Not to respond to one, but to deter a Russian attack?
But of course, we are capable of deterring any Russian conventional attack. But you're pointing out at a rather underestimated threat that is hybrid warfare. And there, any increase in defense spending does not necessarily help. So more tanks is fine, more Eurofighters or fighter planes is fine, more ammunition is fine. But once you have acts of sabotage, once you have disinformation going on, once you have drone overflights, it's rather complicated to counter this kind of threat. The alliance is doing tremendous work on that. But we need to understand that as open societies, we are genuinely vulnerable to this kind of threats. And we've seen an uptick in the aggressiveness of Russian hybrid warfare, especially in Baltic countries and in Poland. And sooner or later, this will extend to other European allies. And we've seen in Germany, we've observed in Germany a similar trend, and that's why countering hybrid warfare has become sort of second focus of our military and defensive efforts. We will need a whole-of-government approach on national level. That's why we instituted a National Security Council in Germany. but even more importantly, we are planning to have a national situation center which will bring together the assessments from different agencies, not only from the Ministry of Defense, but I think that's the really weak point. But reacting to that is not as easy as just spending more on defense.
General Cavoli, there's been a lot of back and forth about the U.S. military presence. I think there's about 80,000 troops across the European area of responsibility right now. But Secretary Haig says that they're pulling troops out of Germany, then they're pulling them out of Poland, then President Trump said they're sending them back, and it's not clear how the implementation. How is that kind of uncertainty about the U.S. military commitment, what kind of impact does that have on the ability for NATO to deter? And then also, I mean, does that impact, I know that you're not at UCOM and SACEUR anymore, but does that have an impact when you're talking face-to-face to European leaders as a military leader in the region about if they're not really sure of your country's commitment?
Yeah, so the first part of your question about, you know, how it affects NATO planning would go back to Mircea's comments about a responsible transition of burden, right? The more predictability there is in that, then the more finely you can develop the on-ramps and the off-ramps. It's not impossible to do it on shorter notice. It's driven largely by industrial production in the case we're in right now. With regard to the U.S. force posture, there are really two questions that the U.S. has to deal with. The first one is, what is our contribution to NATO defense plans? And second, how urgent do we think it is? If we think it's a very, very remote possibility that we'll have to execute or move ahead in the execution phraseology of a plan, then we can keep all the forces back here. But if we think there's any chance that we might have to deploy, then you have to start thinking about how far forward you put them. The second part of a U.S. consideration is very much about U.S. unilateral interest, right? If we think something needs to be done in a part of the world that is best reached through or over or from Europe, then we have to have strong bilateral relationships for basing, access, and overflight that we can allow to have happen. How does this affect face-to-face conversations? Well, sometimes our allies get a little bit curious about when we're going to decide, what we're going to decide, et cetera. A lot of those discussions take place at a political level. At a military level, they're mostly about arithmetic, right? 20 tanks, subtract 5, need 5 more.
Yeah, but is it, I mean, I would imagine that some of them would be worried that the uncertainty of the U.S. commitment to the region, I mean, that could undermine deterrence. It could not only hurt the potential bilateral relationship, but like, is that undermining and potentially putting Europe in a weaker position? I asked that to both you, General Cavoli, and to Chris.
Well, you know, the big pieces remain in place. The U.S. has never talked about withdrawing its nuclear deterrent. The U.S. has never talked about withdrawing our commitment of exquisite U.S. Specific assets and capabilities, and we've never withdrawn our commitment to Article 5. Just signed it again last week. So, you know, how rapidly we can execute those things is really the question, and that comes down to a threat assessment and a mobility assessment.
Yeah, just to add to that, I completely agree. I think the reality that I think we all are seeing, right, is the United States government has to make these decisions in a global context. So there's huge demand that is pulling capability into the Indo-Pacific region. Obviously, Epic Fury is pulling huge amounts of capability into the Middle East. And this has been a secular trend that's been happening for a long time, right? This isn't new. And I don't think that it's going to stop, right? So the question isn't, you know, are we going to be able to have the same force posture in Europe that we've had for decades? I think the question is, how do you actually establish and enhance deterrence differently? It's not what are we spending on defense, it is what are we actually getting and what are we deploying based on the money that we're spending and the capability we're delivering. And I think we have to do that differently. So I think, you know, to me, it's actually an enormous opportunity for the United States to rethink what it is deploying to Europe. So, you know, I don't think Tomahawk missiles are coming to Europe anytime soon, after we shot about 10 years worth of production in the opening weeks of Epic Fury. So too every other critical munition. This is just a reality. However, right, over the past 10 years, an amazing thing has happened in America. We have done what America does best, which is respond to a demand for new defense capability and technology. Private capital markets have put tens of billions of dollars to create and enhance and build up companies like Anduril and dozens and dozens and dozens of others. Phenomenal work is being done in the United States by companies like ours and others, building, just for us, right, low-cost cruise missiles, low-cost interceptors, robotic fighter jets that just the other day shot an air-to-air weapon, militarized robotic submarines. None of this is deployed in Europe, right? And that's just us, right? Castillion's doing low-cost hypersonics, Saronic's doing low-cost, unmanned surface vessels. This, to me, is the opportunity for the U.S. to put all of that new capability into Europe to enhance the force posture that we already have there, to begin filling this gap that we're going to have as we have other competing global demands pulling capability away from the continent, which I do think will continue to happen, but backfilling it smartly based on these lessons that we're learning from Ukraine. How do I get larger quantities of lower cost capabilities into the fight that is faster, easier, cheaper to produce, that we can begin looking at how we onshore in Europe production of those capabilities together with European partners, governments, industry partners, et cetera, and begin thinking about how we do deterrence differently. Like, that, to me, is NATO 3.0, right? That's not NATO 1.0, where we're trying to continue to take a rather small pie and spread it across a globe of increasing demand. It's how do we actually take advantage of a whole sector of American society that didn't even exist 10 years ago and actually get it into the fight to support Europe, NATO, and Ukraine.
So we focus a lot on the lack of capacity to produce large volumes of traditional weapons. What we don't talk as much about is what Chris is getting at. We have an unprecedented variety of weapons to choose from nowadays. So I'm looking at, Eirik Kristoffersen back there from Norway, who's trying to modernize his forces. The things available to him are unprecedentedly wide in variety. So we should look at that as well.
I want to ask one more quick question and then go to the audience for questions. But really quickly, Mircea, Chris mentioned the Operation Epic Fury. I just wonder, not the war against Iran, but the issue of the Strait of Hormuz and getting it back to a place of actually being open to commerce like it was before the war. Do you see any role for NATO in that? Not supporting the war, because I know there's been a lot of disagreement to it in Europe, but just the Strait of Hormuz specifically.
I believe we are doing today, we speak a lot about Ukraine, lessons learned, and that's absolutely valid. We have to absorb faster and to really understand that a fast cycle of innovation is basically the most, let's say, potent deterrent. But we also, at the same time, have to understand as Europeans that, in fact, for the US and also for Europe, we are having a fusion of lessons learned from Ukraine, from the recent war in Iran, and also to the potential other wars in the Indo-Pacific. So as we speak, there is not one source. So this leads me to, as I mentioned, the success of NATO 3.0 relies on a preferably a predictable, calm renegotiation. Secondly, that the renegotiation is not only about defense, it's also about the rest, which is technology, business, and investment, okay? But the third condition for a successful 3.0 is some form, and this is the answer to your question, some form of harmonization. Even if it's not perfect, it should not be identical, or resynchronization between the view wall, the US, and its European or non-European allies. Because, so I'm coming back to your question. Some of the countries in Europe, they say they didn't offer their bases or their assets to the Iran operation because they're not consulted before. This is a problem of synchronization, harmonization of the view of the world. Romania, for that case, offered, and that's why I believe that the big base on the Black Sea that Chris visited, we call it MK, Mihail Kogălnicianu, which was useful now, I think will become probably even bigger than Ramstein in the next 10 years. Why? Because its geography, its geopolitical power projection is more interesting for the US than probably other more traditional things. And the point that I believe will be one of the critical importance for the future of NATO 3.0, which will be the future of Ukraine beyond the war. Because if we don't resynchronize what the US believes Ukraine's role in the West should be, If we have only EU integration for Ukraine without some form of credible security guarantees for this brave nation, I think we'll be getting into more difficult situations. So some form, not identical, Europe will never have the same view of the world. The threat perception is probably different. Our strategic culture in our nations is not the same as in the US. But for God's sake, if we don't discuss how the world is looking like and how we should really find synergies amongst us and decide where and how and if we go together, that will be very difficult for us to harmonize politically. And the future of NATO will also be impacted negatively by the fact that we don't see the world, not identically, but at least with the same prism, that we have to defend our interests and we have to defend our alliances. And once you have a commitment to another nation as your ally, you have to really deliver on that, be it a small Estonia or huge America. So this is the essence, I think, of harmonization of the view of the world.
All right, we have time for one or two questions. I saw your hand there first, so. But I want to also get one of the rising leaders, too, so let's try to get two.
Hi, my name is Rick New. I'm a private investor from New York. Mr. General Secretary, I love your comments about Europeans waking up. So this is from a longtime friend that invests across Europe. I have deep concerns about Europeans' execution capabilities. Because today, purely as a private sector guy, as an American business community, we look at Europe and say, you don't have a single market. You don't, no matter how you argue against it. You don't have a single currency, no matter how you argue against it. You actually don't have a capital union or capital markets after Brexit. Most of your economies are either flat or negative in terms of growth. You're facing stiff economic competition from the two superpowers without a clear sort of path out. You are having 7 elections locally in notable European countries like next year, largely with the rise of the right, which is make blank great again. And then in 2029, you have re-elections in Brussels and also in major countries like Germany. So how are you convincing American investors that Europe is investable, by way of which then you have your self-defense, you actually can realize after you wake up this dream of becoming more independent and autonomous? Actually, it's a question to all of you. Thank you.
So let me start.
I think Germany should go first to answer this question.
Let me start by saying that defense spending in Europe is still very much a national matter. It's a national competence. So what you should look at is what national governments are doing. And there, the record is clear. For example, Germany will reach the 3.5% target by 2029. And it has the fiscal leeway to do that. Regardless of lower growth rates, I'm okay with that analysis. And the broader economic context you've described is correct. But even for that dimension, we've seen efforts led by our finance minister to deepen the capital market, the European capital market, by having some of the countries moving ahead. So we will see more of graduated approaches within the European Union on that account. And in terms of political consensus, yes, these are all democracies, so you cannot skip elections. But at least in the case of Germany, I can tell you that we did not only step up our defense spending efforts, we even amended our constitution. And this is a huge thing for Germany to do. So even after the next general election, there will be a government, most probably a coalition government, as always in Germany, that will stick to the course and will remain on the path of growing defense spending and of commitment to NATO, because there's a large political consensus. We have the far right and the far left in Germany, as in other places. But you can count on Germany, and I would say on all European governments to see national security and defense and fulfilling their NATO commitments as a top priority.
Can I, my country came late, and our part of Europe that was basically abandoned to Soviet domination, we came late into the game. We are back, thanks God, in NATO, in EU. We love it, and we want it to see thriving. So I have a difficulty in seeing so much skepticism on our European side as well. We are not your question, which is doubting some of the fundamentals, and it's work in progress. European Union and Europe is a complicated political process. It's never been done in history before. To give up on national sovereignty to do things together, this is, especially for Europeans, that's counterintuitive. But I tend to be a little bit more optimistic about the future of Europe, starting from the discussion today. Because in fact, what we do, and I think Germany is leading, but all of us are leading, the fact that we reinvest in our defense innovation, dual-use technology, with the help of US, with the help of Korea, with the help of, I don't know, which other non-European allies, is also an injection into, it's a growth stimulus, if you want. We are changing the economic model. At the end of the Irish presidency of the EU Council, at the end of the year, we'll see some completion of the banking. Now we are talking about bringing down some of the restrictions for banking. So I think there is movement into this. And I'll come to one question. One, which will be Ukraine and Moldova and the Western Balkans, because we started as EU this time negotiations to bring them in. How Europe will be looking like. You see the UK coming back, not in the EU, but coming back into a security discussion. And speaking of harmonization of our view of the world, in Europe, we have to make our decision. Which is the format of international cooperation that we prefer, presuming that we are doing a better work at home, and we'll be doing a better home at Europe. So if you read The Economist, where Prime Minister Carney and President Stubb, two highly respected leaders, were basically speaking, and that's an encouragement for many of European nations, to do what they coin as plurilateralism. So something in between multilateral, which seems not to function anymore, and multipolar, which seems to be a problem. So I think we have to make, for us Europeans, we have to make a decision which is more strategic than just the markets. We are a huge market, we are still competitive. I think AI will help us in Europe to become more productive, but I would say that we have to make up our mind. Do we want to play major league, or we just to go into the middle power club? My preference as a newcomer to the club, I want to play major league. I think that's my level of ambition for Europe.
You can clap. I'm so sorry we're out of time, and I wish we had more time, because that opens up the question about whether some of these countries that have this high level of public debt and are taking on all this additional defense spending, if that could actually make their economic instability, could actually make them more of a target for Russia. So I'm going to give you all a topic to discuss later at lunch. Will economic instability across Russia potentially cause some of these countries to be more of a target for Russia? Discuss amongst yourselves. And please join me in thanking our wonderful panel up here today.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. What a great kickoff to the morning, and now we have a very special fireside chat. If you could all take your seats, please, and silence, thank you. I'd like to welcome to the stage our next conversation. We're very grateful to the ambassador for coming rather far to be with us today in Aspen. Excellent. Well, Turkey's come up a lot. Turkey has come up a lot. A lot of the world, NATO, we've been talking about that a lot, was in Ankara last week, as you all know. And we're absolutely delighted that the chief advisor on national security and foreign policy to the president, I'm going to do my best, Turkish is hard, Ambassador Akif Çate Kılıçik is here. He can say it better himself, perhaps. I hope it wasn't too bad. is here to have a conversation with ASG member and New York Times stellar reporter, Mr. David Sanger. I look forward to a robust conversation. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Thank you, Neve, and thanks to all of you who have come out this morning. We can see the second day of the Aspen Security Forum is when you find who are the truly dedicated members, especially if you are competing against a beautiful day outside. So we've done well here, and I'm really delighted, Keith, that you've been willing to go do this. Keith is, of course, the equivalent of the National Security Advisor in Turkey, and I wanted really to just start with the president's visit there a little more than a week ago now. It was a really interesting piece of timing. He arrived right after the Iranian attacks on those two ships. He launched the counterattacks from Turkey. He was in the midst of the discussions with you on the F-35, and he made it pretty clear to all of us that had the NATO meeting not been in Turkey, he probably wouldn't have shown. So, so you got like the full Trump view in the course of doing this. So tell us first a little bit about your impressions from the meeting and those interchanges.
Well, thank you. And this is my first time in Aspen Security Forum, and good to be here. It's been a nice ride since yesterday. In any event like this, I think the second day is always the toughest one.
Yeah.
But we're going to go over it. So yes, President Trump was in Ankara last week for the NATO summit in Turkey. He met with our president, and I think generally you can say that the NATO summit was a success, like it was discussed just before us. But there were tough questions on the table, but I think we were able to navigate through these tough times. We have a saying in Turkish which basically means geography is your destiny. And as Turkey is geographically in the middle of Europe as a continent, the Middle East, to the north, Russia, Ukraine, and to the south, the African Peninsula and the Arabian Peninsula as well. So we are geographically in an interesting neighborhood, to say the least. But also in the history, we have long-standing good relations and close relations with all our neighbors. So we're following it up very, very closely. But we are also engaging with our NATO allies, and of course also with the US. Before coming to Turkey, like you said, President Trump had, I think, 3 or 4 telephone calls with the president, and he made it very clear that, also publicly, that he is coming because the summit is in Ankara, which in the end actually showed we could have the family photo after the summit, during the summit, which showed every NATO member there. And I think that's going to be where we're going to go in the future.
One of the big issues, of course, was the F-35. As the president was leaving, we were told that he would bring it up, probably in private. And look, he made it very clear publicly he wanted a solution to this problem. The big hang-up is that you bought some S-400s from the Russians back, what, 5, 6 years ago now, 7. Unpacked one to test in 2020. The rest have not been deployed, if I have this right. And it looked, as you left, sort of the body language we were getting from the administration was the president had indicated he really wants to go ahead and make this work. He's got to do it within U.S. law, which means they have to find somebody to offload the S-400s to. The UAE has been considered one. They certainly could use a little missile defense these days. I think we'd all agree. But there are other possibilities. Tell us where that stands right now.
Well, of course, like you said, President Trump has made it very publicly known that he wants the F-35s delivered to Turkey, which we already have paid for. And we were, as you know, we were the partners in the program.
You have 6 waiting for you here in the U.S.?
Exactly.
I assume during your visit you're going to go and dust them
no,
off.
I actually saw them in 2013 when I was member of NATO PA, and we were in in Texas.
Uh-huh.
They were being built then. I think 3 were already finished and the other 3 were in production. But anyway, so those planes are actually legally already bought. And the Defense Corporation was hindered by the US by the CATSA agreements that were taken in Congress. Now we are trying to, with the president and his team and the administration, trying to find a way how we can resolve that issue, which is obviously a legal matter, without going into too much of security details that I'm not at privy to share, or some of which are not being able to discuss publicly. The main issue is that CATSA also incorporates the stoppage of cooperation in the defense industry.
Right.
And I think from what we've seen in the last 2 days and listened to here, and especially the panel before us, and I think it was yesterday regarding defense cooperation, we need cooperation more than ever in history. And it is a shame that this is there. So we'll try to find a way to resolve that legal issue, which I believe by 2 presidents, President Erdogan and President Trump, having put their political will behind it, if you will. It's up to lawyers, legal teams, and also, of course, parliaments and Congress in the US to work on that.
Has Turkey made a political decision to offload those S-400s so you could be in compliance with the US law? Because it strikes me that once you find a way to do that, that unlocks everything else, including the defense cooperation you were describing.
Well, basically, like I said, you know, having served 13 years in Parliament, it's not easy always to navigate these things, but we're trying to work with our American partners and allies to find a way that both countries can live with and go towards the future.
Okay, and you think you can do that within the terms of the US law?
Well, working with your ally means you have to find a way that both sides are satisfied.
Okay, very good. Let me move on to Ukraine, because I don't think I'm going to get an answer on the F-35. I don't know why I sense that. So you've played a really critical role in being the go-between at moments between the U.S. and the Russians. Obviously, President Trump talks directly to President Putin often. Just the other day, 2 days ago, the president said, I think the Russians really want to make a deal, which I found very encouraging, except he said it to us in our January interview with it. He said it to us when he was running for president. He said it to us in Alaska. So the president has consistently said since taking office and even before that he was certain they were ready to go do. He actually admitted in our January New York Times interview that the biggest surprise to him, this was before Iran, the biggest surprise to him was that this was so difficult to resolve. So first of all, do you assess that he's right? Do you think anything has changed with President Putin, including these new attacks you've seen in the Black Sea and against the energy installations that might actually drive him to a deal right now?
Well, you mentioned that the Black Sea, and when we have to remember that the Black Sea is right now a calm sea, as we refer to in our circles. It's a cold sea, not because the water temperature is cold. I come from the Black Sea area. I know that the water temperature is not as warm as the Mediterranean. However, in political and military terms, the sea is calm and it's not warm. We have been able, through our President Erdogan's efforts, to bring about the grain deal, as you know, during the conflict, during the war in Ukraine. And it was Turkey, and I was then the head of the Foreign Relations Committee. I had to speak in Parliament about it. It was Turkey that, through international agreements, the Montreux Agreement, have closed the Turkish Straits to military operations. So basically, neither Russia nor Ukraine could pass military hardware through the Turkish Straits, which is the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles. So that contributed immensely, of course, and I think pivotally to keeping one front very calm. Now, when you refer to those, do they want to make a deal? I think in the end, we have everybody who's trying to find a way to end the war and find a way for peace. So the main goal is Yes, there is a military conflict, it's a war going on, but we should never lose the political, if you will, the political way of doing things or trying to achieve a diplomatic solution. Because in the end, it's going to be the Russian Federation and Ukraine who will have to sit down and make peace. This is the hard part. What we as countries who are trying to bring the conflict to an end can contribute to is bringing about a secure and viable place, not only geographically, but also in the atmosphere, and a place where both sides can trust and sit down and discuss their differences. Now, as the war drags on longer and longer, with any armed conflict, the wound is deepening. And once it gets deeper, the resolution gets harder. Now, I don't believe that they don't want to achieve a deal. By deal, I think what President Trump is referring to, the end of hostilities, and trying to find a peace deal towards the future. But I think there is a big difference in how Ukraine and Russia perceive the end to be. Now, that is the part where diplomacy and political will comes into effect, and where we have to work. Now, I personally have been involved in about 8 meetings regarding how we should go to the future, and it was Turkey under the leadership of President Erdogan that brought, actually after the conflict, the war started, both sides together in Istanbul. Now, I believe we can achieve that still, but it's getting harder and harder every day. But there needs to be a strong political will from the world and the international community. And here I think it is important that President Trump also wants to have a deal, to put pressure on both sides. I know this sounds, when I'm saying both sides, well, one side is stronger than the other or bigger and has started the war, but in political terms, in diplomatic terms, this is our world's reality. Through your work in the years in the press, you've covered a lot of stories. A lot of these stories included getting people together on a table which can't agree on the first thing. But that is the challenge. And I think we owe to the future generations and to the generation that's living today in the world to end this conflict, and we'll try.
So just with your analytical hat on, and I'm sure you're asked this question by President Erdogan and others all the time, I'm going to ask you to just give your brief analysis of the dynamic in Russia and the dynamic in Ukraine right now. So in Russia, we're hearing 35,000 casualties a month, a horrific number, and I think we lost killed in action 55,000 in all of Vietnam. So, I mean, these numbers are just hard to get your head around. So a huge human tragedy. But we're also seeing significant economic disruption for the Russians, as we've heard in many of the panels here in the past 2 days. In your judgment, is that economic pressure or the casualty rate something that is now getting to an intolerable point for President Putin?
Look, in any conflict, in any war, once it starts, the conflict claims lives. And the human cost in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine is horrendous. It's enormous. That's why we're saying both sides have to start to stop this. And believe me, we had a lot of, when you say analysis, it's hard. Because when you make an analysis, you talk about numbers, you talk about projections, you talk about reports, but what you're actually talking about is the loss of human life. So it's not easy. And when we have our Ukrainian colleagues and friends over, when we talk to the Russians, like you said, the numbers that are referred to are enormous. We sometimes lose sight in all the discussions that we're having that actually human lives are being lost. So that's why that is a pressure. That is a pressure for both sides, because in the end, they're losing their population. It's their people, it's their land, it's friends, colleagues, relatives that are being lost. And on the other side, the longer it goes on, like we discussed before, of course there will be more incentive to end this. But we have to be very, very careful. If we start to go into the direction and say, okay, we have a point here where there is no return anymore, now we can put this and that one on the pressure. Look, I come from a country that used to be an empire. We founded our republic in 1923, and we are a republic now. But we have a history in the region where we are, and we once were an empire. And we had long disputes, but also harmony with a lot of our neighboring countries that we're living in harmony together today. It's not easy. The Crimean Tatar Turks who are living in Ukraine, they are actually quite close relatives of Turks. And not to say the least, there's intermarriage between the populations. My wife being one of them coming from Crimea. So it's a personal feel that we also have in this conflict. But we also have close ties with Russia and the Russian people through various different capabilities and projects. So the interest is to read it correctly. If we start to say, okay, one side is this, one side is other, let's push here. We have been going on since 2022. A lot of people have lost their lives. We just want to see it as quickly as possible to end. And there, it's not only pressure that we have to use. That's what we believe.
And one quick one on Ukraine before we move on to Iran. We all woke up this morning to the headlines about the firing of the defense minister, Fedorov. And you have seen a fair bit of just internal turmoil in the cabinet for President Zelensky. Does this worry you?
We've seen it in the past. War is something which is, like we discussed, you know, the cost is enormously high. This will put pressure on you. You will have these pressure points. I believe in that sense, President Zelensky is trying to maybe control some internal issues. I don't know. It's a developing story, but we have seen it in the past, so I think we'll come over it.
So let me turn to Iran for a moment, and then we're going to, in about 5 minutes, go to questions from the audience. So if you have some, please think about it, and we'll have
Be
people
gentle.
lining up. Be harder than I'm being, but gentle to him. The question that I have for you here is, here in the United States, I think there is a sense that the administration stumbled into unleashing a set of forces that it didn't fully understand, that they didn't consider fully enough at the beginning the possibility that the strait would be closed, that there would be forces in Iran that were interested in something more fundamental, their survival and control over the strait, than the lure of getting unfrozen funds or getting sanctions relief and possibility of investment. As you look at it, and having just sat through these conversations at NATO, do you believe the administration fundamentally misunderstood the situation in February? Do you think they understand it any better now? Do you see a strategic way out?
I'll try to be brief. Let's put it this way. We have been living in the region for thousands of years, we as Turks and Turkey. Iran is one of the countries that we haven't had a border conflict for more than 450 years. So even during the times of the Ottoman Empire, we had a understanding this is the border, more or less, which is still the same border more or less today.
Yep.
And we coexisted. So why am I mentioning this? Iran is an old civilization. Whatever you want to say today or think about today, it is an old civilization. And I can't comment on how the US administration and President Trump was thinking or why they make the step they did. But I can say this, it's not easy today. The closures and the economical situation that has developed in the world after the conflict started is something that we have to take very seriously and try to resolve very quickly. In that sense, we're doing the utmost that we can. Our foreign minister is always on the road. I think he's in Ukraine right now. I'm losing track where he is sometimes. And we're working with the Gulf countries. We're working with Iran. We're working with the US. And we're working with our NATO allies to end the conflict as soon as possible. So therefore, I believe this is the second conflict. I mean, there was the one which we call now the 12 Days War.
Yep.
And this one is the second.
Ended with Midnight Hammer.
Yeah.
Should the president have left it at Midnight Hammer? I mean, it seemed to me that did a fairly good job at putting the nuclear material out of reach.
Well, I'm an advisor for my president, so I leave that up to the U.S. Administration, how they advise President Trump, or how he makes his decisions. However, I would say that it is understood what Iran is in the dynamics, within the Iranian dynamics today. So we will try to facilitate as much as we can that they do understand each other even much better than they do today.
What does the region look like a year from now? Is the strait still closed?
That's a good question. I hope not. And I believe we have to do everything in our power, all of us, to get to the point where the strait is opened very quickly. Even the alternative energy corridors that today will incorporate Syria, Iraq, and other countries in the region cannot be fully fulfilled, the potential, because of this conflict.
And if the nuclear material stays exactly where it is right now, buried, at Isfahan, largely at Isfahan, but elsewhere, but is not removed, do you feel a particular threat to the region, nuclear threat to the region?
I don't perceive that we have a nuclear threat to the level that is being talked about, but we are closely monitoring it, and we're talking to our Iranian colleagues and friends on how they perceive to be working on their nuclear program, civil nuclear program.
One last quick question for you before we go to the audience. It's about Syria.
Yes.
So we've seen the new government there struggle a bit, particularly on the economic front. That's been the area where they've been toughest. Tell us a little bit about how you think the economic troubles there may change or threaten your own security.
Well, it's no secret that the economical upturn is not going very fast. However, during President Trump's visit to Ankara, because we have to remember he was there for a NATO summit, but also for a bilateral visit, so it was combined. Therefore, he mentioned that Syria is now going to be able to act economically, so the act in Congress is going to be stopped. I think there's an act in the United States government which says Syria is supporting this or that, and therefore there is economical sanctions, and that's being lifted. So that will strengthen the economy. The European allies, not only European Union allies, but European allies in the continent as a whole, are now more and more engaging with the Syrian government, and that will, I think, resolve most of the issues. We are doing our bit. Not only Turkey, but the whole region needs Syria to be a viable state, which is no threat to its neighbors and can have a future prospect.
Great. Well, we have a few minutes for questions. We would love to go with the Rising Fellows first. If they have any, please stand up. And if not, Beth, why don't we start with you? We'll make you an honorary Rising Fellow for the moment.
I love the Rising Fellows. Thank you. I wanted to spread our geography a little bit south. Turkey's applying its historic geography much beyond the borders, and we don't talk here very much about Africa. We did a little bit yesterday. So I wanted to ask you to just take this opportunity to talk about Turkey's role in Africa, from Somalia, Sudan, Ethiopia, the Sahel, and the threats and the challenges there. But what is Turkey's goal? What are the strategic challenges and the approach? Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's we as Turkey and President Erdogan, especially under his governments since 2002, have immensely increased cooperation with the African continent as a whole. We are now #1 in numbers of embassies in the continent, which I think says it all. We are engaging much more deeper now, not only because we want to economically also contribute, it's trade, obviously, but the other side is, of course, to cooperate with the different countries in order for them also to get more viable sustainable government systems or governments in place, which then will also contribute to the nations, different nations in Africa. So the aim is to have a deeper cooperation and partnership. I mean, the key word here being partnership. I think we have very strongly analyzed what has been done wrongly in the past towards the continent. We as Turks have never done it, so we have an advantage on that. When we talk to a lot of the different countries, they really trust us, and our president has shown very openly how he feels about various countries there. So the cooperation is for a partnership to the future. And if our allies and friends from different places, like NATO allies, European Union allies, European allies, want to cooperate with us on that, that's fine.
Any other questions down here? Right here. The mic coming to you.
It strikes me that historically, going back
Please
to the
tell us who you are.
Sorry, my name is Philip Olson. I'm one of the rising leaders. It strikes me that historically, going back to the 2000s, there was more political tension between Turkey and some NATO allies, especially the Europeans, over Turkey's domestic politics, over EU ascension that stalled, and that's gone away somewhat as Turkey's been critical for migration, critical in Ukraine, critical in the Middle East overall. Among you and your colleagues in Ankara, are there any scar tissue or hurt feelings over that political relationship from the past couple decades, or is that more let bygones be bygones?
Let's put it this way. I was born and raised in Germany. But I can tell you this from experience, the EU, I mean, Niels was just here. If you ask EU members, they will say to you that the EU is a challenge even for them. There is a headquarters in Brussels of the EU as an institution, not as the countries. And it is a really big bureaucracy that you have to navigate. I don't think that we don't have quarrels with the EU today. We have them. There are some things that were referred to during the late 90s and the early 2000s. Now they're referring to other things. But I think you're absolutely right. The realities of the world today do sometimes change your priorities. But our priority is clear. We have been waiting to become a full member of the European Union. It was in the coal union and then the community, different various phases for more than 50 years. We still have that strategic goal as a goal there, because we see ourselves as part of Europe, not necessarily the European Union. I mean, this is something I think that we have to be very careful about. But we will continue that work. We have a political will there, and we are also the trade volume that we have. So it's a perspective for us that is still there, but we have immense work to do, both sides, European Union and Turkey. And we will always, look, you have these European Union member states that they cannot agree on a lot of issues. You know, that's why I'm saying Brussels is something very, very tough. So we are also not going to agree on everything, as do NATO allies. You know, we don't agree on everything, but we find a common ground. So that's how we see it. If we're holding a grudge, I wouldn't say we're holding a grudge, but I think our president has made it very clear that more than 50 years waiting to become a full member is quite a long time. We were sometimes being referred to as the never-ending engagement, not ending in not going to the marriage.
Fortunately, we have a few of those now. Great. We are down to under 60 seconds. So, Jane, if you can ask a 15-second question, and we'll get a 45-second answer.
Jane Harmon, I recall when I was in Congress that Turkey purchased a Russian missile defense system, which I think it still uses. My question is that interfering now with your intended buy from the United States for planes, and why do you still have it? And one PS, when did your name change from Turkey to Turkey?
Turkey it was changed, I think it was 3 years ago, officially, and now the name is Turkey. Yes, we have it, but we have to remember in which circumstances we acquired that Russian system. It was because, and I think a colleague before our session was speaking about it, because of the restrictions that our NATO ally, the United States, at that time would not sell us Patriots. And we needed the air defense system very, very strongly in those days because of the war in Syria, the civil war in Syria. So we're working on that.
We, at the beginning of the session, we talked a bit about the F-35, trade-off with all this. Well, I thank you very much for coming. We're glad that you have put Aspen on your visiting map. We hope you'll come back.
Thank you very much, and I hope you come and visit Turkey sometime.
Thank you, David and Ambassador. Thank you very much. What a great discussion. We're delighted now to have welcome our next guest from the region. We were so lucky this year. We have such a great set of embassies in Washington. We're so grateful to our colleagues. For the next one, to Ambassador Dina Kaur, who is an excellent representative of Jordan, and we're so happy to welcome the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Jordan, Ayman Safadi, is here. He's going to be in conversation with Andrea Mitchell, and we're very grateful to them. Wait, the chats are happening as happens. Great, thanks. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage, Minister Safadi and Andrea Mitchell of NBC News.
Thank you so much, Neve, and thank you to Aspen. And it is such a pleasure for me to be back and to be here, particularly with Minister Safadi. I've known Minister Safadi for many years, and he is perhaps the most experienced diplomat in the region and representing, of course, the great Kingdom of Jordan. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Glad to be here. Thank you.
And because of something that happened in this room some many years ago with a certain former DNI, I always carry my phone just for safety. It's my security blanket because I was once doing an interview and some breaking news happened, and there was a producer who had to crawl and hand me a note, and the rest was history, at least for that particular DNI. In any case, we don't expect any sudden changes. First, Mr. Minister, there's so much going on. I wanted to pick up on some of the issues that David Sanger so expertly was discussing with the Turkish ambassador, which is the overnight strikes against bases in Jordan, retaliatory strikes for the resumption of the U.S. blockade. What is the impact, casualties, the damage, and the overall impact of being caught in the middle of this? I don't know whether to call it a breakdown of the ceasefire, a breakdown of the truce, or the resumption of war.
Thank you so much. I mean, first of all, I just want to counter the Iranian narrative of saying bases in Jordan. There are no American bases in Jordan. What we have in Jordan is that we have American troops that are in Jordan as part of our long-standing military cooperation. Their presence is governed by a defense agreement that fully respects our sovereignty. So the Iranian narrative is that there are bases in Jordan, others in the region, and that's why they try to justify their attacks. That is not the case.
That's the way they've been described, but I understand the distinction.
Again, unequivocally, we have American troops who have been in Jordan for a while as part of our joint cooperation. It goes back to the days of fighting against ISIS, protecting regional security and all of that. And as I said, it's governed by an agreement that fully respects Jordan sovereignty and speaks to the long-standing cooperation that we have. The attacks on Jordan and on other Gulf countries are totally unacceptable, unjustified. If you recall, Iran started attacking Jordan and Gulf countries within 2 hours from the beginning of military hostilities. And they reached out, and I spoke with my counterparts, like, why are you doing that? I mean, we are not a party to the conflict. So there is no justification whatsoever. We condemn that action, and we believe it only creates a much more difficult regional dynamic. None of us in the region wanted the war to start. All of us worked for a political solution, but it is what it is. And now all our efforts are geared towards stopping the war, finding a political solution that will not only address the current sources of tension, but hopefully would look at sources of tension over decades between Iran and the region. And all of us in the region have always wanted good relations with Iran, but we said in order for those good relations to be had, Iran's interventionism in the region, its meddling in the affairs of the area, and non-respect for sovereignty of states must end. So let's put all those issues on the table and hopefully come up with a deal that will address all sources of tension and allow for the region to enjoy the peace and stability that it deserves.
Of course, you're not a party to this, and there's no justification for Iran to be striking Jordanian territory. But do you believe that the reimposition of the blockade makes Jordan vulnerable given the way this conflict has escalated?
Look, I mean, the conflict is affecting everybody in the region and beyond. The closure of Hormuz Strait is impacting global economy in very serious ways. That has to stop. Again, there is no justification whatsoever for closing the Strait of Hormuz because legally Iran has no right to close it. It should be allowing free passage of shipping in the Strait, and it should not be allowed to disrupt the global economy. And again, the ultimate question is how do we move from this moment to a new reality where we would have addressed all sources of tension, put the region on a path towards building regional relations on the basis of respecting the sovereignty of others, non-interference in the internal affairs of others, stopping the policy of building proxies that are acting outside state sovereignties and ultimately undermining regional stability.
There are multiple reports now, which we have confirmed as well, that the president has had several meetings in the Situation Room to consider escalating. Among the options are to seize Karg Island, to attack for the first time the tunnels around Pickaxe Mountain, which hasn't been attacked so far. Do you think that would be a wise choice, or are there other solutions that you and your Arab colleagues would prefer at this point?
Look, the reality that we have here is that the conflict started. We had an MOU that allowed for a ceasefire, allowed for 60 days of negotiations during which the two issues of nuclear weapons and the Strait of Hormuz will be put on the table. We believe that the ceasefire should be respected. The MOU should be respected, and negotiations should commence in earnest to try and address the challenges and work out a solution. But that said, from our regional perspective, yes, the nuclear issue is extremely important. Yes, the opening of Hormuz is extremely important. But beyond that, as I said, we need to look at other aspects that have caused tension in the region. And I go back to my point is that we need to address proxies. We need to address non-aggression agreements. We need to make sure that whatever agreements come out of this is comprehensive enough to make sure that we don't find ourselves in the same place that we have been for years, where we have to deal with growing tension.
Should the United States have paid more attention to the likelihood that Iran geographically could exert its control over the Strait of Hormuz?
Look, there's been many theories about that. I think we got into this war. The challenge now is how do we get out of this war in ways that leads to sustainable stability and security in the region. And for that to happen, as I said, one key issue, particularly now, is for the free passage of shipping across Hormuz, because it's such a vital route for the whole global economy, not just for the region. And again, all of us in the region, in the Gulf countries and Jordan, we're dealing with these continued attacks against us. We're doing everything we can to defend ourselves. We have the right to defend ourselves, and we're going to do whatever it takes to defend our sovereignty, our territory, and the safety of our peoples against any aggression. So we're trying to, thus far, to, again, be patient against those attacks. I'm talking about the whole region, trying to push for a diplomatic solution. But for as long as those attacks continue, we're going to do whatever it takes to protect our people and our sovereignty and our territories.
Is there a way around this diplomatically where there could be a free passage on the Oman side of the strait, and Iran could have some ability to control or charge for passage?
We should respect international law here. No country should be allowed to violate international law across the board. Freedom of shipping across Hormuz must be respected, must be guarantees. Any action towards Hormuz must be within the parameters of international law and conducive to allowing trade to go back to its normal rates so that the global economy does not suffer anymore. Everybody is suffering from the impact of what's happening at Hormuz, the prices of oil, among many, many other things. So when it comes to Hormuz, I think we're extremely clear. We can never accept for Iran to apply tolls or for Iran to disrupt trade. And again, we should go back to the status quo ante, where shippings are allowed to pass freely and international law is respected.
One of the widely reported goals of the Arab countries, including Jordan, was to remove the missile threat from Iran. And as a result of the war, the president told NBC News that about 20% of Iran's missiles remain, 20 to 30% perhaps. Is that satisfactory? I mean, can you live with that degree of threat from your neighbor?
Again, there are a number of sources of tension that have existed in the past that some of them continue to exist now. And if we are to create a future in which everybody in the region lives in peace and security, including Iran, then we must be able to chart a new regional dynamic that would ensure security for all, stability for all, respect for the sovereignty of all, and respect for international law. So all issues that are sources of threat must be put on the table, must be negotiated towards an outcome that will be in the interest of regional and global security and stability.
Has the result so far of this war, where Iran has managed to hold America hostage really to its geography, to the control of the strait, has this diminished Arab reliance on America as the superpower that can defend it adequately?
Look, the U.S. is a great partner to us, all of us in the region. All of us tremendously value the strong historical partnership that we have with the U.S. Challenges present themselves every once in a while, but I think our relationship is strong enough for us to be able to have a conversation and do what's in the mutual interest of the U.S. and its allies in the region.
Let me ask you about the situation regionally as well. Let's talk about the Lebanon. And in Lebanon now, there is an agreement that was negotiated. There were technical talks that were supposed to be resuming in Rome this week. But there's also a vastly different interpretation of what the MOU required of Israel. Israel occupies the south and says it will not withdraw until Hezbollah disarms. And that in itself is creating fears in the region of a resumption of civil war in Lebanon. What is your analysis?
Look, broadly, I think in the region, we should not allow power politics to continue to dominate how things move. Because yes, power politics can impose a certain reality for now, but it does not offer a path towards long-term stability and security. We are all concerned with Lebanon. We cannot allow for Lebanon to collapse. The challenges Lebanon is facing now are enormous. It is important that they started a dialogue with Israel with a view to trying and solve the conflict, but I think there are certain essentials that must be addressed. Lebanon's sovereignty must be fully accepted. Israel must withdraw from Lebanese territories it has occupied in accordance with 1701 and other relevant UN Security Council resolution. And also Lebanese government should be supported by all of us in exercising sovereignty over all its territory and ensuring that no party other than the state has access or has control of weapons. So you've got to work on those multiple tracks, ensuring respect for Lebanese sovereignty in relation to Israel withdrawing, allowing over 1 million people who've been displaced to go back to their villages, many of which have been fully destroyed, supporting the Lebanese government in rebuilding its institutions so that it can exercise full sovereignty over its country and it has monopoly over the control of and owning of weapons, addressing the immediate challenge of over 1 million displaced people who need to go back to their villages, but between now and then, they need to be supported and taken care of. And of course, supporting the Lebanese armed forces, equipping them, empowering them so that they can do the role expected from them.
Can the Lebanese armed forces be built and strengthened to the point where they can disarm Hezbollah?
Look, I mean, how do you disarm Hezbollah? You know, that's a big question. And I don't believe that the military option should be on the table because it will only lead to the destruction of the country. I think what we should be looking at is how do we create a comprehensive strategy, social, economic, political, and military, that again would allow for the Lebanese government to take full control, for the Lebanese army to be the sole owner, controller of weaponry, for addressing other social issues, economic issues that have come out of the recent conflict. So we have to have a comprehensive strategy that must be realistic, that must take into account what can and cannot be done, that must factor in what is the price of one option over the other. And obviously, none of us want Lebanon to go into civil war because that will be destructive to all of us in the region and beyond. So I think the focus is, yes, the Lebanese government must have full control. How do we do that? I think we have to work together in articulating a comprehensive strategy that is realistic enough, patient enough, but with a clear end game, and move towards that. There's no short-term answer to that. There are no quick answers to that. But I think if the end game is clear, we have to look at how do we get there, what are the tools that we need to provide, what are the political, economic conditions that need to be created, and then we move forward.
Has Israel withdrawn adequately to obey the UN resolution? I mean, what is the situation on the ground as best you can tell? In terms of withdrawing below.
Israel has to comply with the United Nations Security Council resolution, but beyond that, it has to work towards long-term stability. Israel will not get the long-term stability by continue to engage in conflicts in the region. You get stability, you get security for all by solving, again, the root causes of issues. In Lebanon, there must be a formula reached whereby Israel will withdraw, Lebanese army takes control of the borders, and there's no threat from either side to the other. That is how we work towards long-term stability and security.
Let me ask you about Gaza, because there's reporting that only a fraction, a tiny fraction of the agreement in Gaza has been implemented, that there's no real international force. Israel has not withdrawn, in fact, is taking more space. There's still, armed fighting, and Hamas has not disarmed. So what is the future for the people of Gaza?
Gaza remains a very ugly, inhumane reality. If you recall, almost a year ago, we all supported President Trump's 20-point plan to stabilize Gaza. It was the best plan. It was the only plan on the table that would have stopped the massacre. So we all rallied behind it, and we continue to rally behind implementing that plan. Thus far, yes, there are tremendous challenges. The Palestinian police force has not taken control. The National Stabilization Force has not has not been formed and has not been deployed yet. The Palestinian National Committee has not gone to Gaza yet. Humanitarian aid is still extremely below what the needs of Gaza are. So I think the only path going forward is to make sure that we implement the plan, that we move forward towards that, and we have clarity on all those issues. Israel, when the ceasefire was signed, Israel was in 53% of Gaza, according to Israeli officials yesterday. Now it's in 67% to 70% of Gaza. The disarmament talks with Hamas have not yielded any results yet. So I think the only path is to make sure that we implement the plan in its entirety. But meanwhile, as we do that, there's one issue that cannot be forgotten, which is the humanitarian suffering of the Palestinian people in Gaza. There's no argument, to my mind, that can justify not allowing as much aid as possible into Gaza. Jordan was a vital humanitarian route into Gaza in the past. We have not been able to provide any aid for months now, simply because Israel is not allowing us to. And we've got all the international aid that was sent to Jordan in order for it to be then shipped into Gaza is expiring on shelves in our storages. So that just cannot stand. And I think until we're able to move forward with the more difficult issues of the plan, there's no argument for not allowing aid to come in so that Gazans can feed their kids and can have some hope that the future will be better.
Let me follow up on that because I went to the warehouses in Jordan for the World Food Program and was given tours as we traveled with the former Secretary of State, and the truckloads that were previously going in. And so is it KOGAD, it's Israeli policy at the border that is stopping the aid from going in?
Yeah, look, I mean, I speak to facts. The fact is we have aid. The fact is we have trucks to carry it. The fact is Jordan has been and will continue to be ready to provide that aid. We're not sending that aid because Israel is not allowing us to do so. The only aid that's coming out of Jordan is probably 20 to 30 trucks per week that is under the World Food Program. And it is through a very difficult mechanism of what they call back-to-back. So the truck has to go to the border, unload into another truck, and you hit all kind of bureaucratic burdens there. So yes, the simple answer to your question is that we can resume the quantity of aid that we used to send, and we're not being allowed to by Israeli decision.
Well, let me just follow up. Can there be a security agreement? Because there was a horrific incident with one truckload where the driver got out and there was a immediate shootout killing a number of soldiers. And the Israelis, obviously have to protect against that kind of incident. But can't there be, I mean, between Israel and Jordan, there should be, I was in Aqaba for the signing. I mean, you have a peace agreement that goes back decades.
We do, and that unfortunate incident was an individual incident. An individual acted on his own. We did a thorough investigation. We established that he had no links whatsoever. He just decided on the moment, and we took action. We condemned that, and since then we got into a reassessment of the whole process across the border, which the U.S. participated in, and we created, to the extent possible, an environment that is as safe as it can get. So yes, it was unfortunate, but we dealt with it, and that cannot be a reason for not allowing aid to.
And I should also take this moment to thank Jordan for what it has done to care for people whom the WHO has brought out, especially children who are desperate for help.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing that, and His Majesty committed when he was here with the President to treating no less than 200,000 kids. We've treated many of them. People don't know the details, but I mean, quite often we will have our people ready to receive patients, and then last minute KOGAD says, stop, you're not allowed to go. So that has been a major problem that we faced, that the World Health Organization faced. From our side, we're ready to do that. We're ready to continue with offering whatever we can do in terms of help, because this is a humanitarian issue, kids who need treatment, who need hospitals. And again, the problem was hurdles from the Israeli side. And another problem is that we faced that a lot of the people who came and got treated will not be allowed to go back. And it's been a case-by-case kind of scenario. Sometimes they allow them, sometimes they don't. But imagine if a mother and a kid come, they get treatment in Jordan, the rest of the family is in Gaza, and they're not allowed to go back. So we remain fully committed to that. We remain fully committed to doing everything we possibly can to ease the humanitarian suffering. We've done that in the past, and we're ready to continue to doing it.
Let me ask you about the West Bank, because the conflict in the West Bank is now explosive, and several ministers in the Israeli government have led to a claim on the last parcel, I guess it's parcel C, the last part that could have been a contiguous Palestinian state. There's also conflict between settlers and Palestinian villagers, and claims that the IDF, that certain brigades in the IDF, one of which was actually sanctioned by this administration, has not intervened on behalf of the victims. So what is the future of the West Bank right on your border?
Look, what's happening is extremely dangerous, not just in terms of its current impact, but in terms of implications for the future and the way it's undermining our objective of achieving a just and lasting peace in which Palestinians would live in dignity in their state, side by side, and Israel that's not only secure, but secure, accepted, and normalized within the region. The quintessential question here is that we want peace. In order for peace to prevail, it has to be just. People have to accept it. What is happening on the West Bank now is that continued illegal Israeli measures that are undermining the two-state solution and therefore undermining the prospects for peace that Israelis deserve, we deserve, everybody in the region deserve. And again, let's speak facts here. Look at the number of settlements that are being built or that have been built or have been allowed or authorized over the past 2 years, more than that has been done over 30 years. Land annexation is happening, legislative changes that are making it easier to annex encroachments on both Muslim and Christian holy sites. And we follow that very, very closely with His Majesty being the historical custodian of the Muslim and Christian holy sites there. So you look at the reality there and you ask, the question is, why is the current Israeli government doing that? Because if you undermine the two-state solution, then where do you go from here? What are you going to do with 5 million Palestinians who live on Gaza and the West Bank? We say the two-state solution is the only path to that just and lasting future. The Israeli government has completely refused that. What we say is, okay, you don't want the two-state solution? What do you want? Put a plan on the table. Do not just say no to a solution that almost the majority of the world agree is the path to a future of peace for Israel and for the region. Tell us what is your alternative to that, and you hear nothing. So it is extremely dangerous, and if the West Bank explodes, it will undo everything we've been able to do to try and calm things in Gaza. So I think that is the question, is we want peace. We have a plan to achieve that peace. What is the Israeli plan? From this current government, we're hearing nothing other than measures that are just making it impossible to have peace.
We have a few seconds left, but let me try to at least ask whether there is a chance for the Abraham Accords, which was a signature proposal from the first Trump administration and was the real hope for the region.
Look, I mean, again, the only hope for peace in the region is peace, is moving forward towards what we believe is the two-state solution. We believe the two-state solution will fulfill the Palestinians' right to freedom and statehood and will also fulfill Israel's right to live secure, accepted, and at peace with the rest of the region. Israel, the current Israeli government, is undermining that, and it is hurting Israel. I mean, yes, Netanyahu government has been able to make some military successes over the past few years, but strategically, how much damage did it cause Israel? Reputational, Israel standing, and undermining 30 years of effort to convince people on both sides that peace is possible. So that is a very, very serious question that needs to be put on the table. We have clarity in Jordan and the Arab world on what we want. From the Israeli government, we're hearing nothing but warmongering, continued conflicts, again, measures that are undermining the two-state solution and the prospects for peace. And we believe that it is in the interest of everybody to speak to facts and say this is acceptable and this is not acceptable, this is wrong and this is not wrong. The Israeli government is not just undermining the prospects for peace in the region. I believe it is hurting its own people by what it is doing. And I think nobody benefits from continuing to convince people that peace is not possible. And unfortunately, that's what we're seeing. And I'll give you one example, and it's like, we all recognize the trauma of October 7, and we all, I hope, recognize the trauma that followed in Gaza. But I think leadership is about working towards making sure that the future is secure against those traumas being repeated. You don't do that by spreading hate. You don't do that by dehumanizing the other, because at some point, can you walk back if you cross a certain threshold? And again, I think on the table we spoke briefly about some Israeli claims about threats from Jordan. And if I may just address that, because it is the manufacturing of unreal threats. Because if you look at the Jordan-Israeli border, and if you do a fact assessment, you will see that there's no truth to the Israeli narrative, that on the contrary, it is Jordan who's protecting the border, and that most of the smuggling operations have originated from Israel into Jordan rather than the other way around, and most of the successful work in aborting those operations was done by Jordan. So why is the Netanyahu government spreading lies about a possible threat from Jordan? I believe it speaks to a strategy of perpetual conflict, of, again, keeping people in fear, and that is not conducive to the future of peace that we want for our peoples and for Israel as well.
Let's hope for a different future. Thank you so much, Minister Safadi.
Thank you.
Thanks. Minister, if you're going to be around this afternoon, right? Okay, hopefully I'll see you for.
Let's work it. It's so tough.
Shukran. Thank you very much, Andrea and Minister Safadi and Ambassador Kaur. We are greatly looking forward to our next panel on a topic that's on everybody's mind. Let's get this straight, the future of Iran. I'd like to welcome our distinguished panelists to the stage, please. Please join us. Come on up. My colleagues are finished setting up the stools. We want to get as much time out of this as possible. Thank you. Excellent. So let me just briefly introduce the panel before I turn it over to our moderator, Jim Sciutto of CNN. With us on the end, we have Roxana Saberi, who's a journalist and author. Next to her, we have Kareem Sajapur, who's a senior fellow at Carnegie Endowment. We have Senator Chris Murphy, the U.S. Senator for Connecticut, who sits also on Senate Foreign Relations Committee and Appropriations. And then we have Mr. Robert Greenway. I first met him when he was at Heritage. He's recently joined American Global Strategies as a senior vice president. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for keeping this conversation open. Thank you.
Thanks very much. One reason I love coming to Aspen beyond the weather and the bear sightings is getting to sit on stage with such a collection of experience and knowledge and insight. Because we have a wealth of it here, I'm not going to quite ask for TV-length answers, but relatively short, just so we could get as much in as we can tonight. Mr. Greenway, if I could begin with you. At the start of the war, the goals were articulated as eliminating or significantly reducing Iran's ability to project power, missiles, drones, etc., putting an end to its nuclear program, and from time to time, regime change. The stated goal now is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. By redefining success or victory in this war, has the president made it any more winnable? And what confidence should we have that the same application of power, military power, to attempt to pressure Iran back to the negotiating table, albeit more military power than we saw previously, will be successful now when it hasn't yet been successful?
First, thanks to the forum for the opportunity to speak, and thanks to everyone attending, and appreciate joining the stage with an august group such as this. I'll try and keep it brief. First, to the purpose, accounting for the fact that rhetoric may be employed at different times to explain why and how and what you're doing, I think the objectives of this, in my judgment, have been relatively clear because they were documented in the second presidential memorandum signed by the president in February after taking office, and the purpose, the policy goals and objectives are exactly the same, almost verbatim, from NSPM 11, written in November of 2019. And so, to my mind, the goals and objectives have been the same. The simplest formulation, I think, is this, that essentially Iran is a problem. You're never going to eliminate the motive. They are going to retain that ideological perspective, and that is very difficult to remove, just as anyone's opinions and beliefs are. On the other hand, what they're left with then is means and opportunity, and the goal really is to eliminate the means and opportunity with which they can constitute a threat to vital national U.S. interests, which are global, and their stability of the global energy markets, their stability of global trade, they are prevention of the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and ensuring terrorist attacks don't occur in the United States. Those objectives, I think, to my mind, have been clear, but understand that sometimes rhetoric used to explain this to different audiences can diverge to a certain extent. The question you asked at the end, the important one, is are we any closer to achieving it? And to my judgment, as someone who's looked very closely at Iran's military capabilities for 3 decades and their nuclear capabilities for 3 decades, there's no question in my mind that they have been significantly attrited. Their means and the opportunity to constitute a threat to U.S. vital interest and to global interest, as a matter of fact, are at the nadir, probably the lowest they have ever been since 1979. And from an enrichment standpoint, they haven't been at zero enrichment capacity since 2006. So from an empirical perspective, I would say, yes, progress has been made, and I think at this juncture, I would be pleased with that progress, and I don't think there's a lot left to be done to eliminate the remaining threat.
I know from my own experience in Israel during this war and multiple previous phases of the war that from the Israeli perspective, the objectives have changed and been watered down. I mean, they're not happy with certainly with the MOU. So Senator Murphy, I wonder, do you agree that the objectives have remained consistent and that significant progress has been made?
Yeah, I think this is the greatest foreign policy disaster of the last 20 years, one of the greatest mistakes any president has made in the world, in our country's history. And I do not think you can ignore the repeated goals of this operation. And those goals, as you articulated, were to get rid of their missile program or significantly degrade it, their drone program, and to stop Iran's nuclear program. We haven't even sniffed those goals. There are reports, for instance, that of the 33 missile sites that line the Strait of Hormuz, we have only taken out 3 of them. And Iran has essentially taken our best shot and survived, and realized that through this action, they can take control of the Strait of Hormuz and use it as leverage to increase their position at the bargaining table on the nuclear program. The most significant lever that we had at the bargaining table, and would have had we sat down again in a meaningful way, was our sanctions on their oil program. They now know that they can get those sanctions removed simply by reopening the strait, effectively giving us no meaningful leverage when we try to get done the most important thing to U.S. and regional security, the elimination of their pathway to a nuclear weapon. So Iran is stronger today. We have done nothing to achieve our objectives. They control the Strait of Hormuz and will control it for the foreseeable future. And by the way, we have expended $100 billion in taxpayer money. We have depleted our stocks of munitions to a dangerously low level. If China was to move on Taiwan today and the United States decided that we wanted to defend Taiwan, we could not, because we have half the number of stealth missiles that we had at the beginning of this campaign. And I can just go down the line as to our other capacities. So no, we have achieved none of our objectives. Iran has come out of this stronger. America looks weak and feckless and unorganized. And the American taxpayer is going to pay a big, huge price for this in the long run, not just because they are paying more at the pump, not just because farm bankruptcies are at an all-time high as diesel and fertilizer prices go up, but because in order to fill in the gap that has been created by the expenditure of $100 billion, it will be education funding, it will be road funding, it will be nutrition funding that will be the victim here. So I don't think we have come to understand the full panoply of hurt for U.S. reputation abroad and U.S. consumers and taxpayers here at home.
I do want to give you a chance to respond because I saw some of it in your facial expressions, but I want to get to Kareem first because I'm interested in your view of how Iran perceives its current position. Does it, in the simplest terms, believe that it's winning? And how much more pain can it eat, particularly not just from strikes, but also from the blockade?
Thank you, Jim. It's great to be here. So let me first start with the premise that it's my view that we will never really see lasting stability in the Middle East until you have a government in Tehran which reflects the national interests of Iran, puts the economic and security interests of the Iranian people before the revolutionary ideology of 1979. And I don't think that this war advanced that outcome. It's a regime which, as Rob was saying, it is militarily weaker than it was 4.5 months ago, but as Senator Murphy was saying, psychologically it feels much stronger. It's much more confident than it was 4.5 months ago before the war. I don't think it's going to give up its control of the Strait anytime soon. I don't think it's going to make meaningful compromise anytime soon. And what I'll conclude with, Jim, is that before the war, last fall, I was asked by Foreign Affairs to address what a post-Khamenei Iran might look like. And I looked at five different scenarios, and I won't explain them here because this is a very well-informed audience, but it was post-Soviet Russia, China, Pakistan, North Korea, and Turkey. That was the most optimistic scenario, Turkey. I think we can throw that out. And I think what Islamic Republic Iran 2.0 is looking like at the moment, in my view, and this is just a snapshot of today, but it is starting to look like post-Soviet Russia with a regime which is going to continue to pursue its own security in the insecurity of its neighbors, is going to continue to use energy and the trade of energy as a weapon, and learned the wrong lessons from this war, which is that you don't gain concessions from the United States by compromise, but by attacking your neighbors, by closing the strait, and by lashing out.
If you haven't read Roxana's pieces, taking the pulse of the Iranian people on this war, I think you should, many published in the Times and elsewhere. Roxana, I'm not going to ask you to speak for the Iranian people. I always preface when I interview you on the air with that, but I do, you have managed to speak to a wide variety of people there. When you speak to them, do they believe, and let's keep in mind that the president early on said, you know, we're coming to help you out in the midst of the awful massacre of protesters earlier in the year. Do they believe they've gained anything positive from this war? And is the war giving them the help that they'd like?
I would say that many of them don't think that the war has given them anything positive, but there are some who are still hopeful because they were so opposed to the negotiations between Iran and the US, and they thought these negotiations and the Memorandum of Understanding, which was announced in June, legitimized this regime and empowered the regime. And indeed, we've seen examples of that just domestically with so many more human rights violations and executions of political prisoners and protesters. Just in the past few days, I've been trying to get a pulse of what people in Iran are saying about these renewed strikes. And among the anti-regime Iranians who, according to polls, are maybe 80% of the 93 million people or so of Iran, I would say there are three broad groups. The first being anti-strikes, they're opposed to the resumption of strikes. The second being pro-strikes, and the third just being numb and trying to survive. That group that is anti-strikes thinks that the first part of the war brought them nothing but pain and suffering, especially the ordinary people, economically as well as civilian casualties and damage to infrastructure. And they recall President Trump saying help is on the way when so many people were massacred in January by the regime, and yet President Trump reached an agreement with the regime and said this is a new regime, whereas the Iranians say it's not a new regime. I would say this group is large and growing, and we've already seen some civilian casualties in this latest round of strikes. The second group, who are pro-resumption of strikes, I'd say many of them are desperate because they have no hope for any other change that they're hoping for in Iran, being freedom and democracy. For example, one woman told me, "I'm glad Trump realized the Islamic Republic isn't capable of genuine negotiations. I hope the war continues and ultimately leads to the destruction of the Islamic Republic. For my part, I'm willing to pay the price for freedom." And what's interesting is I spoke to a therapist who's part of a network of 200 therapists across Iran, so they have thousands of clients and patients, and she said there is some crazy infighting between these first two groups, within families and among friend groups, and they take their pain and anger out on one another because they're unable to take their pain and anger out on the Revolutionary Guards and Israel and the US. And that third group, I would say, is just numb and traumatized by all the events of the past year, Economically, they're just struggling to buy milk, to buy eggs. Back in January, there were about 40% of Iranians were under the poverty line, according to the Iranian government. And that has just gotten harder in recent months. And at the same time, there are these human rights violations that are mounting. 47 political prisoners executed just through yesterday since the war began, including 21 related to the January protests. As one protester told me, she's thinking that simply staying alive has become a form of resistance, a way of saying, hey, you bastards, I'm still alive.
I always think that when the folks who talk to you, and I managed to speak, if you know Yalda Moayeri, who's a news photojournalist in Iran, when they speak to us outside the country, they're taking an enormous risk. And when we debate the existence of political courage in this country, in that country, there's no shortage of courage, right? These are real risks that they're taking. All right, Robert, as I give you the opportunity to respond to the senator, if I might ask it in this way, if you were explaining to the American people who wanted to know why this war was good for me and why this sort of no pain, no gain line works for them, that they have to accept the higher prices, perhaps the loss of U.S. forces, as the president considers ground forces as well, how would you argue for this war to the American people?
Well, the first point I'd make is that if you are uncomfortable with Iran's ability to disrupt global trade and energy markets, and you should be, then allowing them to have a nuclear weapon and develop that program under the umbrella of a ballistic missile program, then this is the most practical way to solve it. Diplomacy up to this point hasn't prevailed, and it won't as long as you have a disingenuous partner. And Kareem's point is the penultimate one, is that unless you get a change in government and the interests that they represent, you're not likely to, which is, again, why diplomacy is likely to fail when tried. And we've been more successful now, I think, applying the military instrument. And so now Iran cannot defend itself from any attack by the United States or, frankly, anyone else. And again, perhaps it's because I have a career in uniform, I differ slightly with the senator's assessment of what our military has been able to do. We have, by all accounts, and I don't think there are any facts that discount the judgment that Iran's programs across the board, from nuclear to missile to drone, have in any way been anything other than decimated to a point in which they have the least capacity since they've instituted all of those programs. So again, the facts aren't consistent with the opinion. But again, I think in the end, the judgment here is that for the United States, the most clear path to preserving our objectives is to eliminate the remaining threat because it is and routinely used. I would add, too, that I've been part of this myself. The United States has averaged 29,500 troops in the Middle East since 1950, average. And again, I've been part of that for decades. What I would say is, like, the elimination of the Iranian threat is the fastest way to ensure that we no longer have to surge our capacity to protect our interests, which are inevitable and recurring because this threat persists. Eliminating this threat physically, denying them the means and the opportunity, is the fastest way to do it. And if we think the economic impact is the judgment that allows us to conclude this is an unworthy cause, if at $84 a barrel is painful for a couple of months, consider that between 2010 and 2014, when we were not exchanging shots, but we were engaging in diplomacy that ultimately failed, we were looking at an average price for 4 years over $100 a barrel, $104 a barrel. I would argue that's a crisis, and that's a judgment on a failed approach that I think has been abandoned. So I think this is the fastest way to achieve our objectives and probably the only realistic way to do it, and I think that's happening, and it's empirically true.
Given your experience in uniform, would you send forces on the ground, whether that be Karg Island or to strike land positions along the strait and put those forces at risk?
I don't see any compelling need to do so. I think the purpose can be achieved short of doing it. I think there are probably two exceptions to putting boots on the grounds. One has already been exercised: the recovery of isolated personnel, pilots that have been left down inside enemy territory. Obviously, we leave no one left behind. The second might be a small circumstance in which there is a commodity or capability that needs to be removed from the country that they're unwilling to surrender otherwise, and there may be a requirement to do that, but I don't know that we're at that threshold. So long as the material, in this case the enriched uranium, remains buried under rubble and we can monitor it 24/7, and Iran cannot prevent our ability to interdict it, there's no way for them to recover that material, and so the threat is not immediate. In the long term, best to recover. But no, I would not advocate for boots on the ground, but I don't think it's necessary.
Senator, we're back in another 60-day window, to the extent that 60-day windows mean anything anymore. Does Congress retain any ability today under either party to restrain a president's power to wage war in a practical sense? I know what the wording of the legislation says, but from a practical standpoint.
Well, this is an illegal war. The president does not, under the Constitution, have the ability to undertake this kind of military action that is not responsive to any imminent threat without congressional authorization. Congress has chosen not to exercise its prerogatives under Republican control, but we certainly have those tools. We could pass legislation making it absolutely clear the president doesn't have the authorization. We could deny the funding necessary to carry out the war. Under this Congress, those actions are not going to be taken. But increasingly, this is a deeply, deeply unpopular war. The American public have made their decision. They don't want war with Iran if no objectives can be achieved and if the cost to them is as great as we are seeing at the pump and throughout the broad economy. So I think this will be an election issue. I think there are going to be a lot of voters asking questions of candidates as to whether you're going to go to Congress to facilitate this war, to empower the president's lawlessness, or whether you're going to go to Congress to stop it. And with all due respect on the question of what the alternative to war is to try to stop Iran's nuclear program, we had the JCPOA, a document that I understand was politically controversial, but a document that was recommended to the president by all of his top national security advisors to continue because it was working. And so the idea that this war is going to get us in the end a better deal than the JCPOA when we have lost our two primary leverage points in those negotiations. One, the oil sanctions, which will not exist if another set of nuclear negotiations begins, because we have already conceded that we have to give up the biggest sanctions just to get the Strait reopened, and the threat of military action. There was a question whether the regime could survive an American military strike. It hung over the negotiations like a sword of Damocles. The question has now been answered. The question has now been answered. Iran can survive a strike. The regime can survive a strike. In fact, many would argue that this regime is more dangerous, more provocative, harder line than the previous regime was. So the JCPOA is evidence of the fact that diplomacy can significantly constrain their nuclear program, and there is zero evidence to suggest that even if we got back in the negotiating room after the shooting stopped, there is any chance we would get an agreement that was better than the JCPOA.
Kareem, is it possible, or maybe even likely, that the Iranian leadership calculates their best approach is to try to wait Trump out, extend the negotiations, endure some pain, talk a little bit, not give real concessions, maybe sign on to a ceasefire, but not actual agreement on the hard issues, to tap him along, using the president's phrasing, wait him out for 2 years?
I do think that's right, Jim. One of the advantages that dictatorships have over democracies is that they can play the long game. They have contempt for public opinion, and just like Vladimir Putin waiting out administrations, the Islamic Republic has done that before. Let me just say a brief word about policy prescriptions and start first with the diagnosis of the challenge, because I think given that there has been no US embassy in Tehran since 1979, I would argue multiple US administrations, both Democratic and Republican, have often misdiagnosed the challenge of Iran. The comparative examples that are commonly used, one is Nazi Germany. This is a regime which it can't be deterred. It requires military action. The other is China, that this is a regime which, if we make a bold diplomatic gesture, it's ripe for a grand bargain and rapprochement. In my view, both of those analogies are incorrect. It's a homicidal regime, but it's not a suicidal regime. It wants to stay in power. It's not like Nazi Germany. At the same time, it's not like China. It's not willing to put its economic and national interests before revolutionary ideology. It doesn't want to open up to the world. And in my view, it's closer in nature to the nature of the Soviet Union, not in terms of its global threat, but just in terms of the nature of the system. And the reason why that's relevant to the policy debate is that over the last 47 years, we can probably count on 2 fingers the number of times this regime has compromised. And it's only when it's been faced with significant, I would argue, economic, almost existential pressure, coupled with a viable, concrete diplomatic exit. And that dynamic does not exist right now, and that's why I don't believe that there's any end in sight right now for this conflict.
Roxana, what help, and again, I'm not saying would the Iranian people writ large, but in your contacts with the Iranian people, what help from the U.S. would they like to see, right? If it's not for a large part of the population, further military action, if they've lost faith in that as fundamentally changing their lives, what help would they like, whether from the U.S. or from other friendly players outside the country?
I just want to first of all say thank you for the Aspen Institute for bringing me here and being part of this conversation, because I know so often in security discussions, the opinions and the well-being of ordinary individuals in these countries is lost in the conversation. And to Kareem's point that a lasting peace requires, I'm going to paraphrase what you said, a government in Iran that represents the national and security interests of the people, the majority of the Iranian people. I think that is also very important. And if the United States wants lasting, strong relations with a country like Iran, its best hope is to have a government that represents its people who want a more democratic and secular society. And I know that it's not easy, but there are steps that can be taken to further those interests. For example, now that the Memorandum of Understanding is essentially in tatters, the United States has another opportunity to raise human rights and make it part of the next phase of negotiations and a future agreement. There have been many calls by UN experts and activists to put pressure on Iran to make verifiable commitments to stop executions, to release political prisoners, and to allow freedom of the internet. Also, the United States government could reinstate funding for human rights organizations that are documenting human rights violations, including the massacre of protesters in January, and also fund internet freedom in Iran. There are a few different bills in Congress right now. I understand, Senator Murphy, you have helped push one of those, thank you, in support of human rights and internet freedom in Iran. And these bills include emerging technology, such as direct cell-to-satellite technology, which would allow the next generation of cell phones connect to the next generation of satellites without the need for something like a Starlink terminal. As many of you know, there were 2 regime-imposed internet blackouts in Iran this year, which made it very difficult for everyday Iranians to communicate, to survive, to do their business, and to share stories of the violations that we're seeing on the ground, human rights violations. So right now, the U.S. has withdrawn from multilateral organizations or forums where they are discussing regulations on this new technology. It needs to get back in the room while these discussions are taking place. The problem with Starlink, I'll just mention real quick, is that they're expensive, they're hard to get in, the regime is cracking down and persecuting people who have Starlink terminals, although I have communicated with people who have Starlink inside Iran, it can be very helpful. And then just one more thing, I have noticed in my personal experience, some of you may know I was imprisoned in Iran many years ago. My own experience and the experience of others who have been silenced in Iran, that when you don't have a voice, you really need people on the outside to speak out for you. And those who have the opportunity, who have the freedom to speak, I believe also have the responsibility to speak out for those who cannot speak out for themselves. And at the very least, they feel empowered. In the case of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I think it makes a real difference.
Yeah, I've heard, please. Yeah. Sadly, I know, and many of the people in this room know a number of people who've been in prison in Iran, whether it's Siamak or Jason, but similar in Russia, that they always say that keeping their case alive outside the country made a difference for them because it did not allow the country that was taking them hostage to just kind of bury it. Robert, if I can ask you this, when I speak to diplomats in the Middle East from friendly countries that have had quite, and no one has more experience than you as one of the architects of the Abraham Accords, post this war, at this current stage of this war, they have less confidence in the U.S. ability, one, to deliver on its promises with this war, but also to protect them, right, from Iranian attacks, because that sort of impression of impregnability has been pierced. Are they wrong to have less confidence in the U.S. to protect them and to pursue their interests?
Well, among the things I've learned working the Middle East is opinions vary. In my conversations with heads of states and leaders of intelligence and security services, you get a very different response to that question. So I would side that the threat has diminished significantly, and the United States bears a great deal of the credit, as does Israel. And I think at the end of the day, they'd like to see the job finished. That's the almost universal claim of, again, heads of states of our partners and allies and those that lead intelligence and military and security services. And I think they're right. And I think in the end of the day, what you can count on is the United States alone has demonstrated that it will follow through in its actions. And I think one of the lesser reported aspects of this, and why I would disagree that this is not a failure, quite the opposite, I would say that if you're objectively looking at the status of world affairs and you're convinced there's a multipolar world, only one world superpower was able to conduct operations and remove a hostile head of state in Venezuela while a Chinese ministerial delegation was on the ground. Only one is acting in Iran to protect its vital national interests. Those of our partners and allies and those that are in the business of consuming oil and gas, and that's everyone. And China and Russia, ostensible allies of both China, Venezuela and Iran, have been not only powerless to do anything about it, they've been unable to do anything about it. Is it a multipolar world? Well, not if you're looking at it objectively, there isn't, because China and Russia have been unable to do anything about it. I would add, too, that it matters a great deal because controlling global energy markets and actions in Venezuela and Iran further this for the United States and our partners and allies. It restricts the access to revenue that Moscow has, which is why in 2024 they had 4.2% GDP growth. It's 1.25 the year after because of this. And I would argue, too, that we're now constraining access China has to oil, which it fuels its military operations, all by taking effective operations they couldn't prevent. And one last point for those in favor of both diplomacy and the JCPOA, just to know what they wrought from an empirical basis. In January 2017, at the transition of the Obama administration, the breakout time period was measured in less than 6 months. We're currently at 2 to 4 years, depending on data and the experts you want to listen to. I'm not a math major. I'll take 2 to 4 years all day long. And if you don't, and if you think somehow 6 months or weeks are better, I have some Nigerian Bitcoin and timeshares in Tehran available after the panel if you're interested.
Senator, I know you're going to respond, but I'm going to ask you a question anyway. A putative Democratic president who takes office in January 2029, let's say the forever war is still going, or there's some sort of low-grade conflict, there's still some putative control of the Strait of Hormuz or periodic control. What would and should be a Democratic commander-in-chief's next step?
Well, you hear this phrase a lot, finish the job. And I certainly do concede that there are allies in the region who use that phraseology. I'm just not sure what that means. To many of them, it actually means removing the regime. They are rooting for the United States to commit ground forces, something that the American public do not support, something that would be absolutely catastrophic. What does the end state look like? The end state looks like a more dangerous regime in place that has access to billions of dollars that they previously did not have access to, and effective control of the straits. That right now seems to be the best case endgame. They control the straits, they have more money than they ever have before, and they are more provocative to our interests than ever before. That is why our allies and friends in the region are questioning whether there is any way the United States can ever secure them. Listen, a Democratic president is going to inherit a strait that is likely under the control of Iran, and to an extent, an ally, Oman, who has signed this preliminary agreement. I can't tell you exactly what the plan is to put the raw egg back together that has been dropped on the floor. It's kind of an impossible question, but it is going to be a priority issue for that administration to engage with our partners in the region and Iran to try to secure our interests through the Strait. Now, one of the realities that will likely come from Iran's increased influence in the region is that our Gulf partners are likely going to have closer relations with Iran in order to protect their interests, because they no longer can rely on the United States. Now, you can make an argument that that could be a long-term silver lining, that the Gulf states will have to sit down and negotiate at the beginning the question over the Strait of Hormuz and maybe another set of factors. And in those negotiations, that might be the new reality in the Middle East now that the United States is effectively eliminated as the security guarantor for our allies. Maybe in that conversation, with the U.S. not in the lead, but as a partner, there is a solution to the ultimate Iranian control of the Strait. But it's admittedly very hard to answer that question right now.
Kareem, before I go to questions, I sense you had several thoughts. But if I could just inject this into what is going to be your always wise analysis, is it true that Middle Eastern nations leaders are preparing to somehow live with Iran?
So
this Iranian leadership.
Yeah, I think that in my view, what's happening is that they can't change geography. They don't have the luxury of relocating to another region. And so they are doing their individual side deals with Iran to different extent. Each country is different. Qatar is an example in which it can't get out its only source of revenue. It's LNG, unless the Strait of Hormuz is open. Saudi Arabia, UAE have alternative logistical routes they're looking at. But I actually don't think that means that they are going to move away from the United States, because at least in the near term, they understand that it's only the United States that they still fear Iran as an existential threat, and China and Russia are not able to protect them like the United States is.
Okay, we have time for 2 questions, I think. I would just ask you to be brief in your question, and if you could point out who you'd like to answer the question, that'll help us too. In the back, gentlemen.
Hi there, Matthew Schifrin, private citizen. Thank you. This was a super provocative discussion. Senator, your opinion seems to be that there's no way out of this and we should just retreat effectively. And maybe that's a gross exaggeration of your position. There have been several secretaries and advisors who have suggested that blockade and destruction of key infrastructure assets would maybe be the better way to go here, to restrict the regime to, as a nation state, to progress its objectives. Is that an option, or do we retreat?
I mean, it's a familiar argument. Escalation, right? You are not getting what you want from an adversary. Your war plans have ultimately fallen by the wayside, as they have not achieved any of your objectives, and so just create more war. So if you were to go after, for instance, oil infrastructure, that is a massive escalation. Iran has quietly and not so quietly telegraphed what the cost of that may be. It could be the closure of the other strait by the Houthis, who have been very strategically held out of this war, and the Houthis are not a direct proxy that answers only to Tehran, but it is strategic and meaningful that the Houthis have been sort of set in reserve. If the Houthis were to enter this fight and the Red Sea all of a sudden became compromised alongside the Strait of Hormuz, that's worse for the region, worse for the United States, and would probably require a third escalation. So I don't see a lot of evidence in the conduct of U.S. military operations in the Middle East over the last 20 years that tells you escalation is the answer. I think at this point we have to understand that every day this war goes on, Iran is getting stronger and America is getting weaker, and we have to find a way out. Now, that way out right now is a price that is set by Iran, and it is an extraordinary price. Again, we are going to have to release these sanctions. But we are also going to have to wind down the war between, or put a permanent end on the war between Israel and Lebanon and Hezbollah. And that will require additional leverage on Israel to get that war to a permanent stop, such that we don't have continued restarts of the conflict around the Gulf. But I've just seen enough failed escalation plans during our misadventures in the Middle East to distrust them. And I think at this moment, especially with the actual cost that Americans are bearing, the hurt that regular folks out there are feeling as they pay these elevated prices at the pump, as the cost of groceries go up, as farmers go bankrupt, that we're better off doing what is necessary to reopen the strait and then working with regional partners to try to build some stability in the long run.
You know, it just strikes me as I'm listening to this discussion and the discussion of the Ukraine war is that in both wars, the fear of escalation, right? I mean, it's happening before our eyes in this war from the U.S. side, but fear of Russia escalating as it is increasingly on its back foot. Okay, one more question. And do we have our youth sort of thought leaders present here? Anybody with a question? I feel like there's a bias to go to you guys, which I'm happy to accommodate. In front?
Hi, my name is Lauren Hickey. I'm one of the rising leaders. The question is directed to whoever thinks they're best to answer it. So the discussion so far has focused on the Iranian regime, but Iran's strength in the region the past several years has been its Iranian threat network. So given the losses that Hezbollah has sustained the past several years, the fact that the Houthis have remained much outside of the conflict than initially anticipated, and the pressure that Iran is facing throughout the regime, how do you think the Iranian threat network will change in the next 5 years as a result of epic fury?
And the loss of Assad, right? I mean, the fall of Assad in Syria. Do you want to take that? Or?
Happy to, and I think Kareem probably can chime in. Great question, by the way. I would say, look, the predicates for Iran's influence over surrogates and proxy network, which always has been the crown jewel in the enterprise, and removing the man who built it and led it, Qasem Soleimani, I think was instrumental and important and significant. But without the ability to provide funding, without the ability to provide equipment and direction and guidance and intelligence that can inform their actions, they have diminished, radically diminished influence over those proxies and surrogates, which is why the largest armed group right now, and was more capable than Hezbollah at its apex, I would argue, is the Hashd al-Shaabi, the Popular Mobilization Committees inside of Iraq. And those have really not taken effective action against U.S.-based infrastructure or the region to the extent they could or have in the past, largely because that influence has waned. And I think that holds true. And the network, including Hezbollah, has been radically decimated. And the Houthis, I would argue again, are looking towards a much depleted partner, ally, sponsor, and in many cases, boss in Iran, and is less likely to follow their instructions as a result of it.
Kareem and maybe Roxana, just quick thoughts before Neve comes up on stage and pulls me off.
Sure. What Rob said is accurate about Iran's resources, but its will hasn't changed. If you look at the countries that Iran was dominating prior to October 7, 2023, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Yemen, Gaza, essentially all failing states with weak central governments. That's where Iran thrives, filling those power vacuums with its regional proxies. For that reason, I think they're going to continue to try to sow instability. And I just, Jim, want to finally amplify something Roxana said, which is that, you know, ultimately this challenge is never going to be resolved in the Middle East until we have a government which reflects Iran's national interests. And I've been very disappointed to see J.D. Vance, Vice President Vance, speak with such contempt about the Iranian popular will for change. You know, Ronald Reagan put it best. He said, there's no more powerful force in the universe than the human yearning for freedom. And I think that's something we should go back to. It's not just a soft power tool. The region is really, in my view, not going to change until that vision is realized.
I agree. I don't have a comment on the proxies at the moment, but just one other call out to anyone who wants to support the pursuit of human rights in Iran. Many Iranians have reached out to me and friends and my colleague Fatemeh Jamalpour, who is an Iranian journalist in exile here in the United States. and they are in dire straits economically, especially. These are wounded protesters who were injured in January and can't afford to get medical treatment. They're people who want to get psychotherapy treatment, people who can't afford their antidepressants, people who just can't buy food. And these are everyday Iranians, former political prisoners, and so on. There are human rights organizations based in the US who do have OFAC licenses, who are able to help Iranians like this, and also people I know who are connected to Iranians inside Iran. If anybody wants to even, I'm sorry if that's not allowed here, but to donate $50, I'm just saying, it makes a big difference for an average Iranian. And please come find me later or find me on social media.
The cost of a sandwich in downtown Aspen, right? That's
yeah, exactly.
Based on my expense account. Robert, Senator, Kareem, Roxana, genuine disagreement, but with respect, and I appreciate it.
Thanks so much. What a great panel. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Mr. Greenway. Thanks, Kareem. And thanks, Roxana. Okay, we move swiftly to Israel. We have another fantastic panel here. I'd love to welcome them to the stage, please, while my colleagues change the water. Mr. Ted Doach, who's the CEO of the AJC, which is the American Jewish Committee, and a former member of Congress from 2010 to 2022. Welcome, Ted. Dalia Scheindlin, who's a fellow at Century International from the Century Foundation and a wonderful voice and mind on Israel. And Ambassador Dan Shapiro, who is the former U.S. Ambassador to Israel for about 8 years, I believe, and a distinguished fellow at the Atlantic Council. And our moderator today is Jackie Heinrich of the Fox News Channel. And we'll turn it over to you all to hear about Israel today. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Ambassador, Dalia, Ted, thank you. A lot to talk about today, but I want to start with some very recent news. Yesterday, the two biggest headlines in the news were the vice president talking about shadowy Israeli influence campaigns working in the background to keep the war going, and then also nearly half of the House Democratic Conference voting to end military aid to Israel, including funds for humanitarian aid. I want to get into why both parties have elements that appear to be souring on Israel. What got us here, including the role of social media, and what this moment means for both American Jews and Israelis. But I want to start with you, Ted, because you, when you were in the House, you were the co-chair of the Anti-Semitism Task Force. 2 years ago, there was a similar vote. A small minority of Democrats, I think it was 37, voted against aid for Israel. 2 years later, that number was 103, with another 10 voting present. Even House Democratic leadership was split. Minority Whip voted for it. Pelosi voted for it. Jeffries voted against. What were you feeling as you watched your former colleagues cast these votes?
Well, thanks very much, and it's good to be here. Look, the vote that took place yesterday on the Massey Amendment wasn't serious policymaking. What did I think? That's what I thought. The idea that because, and I know we'll get into all these other issues, because we're in a moment where for some in the Democratic Party, different issues in the Republican Party, but for some in the Democratic Party, this absolutist approach to Israel, the position that says you're not welcome in our rooms, you're not welcome in this space on campus, if you are a supporter of the very existence of Israel, that absolutist approach now members of Congress look at and think, well, I have to, this is as best I can tell, I have to find some way to express myself. And as we saw from the people who said yes, there was almost universal acknowledgement that what happened yesterday was performative, it wasn't serious, it wasn't real policy making, it's not the right way to do it. People who voted yes said that. And yet they voted for it, half the caucus voted for it, seemingly in an attempt to try to somehow move toward this absolutist wing. There are lots of serious ways to address the problems in the Middle East. There are they start with acknowledging that the burden is not entirely Israel's, that there is, if we're serious about actually working to enhance life for Palestinians and Israelis in a land where the state of Israel is not going anywhere and Palestinians aren't going anywhere, there has to be an effort to move toward peace. There's a way to do that, but it is not by casting this vote and acknowledging that what you're voting for is terrible policy. What we have to do is push back against those who seek to delegitimize within the Democratic Party anyone whose position is that this is not Israel's burden to fix all of the problems in the Middle East on their own. There are responsibilities for the Palestinians, certainly disarming Hamas, the responsibility for the Arab countries, responsibility for the U.S. There's a lot at stake. Yesterday is a day I hope we quickly move past and that people learn from, because it's not going to do anything to make things better for one person in the Middle East.
To your point, Ambassador Shapiro, of those 103 Democrats, as Ted mentioned, a lot of them said that this was not about opposing Israel's right to exist or opposing their security. They framed their votes as a protest vote. But many of those same people framed aid to Israel as a blank check. That funding is still governed by the congressional oversight that was established under President Obama when you were ambassador to Israel. It is running out soon, that 10-year agreement, and needs to be sort of restructured. But the point being, when Israel is under active attack by Iran and its proxies, can you make that, is that a meaningful distinction to make, that this is a protest vote and that it's not about Israel's security, or are those two things incompatible?
Thanks to Aspen Security Forum for hosting us. I think Ted's description of the what's behind the vote and the merits of it as a policymaking tool is accurate. But look, it reflects something that's real, and that is that there is a serious deterioration of Israel's standing in the United States, and it is true that it's in both parties. The Pew survey that was out about a month ago has, particularly among younger Democrats and Republicans, significant majorities who are viewing at least the Israeli government very negatively. And that's not surprising in a way. 3 years of war, of course, that war started with the worst terrorist attack, one of the worst in history and worst against the Jewish people, hostages taken into Gaza by Hamas. Obviously, Israel had to defend itself, and that was a very legitimate thing to do, but 3 years of war, thousands, tens of thousands of civilian casualties, too many, I should say, is going to cause alienation. The war going on and on, a strong feeling by many that Israel keeps asking for many more things from the United States and still waiting for to find out what the U.S. gain on that is. Obviously, I believe Israel being able to defend itself is a gain for U.S. security interests, but that's not how this always plays out in the debate on social media and more broadly. Now, a very unpopular war in the United States, which clearly Israel has been an advocate for. It's still President Trump's decision, and President Trump bears responsibility for, I think, a very misguided war. But Israel's association with it, I think, speaks to the deterioration in Israel standing on the Republican side. Perhaps Vice President Vance was speaking to, in I think a very crude way, yesterday on the Joe Rogan podcast. So that's a real thing. We should, I think, approach this question from the point of view of what most serves U.S. interests and what most serves the cause of peace in the Middle East. And again, to Ted's point, if the litmus test is a total abandonment of the U.S.-Israel partnership, that's not going to produce any outcome. Nobody has defined what step 2 of that course of action is that produces any positive benefit to Palestinians. It won't. It will actually more likely produce a permanent war scenario. On the other hand, change is coming in this relationship. There is no question. There's 2 years left on the MOU that we negotiated during the Obama administration. The Prime Minister of Israel himself has said in the next MOU he wants to phase out aid. And so that change is coming. We don't know the particulars of the President's position on that. There are clearly advocates in the Democratic Party for a faster ramp down or for a cutoff. I think we should do it thoughtfully in a way that helps ensure that Israel can defend itself from these very legitimate threats it continues to face from Iran and from terrorist groups. We should use our leverage as long as we're a provider of aid, which we don't do out of altruism, we do because it's in our interest, or if we're no longer in an aid relationship, perhaps we're in a commercial sales relationship. Use our leverage to help ensure that U.S. military equipment is used in accordance with U.S. law and values and that protects civilians from that harm. And then shift toward what is actually the thing that can lead to a better future for Israelis and Palestinians and for U.S. interests, which is to focus on the changes that all parties, Israel, Palestinians, and Arabs need to make, and the steps they need to take that actually get us on a path toward separation, toward ultimately two states as part of a broader regional integrated policy. So those are the right direction of policy. I will say that that deterioration I described, again, on both sides of the aisle, I don't think it changes without a change of leadership in Israel. They have an election coming up in October, a very pivotal election for their own society. Dahlia is the expert who will speak to this, and so we don't know what will happen, of course, but I think it's just fundamentally true. This is an analytical point, not an advocacy point, that the current prime minister is very associated with all the things that have people upset, whether you go back to the fights over the JCPOA a decade ago in a speech in Congress, whether you're talking about the war in Gaza, whether you're talking about this war with Iran, very associated with all that. He is in his cabinet are two of the most extreme and really racist members of the Israeli political class. They don't always make policy, but they have very negative influence, and they say terrible things on almost a daily basis. And he's catering to them and to other extremists in the cabinet as he heads toward the election. So I don't see much changing in terms of Israel's standing in the United States, which I very much want to see change, without that change taking place in Israel.
And I do want to get more into these sort of political litmus tests on whether you take the AIPAC money and whether you support aid to Israel as that being sort of a baseline for so many questions these days, especially in primaries, increasingly. But first, Dahlia, I want to ask you, there's been this criticism that, from Netanyahu's critics, that through his prosecution of this war, he's sort of boxed Israel into a permanent state of war. With Gaza as one example, Hamas has not disarmed. You look to Lebanon, where they've got a security zone now, and they're saying they're not going to withdraw until Hezbollah disarms. It harkens back to 1985 to 2000 when you had a similar buffer zone in place. A lot of critics said that fueled Hezbollah's legitimacy, maybe even made it more of an endless military commitment. I interviewed Netanyahu 2 weeks ago and on my Sunday show, and I asked him about this. And his counterpoint was, we're not in a permanent state of war. We've brought about peace deals with the Abraham Accords, and we think that we're going to get more deals because countries want to align with Israel to protect their future and their prosperity. He also, in that same interview, generated some headlines for saying, in Lebanon, some Christian villages have asked to be annexed. So my question for you is, can Israel simultaneously pursue regional stabilization while also having a presence, a military presence in its neighboring territories?
I think the simple answer is no, but let me expand a little bit and try to tie it back just briefly to a couple of additional points that I want to make, which sort of affirm what you're saying. But I think that the main thing I would like to add to the previous question is that I don't think this is a passing thing. I don't think we're going to forget about yesterday. I think the direction of where American politics is going is that this was a kind of performative, but it indicates what we see in the more realistic policy circles, more conditionality, de-exceptionalization of the relationship, applying American law to how arms are exported and what they're supposed to be used for, putting the constraints of the Leahy Law, et cetera. Those are things that are not going to go away, and this, I think, is just another signpost that it's getting there. And I think that, I would be cautious about reducing it to the forces of, how the debate is happening or the absolutists. I really think it reflects frustration with Israeli policy. So that's just on the previous question. And in terms of the policy, yes, it's endless wars, right? You're saying it shouldn't be all on Israel, but I think what that vote reflects is that Americans see that America has been backing what Israel's doing for the last few years since October 7th. And what Israel has been doing is continuing the war in Gaza far too long, against Israeli public opinion, by the way. Israeli public opinion would have wanted to stop it a year earlier, at least. Majorities consistently wanted a ceasefire in favor of hostage release, and that took a long time. much longer than it should have. Hostages died in the meantime. And now we have these sort of increasingly permanent-looking occupation presence in Lebanon, positions in Syria. And when you ask if that can lead to stabilization, I don't really understand the doctrine. Netanyahu has explained it numerous times. He says, we have created zones outside the country so that the fighting will take place outside and not in our country. That's the only way to keep us stable and secure. I'm not sure what the precedent is, but it does remind me of the forward defense strategy of Iran, right? Always trying to have other arenas be the buffer against war. And what did they do? Created these unstable situations, weakened sovereign states. We talked about it in the previous panel. And then its actors that couldn't be controlled brought the war basically back right to Iran. So I don't see how that's a formula for long-term strategy. I think that the impact of Israel's strategy right now, sitting in Lebanon with, frankly, no horizon for withdrawal at this point. I mean, there is the negotiation, there are sort of initial agreements. I think there is some hope that they can get there, but this does depend on the elections to some extent. There's going to be no withdrawal before the elections, no way. And if the Netanyahu government wins, we can talk about the prospects, but it's a scenario that is possible. I don't see any implementation of that kind of plan to withdraw from Lebanon because of the ideological elements in a future Netanyahu government. And in terms of Syria, we have no movement, right? Israel's still holding positions in Syria. That's going to undermine the stability and sovereignty of those states that are in very fragile situations already, obviously. And so I don't see, how you get to regional stabilization while you're undermining sovereignty. What we need are stronger states that are not as vulnerable to the destabilization that gives rise to non-state militias or lets them become more empowered. As for Netanyahu's claiming that his policy will expand regional peace, because we're going into elections now, one of the Israeli media played a very clever kind of montage of all the things that this Knesset has said from the very beginning when it was voted in November 2022. And one of the first things Netanyahu said when the new Knesset was sworn in that November was, we're going to bring expanded normalizations. We're going to have all sorts of new peace agreements. He's been saying this for 4 years, and there's a reason why it's not happening. It will not happen as long as these wars continue. Syria, the new leadership has said time and again, they will not discuss this with Israel until they leave positions that Israel is holding. And of course, nothing will really move forward or stabilize until there is more comprehensive movement on a future peace, end of occupation, self-determination for Palestinians. I don't see any way around it with any of the potential normalization partners.
Ted, going back to the sort of political litmus tests, this is not just an issue for Democrats, even though it's become one, it's been in the news a lot recently. Seth Moulton yesterday running for Senate saying he's going to give back the AIPAC donations and in fact wants to eliminate annual assistance entirely. I mean, he's not a fringe person is the point that I'm making. But the vice president made news a couple of weeks ago saying that the ground has shifted against Israel, especially among younger Republicans, and he is responding to that. So is this really a Netanyahu problem, or are we watching something else happening in America?
That's such a great question, because what I can't help but be struck by is halfway into a panel on Israel today, the conversation and this question it suggests that the title of this panel should perhaps be Netanyahu today. That there is, and I want to harken back to just one thing that you said a moment ago, because there is such a willingness to view everything about the relationship the United States has with Israel through the lens of Bibi and the problems with Bibi, and then anyone who is advocating for the continued strength of a relationship that is historic, and we have to acknowledge there's much more at stake in the relationship between the United States and Israel than any one prime minister. That's been true throughout Israel's history. But we're now at the point where I just have to comment, the suggestion that somehow anything that Bibi has chosen to do is akin to the way the Iranians approach what they do, I think it's such a great example of the moment that we're in. That the Congress right now is having this conversation as if Israel exists in a vacuum, as if the decisions that are being made by the prime minister are solely his decisions in a place where he has free will to decide what he's going to do completely, and that there's nothing else, almost as if there's nothing else happening outside. The fact is that after October 7th, the war could have ended if Hamas returned the hostages and laid down their arms. Okay, people have criticism about the way Bibi conducted the war. Fair, have at it. But this idea that somehow now we're at the point where he's making decisions, or this entire debate is about him, when there is a peace plan that was signed. Again, however anyone feels about the deal that was signed, the operating premise, number one, that everyone agreed to, was that you cannot have a terrorist organization running Gaza. And the way that this whole debate played out, including on the Hill yesterday, including, frankly, the comments that the Vice President made yesterday on Joe Rogan's podcast, as if somehow this is all entirely about the relationship between Bibi and the United States, when the Vice President said that we should be doing things in the best interest of the United States, whether intentionally or not. That kind of comment plays into the hands who suggest that somehow there is this nefarious effort to try to undermine the United States, when in fact it's in the best interest of the United States to have and to strengthen this relationship. And Hamas has agency, and other countries in the region have agency, and the Palestinians have agency. We have to, this is not just a question of whether people's opinions, young people's opinions about Israel are changing. If all that we're doing is continuing to play in to this idea that there can be no place for a relationship between Israel and the United States, which is what we're hearing, then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And someone, I think, has a responsibility to push back on that. And specifically, when we're talking about how this plays out, you asked me initially, hey, look, about anti-Semitism. When I was in Congress, we launched the anti-Semitism task force based on what was happening in Europe. Now, we find ourselves in a position where a coffee shop owner is going to stand up against a Jewish member of Congress because he's a Zionist, or worse than that, when the mayor of New York says that people who choose to support AIPAC, again, you have your criticism of AIPAC, okay, but the idea that any American who wants to support Israel is somehow a monster, where that leads, and where the kind of language that's been accepted as part of this effort to just, as some would say, just acknowledge where things are going, where this leads is to real violence. And it's a little more than a year since in Boulder, not far from here, someone was killed. And it's a little more than a year since Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky were killed outside of our event in Washington. This is not just about Bibi. We have to zoom out, and that's the best way to get to serious policymaking, which right now is not taking place. And when you do that, it's not just a question of responding to how young people feel. It's about leading so that you can help form the way young people feel and approach these issues. That matters as well, at least it used to.
More on that point, because it was a good one. Ambassador, the Vice President talked about this, what he described as a well-funded foreign influence campaign manipulating U.S. public opinion to keep the war going. Is there a legitimate debate about lobbying efforts or foreign influence? At what point does it cross into anti-Semitic tropes about Jewish influence? How do we talk about these issues?
I think the Vice President's words did lean into those tropes, and I think that's very unfortunate. I think it was, frankly, an attempt to cast blame on somebody else for the really unsuccessful MOU, following an unsuccessful war, and trying to blame it on a third party who was a party to the war, but not really to the negotiation on the MOU. And so, I really think that was uncalled for. Look, let's return to Ted's point. Like the way we should talk about this is not about shadowy influence campaigns. It's not about foreign leaders undermining. Foreign leaders will advocate for their country's interests, and that's completely legitimate, and they have every right to do so. And American citizens who have a view on what is in the best national interest of the United States have every legitimate right to advocate for that as well. And that should not be called into question. Whatever that opinion is, and that may be a very strongly supportive position for Israel, it may be a very critical position of Israel. Those are all legitimate and should not be viewed as or described as somehow undermining. But it's undermining the United States. But the real question, I think, is at hand is, what is in the U.S. national interest here? Now, if we were to go down the path of those who are arguing, and some voted in this direction, for really the dismantling of the U.S.-Israel partnership. For some, that means no aid. For some, that means not even any commercial military sales, even subject to all the laws and restrictions. For some, and it is true, I'm sorry to say it's true of some very prominent people in my party, it's really that there's no justification for Israel to exist as a Jewish state. Where does that lead? That leads to permanent war. It leads nowhere good for Palestinians, as I mentioned earlier. It leads nowhere good for Israelis. But where does it lead to the U.S. interest? Once we see the real dismantlement, and I hope, I'll say God forbid, we see the real dismantlement of a U.S.-Israel partnership, I think three things happen. One is the axis of resistance, Iran and all of its regional proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, other Shia militias, they're down for sure right now, but they're not out. And they haven't given up on their ideology, which is anti-American, to push us out of the region, which is anti-Israel, calling openly for Israel's destruction, which is to dominate their Arab neighbors. They will feel they've gotten a burst of oxygen as they try to rebuild and get back into business once they see the United States pulling back from our closest partner. We have to make adjustments, I said, and Israel will have to make adjustments how this partnership works, but it's very dangerous for our interest to give oxygen to that axis. Second thing that happens is our partners, mostly our Gulf partners, other Arab partners, will also see a U.S. pullback from our closest partner, and it really will weaken our ability to build the coalition of U.S.-aligned partners who are trying to build an integrated region, a cooperative defense structure that has actually delivered real gains for Israel and for Gulf states during the wars of the last 3 years. And they will also see, well, the United States is less reliable. They may think that anyway after the war that we're currently engaged in plays out. They'll hedge with Iran. They will be less inclined to take those steps that we want them to take toward normalizing and integrating with Israel once they see the U.S. is less reliable and less committed to that ourselves. And the third thing I think happens is if Congress is out of the business of providing any military assistance at all to Israel, I think it's not long before we will be out of the business of providing military assistance to Egypt and Jordan. Egypt, which is a very important partner, and that assistance program grows out of the Camp David Accords. I'm not saying they will walk away from that, but Egypt will not stop arming itself. Who will it buy its weapons from? I think we know who it will buy its weapons from. Our biggest competitors, Russia and China. Some of that may happen in the Gulf on the commercial side, but that's that's the trajectory after we end our assistance program to Egypt. And Jordan, the foreign minister of Jordan, was just up here a short while ago. Very important strategic partner. We always worry and want to make sure we're helping hedge against instability in Jordan, and U.S. assistance has been a big part of that. I don't see Congress providing a major Jordanian assistance program either once we've really reached the end of any kind of U.S. assistance program to Israel. So it describes an overall significant pullback of the United States from the region and a real harm to our interests and our ability to influence events in the region as well. So again, we should have that conversation. Most of the people who are advocates for the most extreme versions of how this U.S.-Israel relationship should go, and I'm saying it will evolve and there will be changes, but the ones who are really talking about ending it never answer that question. What's step two? How will it affect U.S. interests? How will it affect our influence of the region? And I think those are questions that people who make that case should be called upon to answer.
I have one more on this sort of philosophical, overarching piece of the conversation before I want to get into like a lightning round on the war itself and leave some time for questions. But Dahlia, I want to ask you, is this rhetoric that we're hearing from officials truly a reflection of where the voters have moved? And if that's the case, how has that happened? Because I think back to right after October 7th, and you had, college campus protests going crazy, and a lot of that was driven on TikTok. At the same time, if you went to search on that app for anything about the genocide of the Uyghur Muslims, you'd find nothing. So what are the broader implications for this, and can we sort of trust or really even figure out where it's coming from?
I assume you mean American public opinion,
yes,
right? Okay.
American.
So I think that ultimately, the whole question of influence campaigns is very tricky because they really do exist. Israel tries to put a lot into its actual open public diplomacy efforts, Hasbara efforts, we call them. But I think, some of this is very subversive, right? Some of this really is bad agents, definitely even behind some of the college protests. But I think we maybe we do a disservice to the people who are actually watching what's going on the ground. Now, I'm not going to, the October 8th stuff is really extremely misguided, right? That's just people who are, I don't know what they're thinking, to be honest. But when you see that public opinion, which reflects a representative sample of American society, I'm not talking about a handful, or hundreds or even 1,000 college protesters, but representative samples of all American society. And we see how attitudes have deteriorated very incrementally and consistently, and then less incrementally and consistently over time. People are watching what's really happening, right? Mainstream media isn't dead, right? People are watching Fox News and people are watching other mainstream media, and they are seeing and hearing, and we have more exposure than ever before. And they're seeing tens of thousands of people dying in Gaza, and they're seeing that so many of them, even if they don't follow all the forensic analyses of what percentage are combatants or non-combatants, they're seeing that there's massive death and destruction that they think America shouldn't be supporting. And I think that you can't diminish that that is a genuine part of the conversation. Is some of it also, is there an add-on effect of, bad actors on the internet? Probably, but I really think that it's, just denying the actual experience that people have of seeing the reality on the ground. Do I wish there was more attention to other conflicts in the world? Absolutely. I try to write about other conflicts when I can. I recently wrote about Sudan. I'm happy to see that in the New York Times there's a lot of coverage of it lately. But this is where we are. And I just don't think that, assuming that it's going to be a passing phase because there are some bad, comms actors behind it, I don't think it's realistic. I think there is enough understanding of the truth of what's going on. And the truth of what's going on is that the war did go on way too long. It became a war of destruction in Gaza in terms of the civilian casualties and the targeting of civilian infrastructure, the destruction of entire towns and cities. And I think, from American perspective, they're watching that America is the one enabling that. So I don't find it, surprising that attitudes have changed over time. Even for America's own wars, attitudes decline over time in terms of support, right? During the Vietnam War, support declines over time in public opinion because people don't want to be at war. And I think that, in a way, Americans saw themselves maybe not at war throughout the last 3 years, but, in terms of Gaza, but part of it. By the way, even on the Iran war, just to give you another example, in Israeli public opinion, we had a huge consensus among the Jewish population of support for both Iran wars. But the second one went on for over 5 weeks. And even there, you started to see support decline. So it is a natural reflection of what happens when people feel they are themselves part of it.
Just really quickly, though, I would just add, again, I appreciate the data about what happens as wars go on, but the underlying question here about how does all of this happen, when the discussion is entirely based on, in this case, how long the war went on and the number of casualties, again, perfectly acceptable conversation, but it's just to have that conversation without at least acknowledging, even in passing, that for decades, tens of billions of dollars were used to purchase thousands of tons of concrete and metal by a terrorist group to build an underground fortress to protect themselves, a group that was created with the sole purpose of destroying Israel and massacring Jews, and that has gone out of its way repeatedly to say in public out loud that it's in their best interest, it serves their needs when civilians are killed. The absence in this conversation, one of the reasons why do people react this way? Well, if you're missing a major part of the story, and that is the terror group that not just that started the war and launched these horrific attacks before Israel defended itself, but that for decades has put the well-being of its own people at risk day after day after day. If that's missing from the story, then I don't think it should be that surprising that people who don't know anything and are only hearing about an Israeli war might object to what they're hearing without that kind of context.
And increasingly, people are only getting their news in 20-second sound bites on TikTok. And, that's obviously a platform. It's the Wild West out there on social media. I want to ask you, Ambassador, a little bit of a light in your hand because I want to leave it like 5 minutes for questions. But how much of Netanyahu's approach do you believe is guided by the election that he's staring down and the argument from his critics that Israel kind of lost the MOU? There wasn't anything in it that addressed their regional security concerns with ballistic missiles. It gave Iran some relief with sanctions, the regime intact, the nuclear program, keep pieces of it remaining, and then sort of sidelined Israel as well from these talks. How much of that is driving Netanyahu's conduct right now, and what happens if he doesn't win?
Well, I don't know what his motivation was going to war. He's wanted to have a war with Iran for a long time, and so I don't think it was necessarily driven by an upcoming election. It's turned out, as Dali said, it was popular in the front end because most Israelis agree Iran does seek to destroy Israel and has caused immense death and destruction toward Israel and supported others who do. But it didn't lead to the fall of the regime. In many ways, it's evident that it's led to a strengthening of the regime's strategic position. Israel was completely left out of the negotiations of the MOU, which was a very weak MOU, and then hasn't been successful in being implemented. So how that calculates in his political strategy, I don't know. He is trying to cling to the coalition partners he have, which are, as I mentioned, the most extreme elements of Israeli society, those who favor annexation of the West Bank, those who favor expulsion of Palestinians, those who favor really ethnic cleansing in Gaza. They've said so. That's not the policy. That's not what he says he's for, and that's not what the army is doing. But those are the people in his government, and so he has found ways to cater to them and not to do the things that they would dislike, such as do the relatively easy task of cracking down on the wave of Jewish terrorism against Palestinian civilians in the West Bank. He also is selling out very much to the ultra-Orthodox members of his coalition, which is really, I think, hurting him politically because he's trying to give them a permanent exemption for military service while others, including most who vote for his own party, serve in the military, have their children and family members serve for hundreds of days in defense of the country and are seeing another part of the country exempted from that responsibility. So we'll see if he survives. Dali, again, is the expert here. I think the change, if it comes, is not a sea change on everything. Most Israelis are still traumatized by October 7th, still perceive threats on every border and with good reason, still want to be proactive in preventing those threats. But I think it's also the case that the opposition leaders, if they were to form a government, are attentive to, or at least attuned to, Israel's standing in the world, Israel's standing in the United States, Israel's standing with Arab partners that they would like to get back on the road towards some kind of normalization integration with, and that is not possible without some change, ending the wave of Jewish terror, reducing settlement expansion, treating the Palestinian Authority like a partner, an imperfect partner that needs to reform, but rather than withholding money and trying to collapse it, trying to work with it. Working with President Trump on implementing the 20-point plan in Gaza. Ted's right, until Hamas is disarmed and removed from power, it's not going to get all the way down the road, but Israel's not helping in various things it's doing, such as moving its lines further west. Even, here's where I think President Trump has an interest to use some leverage, and he has quite a lot of leverage to try to steer, either it's before the election or with whoever emerges after the election, on the path that reduces some of those excesses, which actually I think has a chance then to rally more support for Israel to do the things that it's very legitimately doing to defend itself.
Okay. Dahlia, final question for you. Is this idea of a two-state solution still achievable? Because you have settlements expanding, Hamas remains armed, the Palestinian Authority has been sort of weakened, and Israel's belief in peaceful coexistence, according to some polling, has been sort of shaken there. Is this a viable policy to pursue? Is it realistic in the near term?
In 2 minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely. First of all, in 2 minutes, yes, but it will take a very long time. Israeli public opinion had been declining in terms of both support for a two-state solution and belief that it can happen well before October 7th. And so there was a continued decline after October 7th, but it wasn't a U-turn, it was a continuation. It is at a low point. We've basically gone back to the late 1980s, early 1990s in terms of both belief in a two-state solution and support support for it. However, what we also know from many earlier peace processes, starting from the Camp David agreements of 1978-9, the negotiations and agreements, the negotiations where I was doing public opinion research already in the year 2000, we've seen time and again, and of course Oslo, how Israeli public opinion changes when there are actual leadership-driven changes moving towards a peace process, including for some of the most painful concessions that were made in the case of the Israel-Egypt peace agreement, or that might have been made in the case of the Camp David negotiations in the year 2000. We've seen this on the Palestinian side as well. Much of what I'm talking about is almost a mirror image of Palestinian public opinion, and similarly the flexibility. Now, at the policy level, we're in a very dire situation because there has been so much expansion of the, not just Israeli settlements, but it's the bureaucracy. It's the transfer of authorities to civilian authorities in the West Bank, for Israeli, from military to civilian authorities in the West Bank, and the settlement project. And what's going on in Gaza is laying the groundwork for what this government wants, which is permanent annexation of Gaza as well. They say it openly. The ruling party, not just the extremist parties in government, they openly support that idea. And if they win the next election, which again, I'm not predicting it, it's one scenario, we have to be aware that that would really put the nail in the coffin of the possibility. And the final point on a two-state solution is that personally, I do not think the 26-year-old version of a two-state solution negotiated in the year 2000 is possible anymore due to some of these changes. But I do think two states in a confederated arrangement where you have much greater cooperation between the two sides, more mobility, disconnecting citizenship from residency, meaning you don't have to forcibly uproot everybody, and that you don't have to divide Jerusalem, which I think is totally inconceivable, really, and damaging. I think there are other forms of a two-state solution, this kind that I've been advocating for a long time, as you remember from when you were ambassador, that is certainly really the only way, I think. Personally, I think it's the only way possible, but I don't think we have any other choice. The only other choice is to go back to the most dangerous situation of all, which is that there's an opposition government, let's say, and everybody says, well, it's nicer than Netanyahu. This problem certainly is not just Netanyahu. And people take their eyes off the prize. And if we go back to the situation of non-resolution, we talked about frozen conflicts in the earlier panel. There is no such thing as a frozen conflict. Certainly not in the Middle East. You will guarantee further cycles of bloodshed.
I've run roughshod over our time, but I want to squeeze in one question if I can barter with the organizers here. I think we're up against lunch, but go ahead.
Joan Lieback, psychotherapist, Harvard, brought Muslim war-torn countries, Jews working with Muslim countries, war-torn, bringing Iraqi kids medical supplies when the hospitals were picked clean, going to Africa, helping bring computers, starting schools. My question is, how can Israel, such an amazing country, have the worst PR for 60 years, where every general that I find and every ambassador says, yes, they agree? When the first Ayatollah says, we're going to take our kids and we're going to pay them to get rid of every mine, and if they die, they happily go to Allah. How can we just ignore trying to have better PR? So first generation accepts Israel's support. Second, great. Predictably, third wasn't going to. So how do you deal with that?
Thank you. Who wants to take that?
To the Israeli on the panel.
Oh, well, the Israeli on the panel has been trying to understand the effectiveness or lack of effectiveness of public diplomacy over the years. And you know what I can tell you? Everything has been tried. This government, previous governments, 20 years back, 30 years back, you know, it's been, the perception in Israel is that it's never enough and we must put more into it. We've had ministries of public diplomacy. We've had non-governmental efforts. We've poured millions into it. The problem, you're not going to like my answer, I think, but I think there is a problem with the policy. The policies have gone on too long. It starts with preventing self-determination for Palestinians and Palestinian state next to Israel. Now, will that solve all the PR problems? Definitely not. Will it solve the people who really don't even want Israel to exist? No. But they will be marginalized because they won't have the ear of the mainstream. I think that PR can work, but not when the fundamental underlying policies are so damaging for Israel too, by the way, and have gone on for decade after decade.
I just want to quickly answer this. My organization does work around the world. And the problem, going back to where we started, the problem in this debate, not here, but in the broader debate in suggesting that somehow that Israel is a pariah nation, ignores the fact that in Latin America, there is a greater willingness to engage and understand the benefits that Israel can provide. The Middle East, because of the Abraham Accords and the opportunity to strengthen ties across the region and from India and other places to the region is too often ignored. And in Africa, where AJC hosts agri-tech summits bringing Israeli technology to the African nations, the fact is, I don't worry about the hasbara, the PR from the Israeli government. There are enough things that are happening that can benefit the world that have nothing to do with who's the prime minister and have nothing to do with the policy decisions in Gaza. And those are the relationships that we all who care about this relationship between the U.S. and Israel need to continue to highlight.
Just one sentence, that before October 7th, we were actually making some progress on changing Israel's standing and building these relationships. The Abraham Accords, of course, the Negev Forum that followed that. We were planning a Negev Forum expanded summit on October 19th in Marrakesh, at which not just the original countries, but several additional countries, Palestinians would have been present, Jordan would have been present. You didn't hear about it because it didn't happen after October 7th. I was in the Biden administration working on it. But that's what we need to get back to, that kind of interchange at the societal level, in the security domain, which actually continues, and in all of the economic and health and development areas. There's so much that everybody benefits from. That happens when this war ends, and it happens when there's leadership on both sides, Israeli and Palestinian, and of course Arab leadership. They have their own responsibility, that are prepared to get back into that business and help lead their people back into the zone of building an integrated region where everybody benefits and therefore tensions reduce.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists. It was a great discussion.
Thank
Round
you
of
so
applause
much.
for them. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Jackie, Dan, and everybody. Just a few announcements before we break for lunch. There's a fantastic book talk downstairs. Katrina Manson from Bloomberg has written a book called Project Maven. She's going to be in conversation with Trey Whitworth, who apparently appears in the book, so that should be quite interesting. Lunch is served. We have lunch in Davis Commons and lunch in the tent. Please come back at 2:15 for a great conversation on AI and national security, and we have a big Middle East panel later this afternoon. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to McNulty. We will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm going to welcome our next panel on the stage. We have covered the topic of artificial intelligence, which of course on everybody's minds, in a couple of different ways already. Cyber, resilience, what we need to do to protect our homeland, but this is a national security conference. So we are going to focus very specifically during this important session on what are the new opportunities for innovation in the national security space, and how is AI really the possibilities for AI to impact that space negatively. We have an amazing, very highly educated on this panel for you today. I will start with David Van Wiel, who's an old and dear friend, currently the Minister of Justice and Security for the Netherlands, but he has previously also run innovation at NATO and held pretty much every other cabinet level job in the Netherlands. So,
well, yeah, we're working on it.
Okay, we're working on it, exactly. Anne Neuberger is the general partner and new head of global affairs at Andreessen Horowitz. And as you all know, she's been a veteran on our stage and was previously the deputy national security advisor in the Biden administration for technological innovation. So very important. Robin Caldwell is the Senior Vice President of Government Affairs at Intel Corporation, and she was previously the Deputy Assistant to the President of the National Economic Council until very recently. And Amber Miller, last but not least, a great scientist, a Californian like me. She is the President of the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation. And Mary Louise Kelly, who needs no introduction, the host of NPR's All Things Considered, is here to do the interview. Thank you all.
Right. Thank you, Anya. I'm also noticing this is a tech panel at a national security conference, and we have a token minority male. So welcome.
Enjoy I feel intimidated.
There
yes.
we go. And we did obviously coordinate our wardrobes. We're all in blue to coordinate with the microphone and everything else. So you may refer to us as the ladies in blue. I'm Mary Louise Kelly. Welcome, everybody. As Anya noted, we're here to talk about the intersection of AI and national security. For the record, I moderated this same panel last year, different lineup of amazing, stellar speakers, but same topic. So when they hit me up again this year, I thought, great, I've already done the prep. I will dig out my script from last year. I'll dust it off, sub in new names. I am ready to go. It was like excavating the Dead Sea Scrolls. And so that's going to be our leaping off point today, is we're going to use this time to take stock of where we are, and hopefully we and all of you will walk away with some kind of structure for how to think about the dizzying pace of what we were all living through, and how to think about what the next year may come before we come back and I moderate the same panel a year from now. So let me welcome you all. And I would love to kick us off with just a brief framing comment from each of you on what you're finding new, compelling, what feels different in your world from had we been on this stage a year ago. Amber, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. I'm going to go with the realization in the last year of how close quantum decryption might be relevant to so much of the industry in the critical infrastructure and banking and other places. Many people thought that was a decade away or at least 5 years away, and now we are talking about just 3 or 4 years. So I'm going to go with that being a big change.
Okay. Next.
Yeah, I'll give you, sorry for my voice, it's slowly giving away. I'll give you a high-tech and a low-tech example of what I think is changing over the past months and will change in the coming months. The high-tech one, I think, is AI-enabled cyber attacks. I'm really scared that we're not prepared for this. And us, I don't mean just the government, but I mean private sector, organizations, critical entities within our nation. So that's one. And the low-tech one is what we're already seeing is that AI is being used for very enhanced phishing exercises, for misleading people. And as we all know, the human factor is always one of the weakest links in all of this. And I think AI is also playing into that hand. So those are my two worries at the moment.
Thank you. Okay.
Great. So I would go with just generally the importance of chips, which I think is not really a new realization. That's something that U.S. has been working on as a policy starting from the Trump 1 administration when I was there, carrying into the Biden administration at the end, and also last year in Trump 2. And just kind of the foundation on which all of this AI development rests. and the critical importance of not only the chips and the particular types of chips kind of responding to the different evolution, the different.
Wow. So the AI, I was trying to think of a joke about the importance of old school architecture
There we
and
go.
structural apparatus, but we'll hope the rest of it stays put.
All right, great.
Stay with chips just for a second and what feels different, because as you said, that's
So
something
it
that
isn't just the importance of chips and the importance of domestic manufacturing of the chips, but also everyone having a lot more focus, I think, on the supply chain, all the different inputs that goes into making the chips, and kind of getting better operational control over all of that, whether that's the tools coming from Netherlands mostly, different types of substrates, different types of chemicals, all the things involved in the process of making the chips. And then also kind of taking a look at the intellectual property that's behind the development of the chips. So that's one big strength of Intel, I think, compared to the other potential suppliers in the market, is our huge research and development program, completely based in the United States. So if you're looking at kind of competitive products where the intellectual property might be residing someplace else, you have to look kind of down the road at what you expect that trajectory to be, and maybe losing control over the ability to manufacture products like that domestically based on where the IP is controlled.
Okay, thank you. Anne.
So we often talk about the strategic competition between the US and China in artificial intelligence.
And we're going to talk about that, so thank you for putting it on the table.
Yeah, and I think we've often, the US strategy has been a lot around export controls of hardware, and it's been interesting to see the approach across China and the global south. I think what we've seen in China is decoupling training, largely on domestically manufactured Huawei chips, and then releasing open weight models that are now the dominant models around the world. And what we see in the global south is as they're working to balance between these two technological ecosystems, often using Western source hardware, cloud, et cetera, but adopting Chinese open source models. Because as I had a recent conversation with the Singaporean foreign minister who said, our measure is cost, reliability, and access. Sure. Those are our measures. And I think as we look around the world, we see Chinese open source models often dominant based on those metrics. I think the recent announcement by Mira Murati's company of her rollout of an open source model is exciting as a result, because I think we recognize that it's not enough to just compete on which may be the best hardware or the best models, but across those three metrics. Mm-hmm. And the US must compete across those three metrics, particularly for the global south as well.
Great. Okay, I have about 17,000 follow-ups, so I'm sorry, but y'all are going to be here all night. Let me start with one of the ones that you just put on the table, David, which is your concern about AI enabling cyber attacks, cyber crime. Speak to what that looks like from the government perspective, and also from a European perspective, whether you're speaking for the Netherlands or your prior role at NATO.
So these are two different things.
Sure.
So AI-enabled cyber attacks are scary because I don't feel that we're prepared yet. We've had this conversation now for years, whether or not AI will be to the advantage of the defenders or the offenders. But if I don't feel prepared as a defender, and I see already that offenders are using AI in order to find weak spots in our coding, then we need to speed up. An additional worry that I have there is that I come from Europe. And as Anne said, there's a fierce competition between the US and China when it comes down to the race in AI. Europe is nowhere to be found. And with the recent export restrictions on MITREs that were imposed for good reasons, I understand that, but I think that rang home to us the importance of also developing our own ecosystem. And come to a more level playing field between the US and Europe, because together I think we have a much better offer to make to the world than China might with their own models and values that are incorporated in that. When it comes down to cybercrime, which is the second base, I would say that the average human is pretty gullible. And as AI becomes more enhanced and we move away from the Nigerian prince that is stuck in space and needs help, but we go towards very sophisticated phishing attacks, AI-based, so en masse, which are tailored to your situation with a request from your doctor to click on this link, which we're now seeing en masse, where a lot of the criminals are not even in the country where I have the jurisdiction, then this is a huge problem for our society. And then the last one I won't delve into now, but AI-empowered disinformation, I think is detrimental to our society, but that's a whole new topic, so I'll leave it at that.
You know, as David notes, AI helps both attackers and defenders, but the reality is that cyber defense was failing on an economic model before AI. Had you asked me when I went into the Deputy National Security Advisor role, how much
when was
time...
that, which year?
2021 to 2025.
Okay.
How much time I would spend on surging to help the second largest school district in the country the day before school opened recover from a ransomware attack so they could open. Or helping hospitals that had to essentially hire runners to run images from MRI into surgery because, you know, a hospital chain with 200 hospitals was shut down due to a disruptive ransomware attack. I never would have expected that. What it showed me was that digital infrastructure in the US and really around the world is incredibly fragile. What AI now lets us do is actually, as cyber defenders, work on that in a tractable way, in really three ways. The first is the one David referenced, which is there are decades of old code, either that is not written for today's attack capabilities. It was not, let's be candid, nobody was taking that old code and fixing it. And particularly in key sectors like energy or healthcare, there's a small number of companies that provide that code across the sector. Using AI models, you can take that old code, find vulnerabilities and fix them and deploy them, and in a concentrated way in those sectors to really lift up the digital resilience of those sectors. That was not possible before AI models helps you find and fix vulnerabilities. Now, obviously, it helps attackers find vulnerabilities too, which is why the urgency of action is clear. The second piece in that is, you know, defending a network. Essentially, it used to be that we had attackers, whether criminals or countries, working to jiggle digital doorknobs. Now you can do it continuously and at scale. But you can use AI models to do it for your own networks first. So that continuous evaluation and then fixing issues quickly is now, again, a more tractable problem using those models. And I would say the third is the rise of governance. Frankly, what both AI frontier companies have done and what the Trump administration has done with Project Glasswing, which is saying the companies that build digital infrastructure actually have a responsibility to use these models, because if you're fixing Cisco routers or Juniper routers, there are millions of customers around the world that now have more secure networks when that code is patched. So really, that partnership between the frontier models and the core digital infrastructure companies is critical to scale better digital resilience to their millions of customers anywhere around the world.
So we're already starting to tread up against what should we do? What does regulation look like? Who is in charge of this Wild West landscape? Amber, you know, it has been a thread already of this panel, of many of the panels we've all been sitting through and interacting with at the forum, of quite how fast things are moving from the tech world's perspective, and quite how slowly, no offense, but government seems to be moving in terms of trying to keep up with it all. What is the role in there for independent institutions, civil society, to get in the game?
Great question. This is one we have been working on for the last year and a half, and actually just this morning, we announced that we are putting $100 million into a new initiative in emerging tech and security. And this is really focused on securing precisely the type of critical infrastructure that you are both talking about, both in the physical infrastructure and also digital. So we are thinking about things like hospitals, water, grid, power. And our role is not to compete with the technology companies, and it's not to dictate to government. It really is to try to figure out where that gap really exists and how we can bring together people across different sectors to help fill that gap.
Can you give an example, just specifically, what does that actually look like? What does that mean?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I mentioned quantum earlier. So, you know, one of the things we're seeing is that the possibility of quantum decryption, which is both AI-enabled, so the hardware and software that is making that come faster is coming from AI, and if quantum decryption becomes possible, it puts on steroids all of the vulnerabilities that exist before in the cybersecurity realm. Then when you add AI, it adds another layer. So if grids were vulnerable initially in the cybersecurity world of 5 years ago, you add AI, they become more vulnerable, or maybe we can protect them better. You add quantum decryption, that becomes even more challenging. So what we're trying to do is activate those experts who really understand those interfaces between the different systems. So for example, in a critical infrastructure grid systems, could we bring the very best experts to the table to help understand exactly where those vulnerabilities are, and then help bring the policy folks to the table and the frontier companies to the table, convening those who don't always talk together to figure out how exactly to address those problems.
What does 100 million buy in that world? What are you hoping it will buy?
A lot of research, a lot of convening, a lot of new ways of thinking about problems. And so, you know, in the biosecurity space, for example, which is another piece of this initiative, we are funding researchers at Georgetown who are, at a group called BioSentinel, that was a different piece of that.
Okay.
And what they're doing is looking specifically at how do you identify what a actor could do who doesn't have a lot of bio training, but has access to an AI tool and has access to a company that can make DNA. And can you really pinpoint how difficult is it to create a pathogen that is relevant and dangerous? If you really understand where that vulnerability actually is, then you can work with the biosynthesis companies, with the frontier companies to try to fill that gap, or with the regulatory infrastructure to do that.
One more to you, and I would love for anybody else who has thoughts to jump in. Just who is running this in Washington? I can't figure it out as a journalist. Like within the White House, within the administration, can you tell who feels a sense of ownership, who you are able to talk to?
I'm not sure who else to pass that to on the panel, but I don't know the answer to that question.
Anne, do you want to hop on that? I know that this is not your administration, but how did it work? What's your perception of how that is working in terms of who's in charge?
Well, as an American, every administration is my administration. I would say.
Okay.
That's true.
We have been hacked.
This does feel like.
We will hope that we're still standing 25 minutes from now.
Excellent. I have to admit. Yes, I did.
There's nothing directly overhead,
exactly.
so I think we're
Looks
safe.
like we all did a quick risk assessment of what's going on up there. I would say that there's really,
AI is filling it in behind us in all of your screens, so it's fine. Sorry, go on.
What it goes to show is always keep an eye on physical risks, even as we talk about digital risks. So there are really 3 core groups who are driving progress in this space. You know, at Treasury, you have the efforts focused, I think just recently, I don't recall if it's called Golden Eagle or Gold Eagle. And, you know, first, well, let me take a step back. You know, the Trump administration rolled out an executive order probably about 4 to 6 weeks ago that outlined specific work in this space and that tasks different elements of the US government to take on that work. So Treasury, for example, is responsible for building a clearinghouse that connects critical infrastructure providers and the frontier models to share information about vulnerabilities and to act on them. And I think Treasury made an announcement in the last 24 hours about that effort had been stood up. You have a second effort in the intelligence community that's looking at defining what is a model that may present national security risks, a la the ones Amber just described, and then how do you assess when such models are being released and they have to be shared with the government, what the risks of those models are and what may need to be done. And as you would expect, that's both the intelligence community, the national labs, because that's where a lot of that expertise is regarding threats. And then there's the National Cyber Director and CISA, who look at some of the cyber-specific risks to these models as well. So that's the way they've really organized across the 3.
How it is supposed to be organized. Please,
yeah,
Amber.
so pretty diffuse kind of set of responsibilities, and that's just in the executive branch. right? Everybody on the Hill keeps trying to chime in as well. We're going to see some efforts in this year's NDAA. And so then that's just in the United States. So then from the global perspective, looking at regulatory efforts, who's trying to do this? It's a little bit of everyone and then no one kind of at the same time. You're seeing a lot of kind of studies and a lot of efforts and not a lot of final regulations. That makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of challenges to trying to regulate in this space. First of all, just how quickly the technology itself is moving. But second of all, just looking at kind of all the different layers of value within the chain. Are you kind of aiming at developers or implementers? Who are the different audiences for the different types of AI? Whether it's consumer-facing platforms or business to business or business to government. So you can see a number of different challenges. It's not just kind of one thing of AI that everybody's driving at. But at a lunch I was at yesterday with David, he made a really good point about being careful not to overregulate. We're all looking to AI as a big differentiator for global competitiveness. So you have to kind of be looking at it from that angle and not trying to create too much friction for all of us to be able to benefit from all of the different economic differentiators and for the national security side as well.
David and then Anne.
Yeah, I come from Europe, so when you're talking about regulation, that's what we do. But I have to say that in AI, we have to be careful that we do it in the right way. And I'll give you an example of the recent AI Act that was adopted in the European Parliament. I think it's only 2 years ago now that that came into force. On the basis of that, I now have an issue with my police force, who is not allowed to use biometrical pictures to search the database of all the convicts that we have had. So we can do it with fingerprints, we can do it by hand, but with using facial recognitions, we can't, which is ridiculous. So we regulated something that in a time where we didn't really understand what the implications would be, and now we're stuck with the consequences because rules are rules. And so I'm very hesitant to be a front runner in regulation, and whenever the sector comes to me and says, you need to regulate us, and my question is, well, how and what will help? And a lot of times it's very difficult in that dialogue to come to the right conclusion of where regulation is needed or where it's actually hampering innovation or the useful use of AI. So this struggle isn't done yet. I think in the cyber world we've come a long way, also in Europe. We just concluded the implementation of the NIS2 directive and the critical entities law, and what that provides is a responsibility to board members of individual companies. In the Netherlands, it's 8,000 companies that now have a legal obligation at board level, and they can be held responsible at board level for having cybersecurity in place that is actually up to scratch.
Yeah.
And they have to report on that to our National Cybersecurity Center, which is under my authority. So there, I think we kind of know what the field looks like. In AI, I don't think we're there yet.
One follow-up, and I know you want to hop back in, but you just said, and I'm paraphrasing, but yes, we would love to regulate in a responsible way. You know, the question is how. Who can you put that question to? Is there a playbook out there, or do you feel like you are navigating in the dark with the walls changing in real time around you?
Yeah, I think the latter. And I've been in many panels in different fora over the last years with all the people driving the AI development. And one of my short takeaways was always that they say, we're all going to hell, but let's get there first. And that's really hard from a regulator point of view to understand first, well, I don't want to go to hell, so how can I regulate you in a different direction? But also, how can we find each other in doing this in joint effort? Because we don't have the insights from a governmental perspective into where regulation might actually help to prevent us from ending up in a very hot place.
Please.
So I think we've talked about two of the real risks in the age of AI, but not about the third, which may even be the most significant one. So we've talked about the risks AI models bring in the area of cyber or bio in terms of enabling more potent cyber attacks. And we've talked about the risks to AI models because, for example, they can be poisoned. And as David talked about, the risk of deepfakes or poisoning of data sources so that the results they give are answers that malicious actors may want. And there is some progress made in each of those areas. More is needed. What we haven't talked about is what we used to call, in the era of the United States and the Soviet Union, strategic stability. Given the risks that these models bring to core infrastructure in our countries, given the risks that they bring in, for example, in the area of autonomous capabilities. So while in the Netherlands, there won't be use of biometrics for model, we know that countries, authoritarian countries like China, train models based on gathering millions of images from commercially Chinese video cameras around the world. Deploying those in an autonomous capability from an intelligence or from a conflict perspective is deeply concerning. And that is where actually having those discussions to say what are the rules of the road in terms of nation-state capabilities in this space is where we still are at the starting point.
Yeah. Lots more we could say on that, but let me shift gears just a little bit because we've been talking about the risks, the concerns, the challenges, what feels scary. There are obviously huge opportunities for what each of you can do with AI, with developing tech that you couldn't have done. Just, we've been through probably ChatGPT has been through 17 new versions since we assumed the stage and started this panel. What feels promising to you? What feels exciting? John-Paul, please.
Yeah, I think in the field of healthcare, materials knowledge, but also cybersecurity in the end, workforce efficiency, I think we will see huge jumps in production.
Give me an example. Like, what are you excited that you can do now?
I think we can find new chemical formulas much easier to cure diseases that might now take 10 years or were uncurable. In the future, we will find new materials with which we can replace probably rare earth materials, where we all concluded here in the past 2 days we are totally dependent on China. So those kind of leapfrog developments, I think, will be great. I also think individuals will be helped by AI, which most of you probably already are, in asking ChatGPT things that you didn't know, where 30 years ago you would have to go into your encyclopedia and look it up. So AI is a force for good, but we need to do the other stuff. And the problem now is that I think AI has become one of the most hated technologies among our societies before we're actually practicing it. And I can see this in my country, which is normally a very digital, innovative, forward-looking country. In AI implementation, we're behind. And part of the reason is that we've been scaring people about AI, about the use of AI, or regulating too soon so they take a distance from it. This is like the steam engine. We are going to use this, and it is going to help us whether you like it or not. So we need to provide comfort to our population that we're taking the scary part away, and at the same time stimulating our population to embrace AI for all the good that it will bring.
I know others want to jump in, but I would be remiss if I didn't just follow up and ask, specific to national security, specific to NATO battlefield, what opportunities do you see?
We can see this in Ukraine happening already, where by the use of AI, they have brought in the beginning of the war the targeting of artillery back from half an hour to 2 minutes. They called it sort of the Uber of artillery. So you press where you want the artillery round to land. The system will look at the right shooters and then designate the fire. We see drones now operating autonomously in enemy territory, searching for predetermined targets or aborting when they see unintended targets in the way. So I think in the battlefield, AI is providing a huge service, and without it, I think you would be lost.
Amber.
I think about the information ecosystem. I think we're at a branch point where we are so much at risk of losing our fundamental fact base, which affects all kinds of security issues. And it could go either way, right? I mean, we could see AI create get into this cycle of the algorithm and the influencer and the increasingly salacious and ridiculous and rage-baiting kind of information that completely takes over all of the factual information that we need to know what is actually going on in the world when there's a conflict or when there is an election or anything else. Or you could see it go the other way, where AI tools are actually used to make sure to break that cycle and to actually interrupt it and create stopping points where the facts are privileged over the cycle of social media that tends to move in the opposite direction. So I think there's both a risk there but also a real opportunity.
So,
please.
Yes, Intel, interestingly enough, just today announced a new kind of evolution in our partnership with Google on digital transformation, just kind of utilizing and optimizing all of the different processes throughout the company using AI. So we're already there, we're already investing. I think what we've seen is the evolution of AI from generative AI into agentic AI. And so we're going to utilize that, kind of optimize that all across the enterprise. Huge amount to be gained in just enterprise productivity across the entire company. But then looking ahead to the next evolution of AI and getting into robotics and getting into basically being able to use the reasoning plus activity. I think you'll see a lot of applications across industrial settings and a lot of ways that can be optimized.
Okay.
I'd love to lift up two to your point. One in the area of drug discovery. It costs a lot of money and it takes a long time to do drug trials and simulate different protein compounds and then to actually go through the trials. And a high percentage of those trials fail. And I see now we're seeing companies using AI to simulate those results. So by the time they shift to the human trials, which is the most expensive part, they've actually tested a number of components. So imagine if we could scale the number of drugs and reduce the cost of clinical trials in a really significant way. That's A. And I think the second one is building on David's point, because you asked about the national security space.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the CENTCOM announced last week that they had done the first combat operation using autonomous ships in their area of operations. And when you think about counter-narcotics, when you have a massive countries like Mexico with a long water line, and being able to deploy, some of these autonomous ships, they're, $1 million each, and being able to deploy those to counter narcotics trafficking, or in the context of countering weapons trafficking, or in the context of enforcing freedom of navigation, as CENTCOM is doing, it is both far less risky to deploy these, far less costly, and they can be scaled to counter some of the scaled capabilities. Like we see the Iranians using drones to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. You need to counter that now with technologies that are at the same both economic cost point, and that's possible. And those two areas, I think, are areas that are game-changing from a national security and public safety perspective.
I'm going to open it to questions in just one second, but the obvious follow-up is that every advance we get, every tool we get, our adversaries get it and can deploy it right back against us. It's the challenge of how you stay a step ahead of bad actors. Is there a good answer to that, or that is just the world we're in?
It's an arms race, certainly. I think one of the key answers is deeper collaboration all across industry and government with our allies, just complete cross-cultural collaboration. And that's the way to better crowdsource answers to all the challenges.
I mean, they're fundamentally dual-use capabilities, right? They help on offense, they help on defense. When we think back about submarine warfare, even as we tried to pursue Soviet submarines, we ensured that ours were as defensible as possible from Soviet submarine technology. So I think it's the reality, particularly in AI, which is a commercially developed technology. So it's always going to be a race.
Yeah.
And I think our goal is to ensure that we're adopting it where we need from a national security perspective, and also the wonderful question you asked, is ensuring that when there are benefits that are valuable globally, like drug discovery, we work that in partnership with as many countries as we can, so as much of the world as possible can benefit from it.
Questions. We're going to try to get to at least a couple. Raise your hand if you want to share who you are. That would be great. If you could keep your question a question, that would also be great. We'll get a mic to you. Yes, ma'am. This right here in the third row.
Hi there, Rebecca Peters, NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, based in DC. To your point on commercial partnerships, NASA's enjoyed commercial partnerships with a number of you all on the stage. My question spans both AI and quantum. They're increasingly bundled in national security policy. Export controls, talent competition, and quantum may threaten encryption that AI infrastructure relies on. Under what conditions would it make sense for commercial industry, US federal government, and allied governments to build integrated approaches to both? And when would treating them together potentially risk diluting focus on more urgent and faster moving AI risks? Thank you.
Who wants to grab that one?
That would be for you. Oh, we're pointing at each other.
I'm happy to start. Come, Amber, why don't you start? Because you've studied this. I'm happy to lay in on
Yeah,
the
no, I mean, I'll leave it to you to say how the government should handle this, but I think in terms of how much we should think about it together, I see quantum decryption in particular as a layer on a lot of the same vulnerabilities that AI is exposing. So vulnerabilities to the same critical infrastructure. If you can break all encryption, that creates a much bigger problem with the same set of infrastructure. So in that case, it makes a lot of sense not to always think of them together, because there are things that AI can do that have nothing to do with quantum. But when you're talking about those specific vulnerabilities, to be thinking ahead to a moment when we may also need to deal with that additional layer of threat is a very sensible thing to do, I think. From the standpoint of how government should be thinking about this and in what spaces they should be doing this together, though, I'm going to pass that to Anne.
Okay.
You ask a really great question. So the first part the US government ran, as you know, contests around the world over the last number of years to bring the best cryptographers around the world to think about what's the next generation of cryptography that can withstand a quantum computer. That resulted in the National Institute for Standards, rolling out the first standards 2 years ago. And you now see large companies that operate our digital infrastructure, Apple, Google, they've deployed that so that today if you're texting on iMessage, that's going to be secured with post-quantum cryptography. What we need, to your point, and what really government needs to be organizing, and that's governments together around the world, because this has to be done globally. If you want to shop on a South Korean website, that's the same global standards of encryption, is really building out the public key infrastructure. The padlock that you see on a browser has an entire level of standards and protocols behind it that technologists around the world built that needs to now be rebuilt using post-quantum cryptography. And that's where government doing this convening together, like international standards bodies, with key companies that operate digital infrastructure to rebuild that is urgent to do, because it'll take some time to then have that flow forward. And there are new problems that post-quantum cryptography brings that need to be resolved.
And I think we're starting to see some new initiatives coming from the government as well. So Project Genesis through Department of Energy, Department of Commerce has some new initiatives as well. So I think we're starting to see some new collaboration in that space.
No, and just to add that we are doing this from a state level, so we are convening all these sectors. We are implementing the standards to make sure that we're ready in, well, whether it's 2030 or 2029, but as soon as possible.
Okay. Such a good question. The whole panel wanted to take a swing. Let's see, more questions. Let me get to the gentleman back here, brown shirt.
Hi, my name is Lee Pember. I work for Liquid AI. It's a foundational model company. And I was curious, I know this morning Moonshot released a Kidney K3 model. Looks almost as good as probably the two best models from the major labs. So I know yesterday there was talk of like, hey, 6 to 9 months behind. I think now it's maybe 2 or 3. And so curious, there's a lot of conversation over the last couple of months around like export control. Do you see, how do you see that regulatory environment changing where we start to say like, things coming in, right, and running open source models?
Looks like I'll take that one. I think the reality was there was always a debate in the export control strategy to say, if you constrain the highest end chips, how will China react? China is the key competitor in terms of having the technological infrastructure and the talent to do it. And I think we see what China did, which is scale their domestic chip production using, using more creative efficiency approaches to deal with the fact that their chips were not the highest end and most capable. So they really optimized in making the most of large numbers of less capable chips and building and training based upon that. And I think we see the results in the models, like you say, that have been released. So I think the reality is the shift is now to say, how is the US going to compete with China's open weight strategy? And how do we deal with the risks of potentially very capable models getting into adversarial hands? So I think piece one is we need to be able to compete on the open weight approach. And we're seeing companies already adopting kind of mixed strategies, using open weights for the steady state AI use because of the cost of tokens, and then using more of the high-end capabilities for some very high-end related reasoning challenges they have. Yeah. And I think that's where we are.
I'll just fill in the 6 to 9 month reference for those who weren't in the room. Was a great China panel yesterday. I encourage you to go watch it. The link is up. It is worth your 45 minutes. But it was the head of national security at Anthropic asserting that the lead that the US maintains over China in AI is 6 to 9 months. I'll bring us to a close by asking, do we agree 6 to 9 months? And if so, should we feel deeply comforted? Oh my gosh, we have 6 to 9 months, or is that absolutely terrifying?
I can start glancing across. Or why don't you start? I'll go second.
Jump in.
I think it changes every day, just like this question that we just saw. And I think the question is...
Is it narrowing every day?
Well, I think the question is, what are we talking about? What are they 6 to 9 months ahead on, actually? There's a lot of different kind of ways in which you could be ahead, and you've got to look at like we say, what kind of hardware are they using? What are the maxima, what are the limitations on all of that? But then, how are they deploying, right? So theoretically, being 6 to 9 months ahead with the technology may not be as important as how widely the technology is actually being deployed and exploited. And I do think China is doing a really great job of that.
Please, David,
sorry.
Amber.
Yeah, on the hardware, I think we're still ahead and probably a bit more than 6 to 9 months. And saying that from a country that is the proud host of ASML, and we can see that that technology and the most modern technology, we do have effective export controls on that, like we have and used to have on uranium enrichment. But these are the easy parts to control. Because it's hardware, and you can actually see a machine. Well, an ASML machine takes 3 Boeing jumbo jets to transport to China, and you will know where it is at all times, and it's hard to duplicate. For uranium enrichment, you know what diameter pipes you need to intercept at your border in order to prevent someone else from gaining an advantage. But in the software domain, and that's what we're talking about here, in modeling, in making smarter use of lower-end chips, that's much harder. I don't know if you can have an export control regime on that. And that makes it hard to say that we can maintain our edge in that domain. That's the worry, I think, for the future.
Amber, you get the last word.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it's changing so quickly. And, when this question came up earlier, I had the same reaction that Robin had at what is 6 months. But I would just say the one thing that's very much on my mind is it isn't just a question of US and China. It's really, when you think of governance, middle powers as well. That's another piece of the initiative that we're launching, is to see what others can do. And states, in a state like California, has an enormous amount of power. So, really taking that apart more broadly than just thinking about that as a competition.
Yeah. Okay. And I
just a final point. I would say, what does leadership mean? To me, leadership means using AI to deploy more drugs faster to more illnesses. It means thinking about a strategy to deal with workers who may be displaced, particularly in fields like accounting and lawyers, where AI may play a real role. And finally, deploying it to ensure that our militaries, our national security committees can be forces for stability around the world. That is what leadership means. Measuring it by chip capability is not the right question, in my view.
Okay. With that, we will bequeath to the next panel the 3 remaining panels up here. We wish you luck. Thank you for a great conversation.
Thanks. Thanks. Get out of the shower, right?
Morgan, where do you want these to go?
I'll take them. I'll take them. Yeah, great. Thanks very much. We care about your personal security as well as foreign policy and national security. If I could have everybody quiet, please, and in your seats, we'd like to start our next panel on troubled waters, the Indo-Pacific. Right, great panel stepping on stage. On the end, Mr. Michael Fullilove, who's the Executive Director of the Lowy Institute, coming to us from Sydney. We're always delighted when he comes up from the Southern Hemisphere. Next to him is my boss, as you guys know, our Executive Director, Anya Manuel. Next to Anya is my former mayor, but also the former ambassador to Japan, Mr. Rahm Emanuel, and Dimitri Sevastopoulos will take it over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Niamh, and good afternoon, everyone, again. We are going to dive into the Indo-Pacific, but I'm going to take a little bit of a cheeky Irish prerogative to ask Rahm Emanuel a question, which is, yesterday in that seat, Nick Burns said, if a Democrat ran to the right of the Republicans on China, they would do very well. And I'm just wondering if you can think of a Democrat who might fit that bill.
Well, first of all, given how and as I say this as a former ballet dancer, and I'm quite flexible, nobody's as flexible on China as the President of the United States. So getting to the right of them would not be hard.
So the follow-up is, can you think of anyone who would fit the bill?
Look, if I need therapy, I use Blue Cross Blue Shield. I don't need it right now, but thank you for that. Look, I mean, I'm serious about this. What does to the right mean? If this is a serious question, I happen to think, if you look today, there's a permission slip given by the United States to China. You're seeing it play out in the South China Sea, very active with both Vietnam and the Philippines and the islands there. You're seeing it play out in and around Taiwan. You're seeing it in the intimidation to Vietnam on the islands as well. Our number one ally, the long pole in our Indo-Pacific strategy, is Japan. They're being coerced by China, and the United States is nowhere present. And the administration at multiple levels, security-wise, diplomatically, economically, is giving a permission slip for that type of behavior. And China is taking advantage of it. So I don't think it's hard to, whatever means to get to the right. I actually think having a common sense strategy that knows how to deter is absent to this administration and this president specifically, because he's so desirous, as I say about this president, he likes to punch down and kiss up. And Xi's the person he's kissing and Putin's the other guy.
I still have 28 minutes to break news, so I will try again later. But Anya, I'm going to go to you. I'd like all of you to describe a little bit what China is doing in the Indo-Pacific, and if you could focus on Taiwan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just follow up on Rahm. The noose around Taiwan is tightening. And that activity has picked up, frankly, since the President Xi's and President Trump's summit. So what's happening? Taiwan now claims Coast Guard jurisdiction. Beijing claims Coast Guard jurisdiction to the east of Taiwan, looking out on the blue Pacific.
They are practicing the blockade of Taiwan's two most busy ports. And there are 2.6 million attempted cyber attacks on Taiwanese infrastructure every day. So a lot of that predates this summit, but there's more and more happening, and it's dangerous.
Michael, what about Australia, New Zealand, the Pacific Islands, your part of the world?
Well, first of all, it's delightful to be on the Aspen stage. I want to put one thing on the record. In case you're wondering, Dimitri, I am not running for President of the United States. I want to clarify that.
The American people have just sighed a huge sigh of relief.
Thank God we got that out of the way.
I do want to pick up one point Ram made, and that is I know Democrats are relitigating the Biden legacy, but when it comes to Asia, Biden's foreign policy was fabulous, allies first, bringing Japan and South Korea together, AUKUS with Australia, elevating the Quad, the Squad. It was, Democrats are typically more focused on Europe than Asia, but Biden's team, including Ambassador Emmanuel, were right on point. I think in the Pacific, China is after strategic access to territory. They would like to have a military base on a Pacific island because that would not only distract the Australian military posture, but it would also devalue Australia as a safe rear area for American forces. They signed a secret security agreement with the Solomon Islands a couple of years ago, and Australia is now in a permanent knife fight for influence in the Pacific. The good news is that two pieces of good news. One is that the Chinese often don't do themselves any favours. So 10 days ago, they launched a submarine-launched intercontinental ballistic missile that landed in the waters just off Nauru, and the Pacific was outraged by it. The second bit of good news is Australia is responding by setting up a latticework of security agreements and treaties and alliances in Southeast Asia and in particularly in the Pacific. So what was previously a sort of a loose association of friendship is now tightening our relationships with our neighbours.
Ram, could you talk a little bit more about Japan? I mean, Prime Minister Takaichi, either deliberately or not, went out on a limb, said Japan would get involved in a Taiwan contingency. She didn't get an awful lot of support from the Trump administration. China's piling on the pressure. I wrote about it, yeah. How is your assessment of how Japan is dealing with China right now?
Well, I mean, I say this, look, whether it was playing a role in the U.S., Japan, Korea, and also the U.S., Japan, Philippine trilats, Japan is our long pole in the Indo-Pacific. So you got to start with, it's not just a place in Okinawa, we have military base. It's the 5 years in a row, the #1 foreign investor in the United States. It's the only place in America, in the world, that America has an aircraft carrier permanently based. You can go through the litany, et cetera. So it is the long pole. We have left her, she said something explicit that was always implied, and the Americans could never get a Japanese prime minister to explicitly said that if there's a move on Taiwan, it's a threat to their own security. Now, 10 seconds on geography. Once we did the trilab between the Japan, United States, Korea, and Japan, United States, and the Philippines Islands and Okinawa Islands that stretch all the way, make the quarantine part of China's strategy much more complicated. So if you think about the way Xi's looking at this and the Chinese are looking at this, I believe that why they're so aggressive against both that statement by Japan and also against Marcos in the Philippines is because one of the tactics that they would deploy doesn't mean you can't do it, but the quarantine becomes a much more difficult optionality. And so she's facing off against China, not just on the economic coercion, but also there's been military incursions into the Senkaku Islands and other types of things that they are facing off by themselves. And they are, to her great credit, I happen to think this administration, militarily at least from a deterrent standpoint, is missing in action. And Japan has stepped up in a huge way. One other side note that gets lost. In the Southeast Asia countries, Japan's numbers with the population is off the charts by 2 to 1 over the United States, almost 2 to 1 over China. It is the single most popular country. Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, Indonesia, go through the list, Malaysia. That's a huge asset if we bring hard power them deploying their soft power. And they did it when we were condemning Russia at the UN. 8 out of 10 of the ASEAN countries all voted with the United States, and 4 of them, including Cambodia, were the co-sponsors of the resolution. Japan is a huge ally, and they have been left literally taking a risk with no America. Now, the ramifications, one last thing, and I apologize. If America can leave Japan on the field isolated and alone, every other country in the region, I don't mean to point to Australia, but every other country looks at there and goes, there for the grace of God goes I. So they're going to hedge their bets.
Anya.
I want to add one point since we jumped right into U.S. policy on this. So I do agree 100% with you that rhetorically our allies in the Indo-Pacific are feeling a little bit abandoned, and Australia maybe harmed and vulnerable. When you look at what the newly renamed now PACOM again is doing, they are still quite there. So our military is there. The military to military relationships, I'm told, are quite good. And for Taiwan specifically, the Trump administration did push through an $11 billion arms package, which is the biggest ever. They've held up the second one, which is $14 billion. So it's not all bad news, but the diplomacy, I would say, is not going great. Military to military, I think we're still doing okay.
So you were talking about Poland.
Can I give a...
Yeah, of course.
True, because Indo-PACOM, even though they changed the name to only PACOM, which is stupid, I can use a more diplomatic term if you like. But in the Philippine Islands right now, because of what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, there's only a Coast Guard cutter. That if you want to look at the cost of Iran and what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, you can see it playing out in the shoals off of the Philippines in the South China Sea.
Well, before I go to the question I was going to ask, you've given me a segue to come back to you, which is...
My favorite topic.
Talking about you? Yeah. Yeah. My other challenge is to get him to swear on stage, which he's never done in 35 years. But I want to ask you about weapons stockpiles shortages. Because, I mean, this was an issue before the Iran conflict. The US had told Japan, your Tomahawks are going to take several more years, and other countries are getting the similar message. How much, I mean, obviously it's undermining deterrence. How much is it undermining deterrence?
I'm using this metaphorically, so look, if China was to do something on Taiwan, they have a 96-hour strategy. Get it done before America can move. And I'm using it, again, I want to repeat, metaphorically. We have a 96-day strategy, not a 96-hour, to stretch it out and make it so painful, like Russia that thought this was going to be a parade in Kyiv, and now they're on year 5. Like the United States that thought this was going to be a short operation in the Strait of Hormuz, we're on month 5. When you look at the weapon stockpile capacity pre-Iran, you could, and again, I want to be clear, I'm saying this metaphorically, there was already a more prayer behind the 96-day strategy than there was resources to it.
Michael, did you want to weigh in on that?
Well, I'd just add one thing, and that is that President Trump did do one good thing on deterrence, and that is coming down in favour of AUKUS, the arrangement by which the United States and the UK will help Australia to acquire and operate a fleet of nuclear-powered submarines. And despite the best efforts of Bridge Colby, President Trump said it's full steam ahead. So he gets a tick for that.
You guys are all reading my mind because I'm going to come back to Bridge Colby. But to get into Bridge Colby, I want to ask you first. Pew came out with a study yesterday which said 27 out of 36 countries across the world have a more favorable view of China than the US. In the Indo-Pacific, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, and then a couple of others favor China more favorably. How does, I mean, and Japan, Philippines, India, South Korea favor the US, which is kind of obvious. How does the US overcome that? And how important is it that the US overcomes that, particularly in Southeast Asia? Anya, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll jump in here. These are really important surveys that Pew does. They do them every year, every 2 years. If you look at the 2020 to 2021 one, so last Trump administration to Biden administration, respect for the American president to do the right thing on foreign policy jumped from 17% under Trump to something like 77% under Biden. So I would say this is a dangerous signal. It's a moment in time. It may not be permanent. And when you mention the countries that are more favor China, they're the ones who have the biggest economic relationships with China, right? And the ones that are more worried about China's massive encroachment in the Indo-Pacific are still on side.
But also, I mean, the other countries that favor the US more right now, they also have big economic relations with China, which are only going to grow. And I think, despite the fact that US administrations always say, we're not asking you to choose, the reality is, if you're in Southeast Asia, you're caught in between.
I don't want to, did you want to go next? Or I had something to say, but I don't want to.
Well, this is a rare thing, so I'll take it.
Yeah. Don't abuse it.
Okay, all right.
I can't believe I did that.
Either can I.
Look, I think
having an out-of-body experience right now.
We're also polite in Aspen.
This is getting weird, Ram, but okay.
Well, in about an hour, the meds will kick in, so don't worry about it.
I've been sanctioned by Vladimir Putin, and now I've been insulted by Rahm Emanuel. So no, all good. Look, on Southeast Asia, I think Dimitri's point is right, that the economic, the magnetic power of the Chinese economy is something the United States has to grapple with. I think the United States shouldn't be committing acts of self-harm, like, for example, the tariffs, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. These caused economic emergencies in Southeast Asia. But I might give you one polling result from the Lowy Institute on Australia, and it's worth unpicking it a little bit because I think it goes to Anya's point. 1 in 5 Australians trust Donald Trump. We don't get along with him, we don't like him, we see the world differently. In the past, that hasn't infected Australia's view of America. This year it has. And now 31% of Australians trust your country to act responsibly in the world.
Ireland.
And that's very close now to the number of Australians who trust China. A few years ago, under Biden, the gap between the US and China was 53 points. Now it's 3 points. But here's the good news. 7 out of 10 Australians still believe the alliance with the United States is important to our security. And I think that's very similar in Japan and South Korea too, that we are still differentiating the individual president from the country and the security relationship.
Two things. One, look, I think China is exporting around the world their domestic economic dysfunction. And our greatest export is our domestic political dysfunction. And the rest of the world is caught between China's economic dysfunction and America's political dysfunction. Second, as to why it matters, it's not the most important thing, but it's not nothing. When we were trying to get the United States, get Japan's prime minister and the Korean president to Camp David, et cetera, and work out the visits and all that, it took a good 12 to 15 months, all the choreography. And I think I don't have to go through the history. The relationship between the United States and Korea, the United States and Japan, the Japan and Korea is complicated. But the fact that there was trust in President Biden and the Biden administration and the people responsible for executing that policy, both the president of Korea and the prime minister of Japan would go an extra 5 feet beyond what was in the politically comfort zone to get to Camp David, to get to this historic agreement, which, when the United States, Japan, and Korea are on the same page, that is a win for us and a really rotten day for China. And they saw it for that. So when you say, is it, now, if America, or in the face of the country, the president is a problem, going that beyond the comfort zone and stretching to say yes, why create a further domestic political heavyweight on a prime minister or president, or in the case of Australia, a prime minister? So it's not the most important thing, but it is valuable when you're putting to test and asking them to do X. And you don't want the weight of America, or particularly the weight of a president's unpopularity, to make a tough call even tougher than it has to be. So it's a valuable asset, but it's not the most important asset.
So you mentioned Bridge Colby. For those who don't know, he's the top policy official of the Pentagon, and I would say is not really very popular with many US allies. He yesterday on Twitter said that the Pentagon does not think that a quote-unquote middle powers strategy, which I think he's referring to Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney at Davos, it's not a serious possibility, but he's concerned that allies and partners think it is and will squander valuable time and resources pursuing that. So I've got two questions. Is a middle powers strategy even feasible? But then what does Bridge Colby not understand about how alliances work to work well? Maybe.
We'll give it to the middle power.
Yeah.
Well, look, let me say something provocative at Aspen and certainly in Australia. I think Bridge Colby has had a point, actually, in the thread he made. And let me try to say exactly what I think. I think Carney's point was elegant and well made and right. And it's absolutely the case that middle powers like Australia and others are diversifying our relationships. That's why Australia's buying frigates from Japan, for example. Everybody's trying to do new things with each other. We're investing in our own capabilities and we're doing more with each other. But the United States is irreplaceable because of your geography, because of your economy, because if we want democratic AI, this is the only place it's going to come from, because of the size of your economy. And so allies are doing different things, but there is no plan B for allies, especially in Asia. So, you know, I don't often agree with Bridge Colby, but I think there was a germ of truth actually in what he said.
Let me add to that, because after you sent this to us today, I read the tweet, and I think at the very end of the tweet it says something like, our allies should collaborate with us, okay? Now, this administration isn't making that easy because we insult them all the time, but that is absolutely the right point. We're going to get to China in a minute. China has turned into a technology powerhouse and a huge factory. And the way we deal with that is we become the best team in the world and we actually start working together. So what I mean by that specifically, we're talking about shipbuilding here in the United States. Obviously, we need to do a little bit more of it at home. But I was a shipping company director. The ships we build in Korea are 5 times cheaper. So a lot of that stuff needs to be built in Korea. Look at Japan. I mean, you'll add more, Ram, but we're building missile interceptors with the Japanese. If you look at Taiwan, we were talking about the cyber attacks on Taiwan. The Taiwanese know more about cyber incursions by China and, frankly, information operations by China than anyone else on Earth. We should be leaning on that, and on and on and on. So if we can get our act together, and if, frankly, the US will play ball, we can do something really positive here. And I'm going to say one more positive thing about the Trump administration. And that is we had Jamieson Greer on stage here yesterday around this time. And despite all the tariff turmoil, he is trying to do something that's actually pretty innovative. And in the new memorandums of understanding that he's negotiating, he is putting in matching export control policies and investment screening policies. And I thought that was pretty creative. Now, it's the beginning, but that's kind of where we need to go.
So if you're an ally of the US or a partner in the Pacific, how do you balance dealing with Donald Trump, the rhetoric, what's actually happening on the ground? And I agree with what Anya said, that I think what Indo-PACOM is doing, it's actually ramping up, you know, all the time. You may not see it publicly, so they have to be a little bit more careful about what they say about what they're doing. And then balance your domestic opinion, as Michael was explaining in Austria. If you're what is the best strategy for an Indo-Pacific country to manage Donald Trump? Ram?
Well, one is there's a timeline, very specifically. Some of that is endurance and getting past 2028. The second piece, look, break it out. As you note, Indo-PACOM, training facilities, et cetera, that's all fabulous, and the truth is binational exercises have been ramping up multinational went through the Biden administration, and you can go into Trump 1.0. So that's been happening, continued happening, and more importantly, I would say, and it happens under Biden, is not just multinational in Indo-Pacific. European nations, for the first time, were actually joining those exercises. That was actually, if you thought of a breakthrough from a security deterrence standpoint, France, Italy, UK, others were showing up in multinational exercises that they had never done in the Indo-Pacific, which, look, back up one other thing. The whole strategy is underpinned, in my view, by isolate the isolator. China's strategy is if Japan gets out of line, isolate Japan and force economic, political, diplomatic, and military coercion so that country loses its sovereignty and independence of action. Our strategy is to put, and Australia is the best example, they went through 3 years of economic coercion. They massively diversify their trade, et cetera, and there's a great study on this, and break out because they had alliances, trading partners, and became less dependent on China's economy. And finally, China, after 3 years, throws in the towel and says, we're not doing this anymore. It's a failed strategy. The whole idea is to isolate the isolator in their own backyard, make the first island chain not only a physical barrier, but a psychological barrier. We can do that working with allies. To your core question, it is better that middle powers get muscle. But nobody has the satellite, the cybersecurity, the infrastructure capacity that the United States can do. And Japan's doing a phenomenal job on their own working. But in the end of the day, the United States brings a heft that no other country can replace. Is it great that Australia and Japan now have a naval shipbuilding agreement? Great. And it's more than great. I don't mean to be great like that, but it's really good. But it doesn't replace the 7th Fleet and what we have on the Okinawa Islands, et cetera. It just doesn't, and we bring a capacity that everybody else, and remember one other thing, every country in that region, regardless of where they are in the polling, whether they're Japan or Vietnam, et cetera, they want America as a counterweight. They have lived with an uncontrolled, untethered China. They want us. We need to show up for them, not just militarily, key, but as another piece on the economic front, on the political front, and the diplomatic front. They are desperate for America's weight in the region.
Michael?
I think that point's right. I think everybody in Asia wants their own space. No one wants to live in the shadow of another country. I think to your point, to your question, Dimitri, what could a model ally do? How should allies react? I think one thing I'd like to see Australia do is to take the lead in coordinating with the other US allies in Asia, with Japan and Korea and the Philippines and Thailand and also New Zealand, although it's not a formal ally, because the Europeans have learned the hard way that you have to coordinate with each other when you're dealing with President Trump. But for us, President Trump has been so focused on Europe and the Middle East that we haven't sort of gone through the ring of fire. But I feel like the Eye of Sauron is sort of coming back towards Asia. So we should get our acting together. We should start aligning messages on burden sharing, on the way we see the world.
Just as another way to illustrate this point, there was a weekend, Admiral Aquilino and I, we were doing a multinational exercise, United States, Japan, and Korea.
The head of PACOM at the time.
Yeah, PACOM at the time. Indo-PACOM, not PACOM. Don't fall into that Department of War stuff. So we spent, 72 hours trying to figure out how we could put Japan and Korea on either side of the wing of a U.S. Plane, and how you could acknowledge it. And we figured it out. So Aquilino did one social media. I did another different social media. I did what Japan wanted to hear. He did what Korea wanted to hear. But we spent 72 hours trying to do this. Today, without the United States, that is just not possible. Now, that said, Japan, Korea today, and I think this is an important point, because we weren't there, the first foreign visit by the Korean president is to Japan. That was not possible 10 years ago. It was possible because of what happened in Camp David under President Biden, and it has advanced the capacity of having a dialogue between our two most important allies.
I'm going to go back to one final question in a second. I'm going to take one question, I think, from the audience, and I'm wondering if the Taiwanese Deputy Foreign Minister, Minister Chen, would like to say anything. And sorry to put you on the spot. Yeah.
We did put him on the spot.
I'm the Deputy Foreign Minister of Taiwan. I think Taiwan is a country, well, yes, we recognize as a country being talked a lot about. But the thing is that most of the time we will think of as a dependent variable. And from the point of view of my ministry, I'd like to solicit some advice. How can we also become the independent variable so that we can contribute? We are waiting, and we are doing that, but we don't know whether in United States, in Australia, in our neighborhood, how can we contribute more and work with other countries so as to make sure our neighborhood is secure? Thank you.
Good question. Anya?
Yeah, let me actually respond directly to that, because one thing we haven't talked about here is the huge urgency of this. I mean, we've had great conversations over the last 2 days with our European allies, and Ukraine, Russia was a wake-up call. When suddenly there's Russian drones over the Brussels airport, people start to wake up. They spend more on defense. They acquire the right stuff. I think that's starting to happen in Asia. But when you look at how much the Chinese are on the march and how much they are a technological juggernaut, my argument is we are not doing this fast enough. Like if you look at, there's an Australian think tank that says China now leads on 69 out of 74 key technologies. Okay, maybe that's right. Maybe it's fewer. But it's no longer theoretical. If you look at the Chinese are using drones in the South China Sea to impersonate Typhoon fighter jets to start the masking. So in a war, you're not going to shoot down a British Typhoon, right? They have the best anti-satellite capabilities. They have missiles that can take down our satellites. They're putting up constellations that are big as Starlink. You can go on and on and on. This is moving, and I worry that we're not moving at the speed of urgency.
So final very big question to Ram. If you become president,
This will be my last time I do this panel.
well, this is the
Only
last
with
one.
Dimitri.
If you become president, will you tweet as much as you did when you were ambassador to Japan?
It was colorful, wasn't it?
It was very colorful.
I would say it's not exactly George Kennan's long memo. It was the short tweet. Don't worry. Let me just say this. Of all the things you got to worry about, my social media is not what you have to worry about. And I'm going to say this seriously. You know, it was a great honor to be the ambassador to Japan. I learned a huge amount about both Japan and the Indo-Pacific, stuff that I didn't really have pre. The country I learned most about when I was ambassador to Japan was the United States of America. 8,000 miles away, 12 hours a day. I used to tell the kids, don't get out of bed. Thursday's not that great a day. Just stay in bed today. But on a serious note, I'm not scared of China. I'm scared of what we don't do. China doesn't decide whether 50% of our kids can't read at grade level. That's on us. China doesn't decide whether we decide to cut the National Institute of Health, the National Science Foundation, the National DARPA. That's on us. China doesn't decide whether we have a 20th century energy infrastructure system or a 21st century. If America does what it's supposed to do for America, I'm not scared of Beijing. But what we're doing right now is, in my view, is forfeiting the game. We will kick them, and I again bit my tongue with what I wanted to say. We will kick them if we do what we're supposed to do in this country. And if we take care of business here, nothing China's doing can't be deterred on every level. It is America being, and I do mean this, our greatest export is our political dysfunction at home. China's greatest export is their economic dysfunction. If we get our game together, game on.
On that note, thank you very much. Oh,
and I would add one sentence to that. China doesn't decide whether we act as one team with our allies. We can decide that.
thank you very much.
What a great panel. Thank you, Dimitri, Anya, Ram, and Michael. Okay, we'll move swiftly to our next region, the Middle East. Middle ground in the Middle East with a question mark at the end. I'd like to welcome our panelists to the stage. Yes, thank you. Former Prime Minister Salam Fayyad, former Prime Minister of the Palestinian Authority, and now a professor of public policy at Princeton University. We have Hero Mustafa Garg. She's the former U.S. ambassador to Egypt and Bulgaria, and now the founder and principal of Hollyhock Global Advisory. Next up, Ms. Kim Gaddis, who joined us from Beirut, contributing writer to The Atlantic and the author of Black Wave. And also, watch this space. She has a fantastic book coming out in the next few months. We're all waiting for it with bated breath. And our one, oh, where did Jean Jamal? Oh, there she is. Hello, Dean Jamal. Amani Jamal, the Dean at the Princeton School of Public Policy and International Affairs. And with us today to moderate is ASG member and Washington Post legend, Mr. David Ignatius. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
So thanks to Neve and her team for what's been a really amazing few days. They got us through 2 World Cup semifinals. They got us our hydration breaks on time. I mean, just perfect. So when I first saw the title of this panel, Middle Ground in the Middle East, I thought, This must be a misprint. I've been writing about the Middle East for an embarrassingly long 46 years. And I can't remember, middle ground is always elusive, but this seems like a time when that's especially so. So I hope we can at least describe what that would look like, try to imagine pathways to get there. But we have to begin by recognizing that this is a period of real obstruction. We're seeing a kind of, I wrote this week, Iran fiasco 2.0 beginning. That obviously is upsetting to all of us. We see a Gaza peace process that's stillborn, that got started and then just stopped, and we'll talk about that. We see Lebanon struggling to assert its sovereignty, but such an uncertain problem. And then I have to be honest, I can't remember a time in the last several decades when a two-state solution for the Palestinian issue seemed more distant. So those are the things that we'll try to think through. I want to begin with my friend Kim Gattas and ask her to revisit the terrain of her last book. If you didn't read Kim's book, Black Wave, I really commend it, because Kim goes back to 1979 when the Iranian Revolution began to destabilize the Middle East, and when Saudi Arabia, in responding to that, similarly destabilized. And Kim, as you look at the current impasse in negotiation, as you look at Iran, seemingly even more hard-line today than it was February 28 when this war began, tell us what you think this war has meant for the region, seeing it in the historical context of, President Trump always talks about all these years since 1979, no president dared to do what I've done. Well, he did it. Where are we at the end of that?
Great to be back in Aspen with the Security Forum. Great to be back on stage with you. And great to be with my fellow panelists. I do want to say a few quick words about the title of this panel, Middle Ground. I did not think it was a mistype. I think it is very, very apt. The middle ground is hard to hold in that region that we live in. And I try my best in my writing, and I know my co-panelists do as well. And it is, I think, the only way forward. And in my book, Black Wave, I talk a lot about the people who try to hold the middle ground, who stand up to Iran's expansionist projects, or at the time, Saudi Arabia's proselytizing and feeding of militants. And I do think it is our best chance forward, and we can return to that by the end of the panel, if you will. And I hope that in the future, Aspen will organize a panel which includes us, or people like us, and also brings on stage with us Israelis and Iranians. Because from Tel Aviv to Tehran, to Beirut, to Damascus and Riyadh, I think there is a real appetite for a different way forward. And the only thing that we're hearing at the moment are the terrible headlines and the terrible politicians with, very extreme ideas. Going back to your question, I think that, Iran's project, which started in Lebanon in the 1980s, its regional project started in Lebanon in the 1980s with the birth of Hezbollah, has really taken a hit. My information in Lebanon is that Hezbollah is very down, not out, but very down, and doesn't have much capacity to fight anymore. It has obtained extra capacity capabilities like drones and so on, but it is not a fighting force on the ground. Iran has also lost its key ally in Syria, Bashar al-Assad, by a confluence of events which is connected to some of what we've seen since October 7th. But that is a geographical corridor from Tehran to Beirut that has now been disconnected. And just today or yesterday, the Iraqis and the Syrians intercepted a massive shipment of weapons to Hezbollah. And I want to point out that the desire to see Lebanese sovereignty asserted on Lebanese territory is not in response to Israeli pressure. It is a Lebanese demand. We want a strong state, a strong army, a strong president. And we have an opportunity at this moment to try to build on that. But right now, whereas before the region was somewhat stuck between Iran and Saudi Arabia, today we are stuck between Iran and Israel. And that is particularly visible in Lebanon, which is stuck between those two fires. Iran, which doesn't want to let go of its forward defense bases, of its most successful creation and export in Lebanon, which is Hezbollah. We have IRGC guards running around Lebanon, running that battle. And we're stuck between that and Israeli belligerence. The devastation in South Lebanon, the number of civilian casualties, the 1 million displaced refugees, a quarter of the population, it is more than this small country can bear. So that brings me very briefly to the Israeli framework, Israeli-Lebanese framework that has been signed, following direct negotiations between Israel and Lebanon, for which there is a lot of support for the negotiation, less so for the actual framework and its details. And it reflects a growing sentiment in Lebanon. And I would venture to say that a large majority of Lebanese, 60, maybe even 70%, would like to see Hezbollah become just a political party and no longer an armed militant group or militia. So there is loss of support for Hezbollah. We need to capitalize on that, and Israel's friends here in the White House, in the region, need to convince Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I know that's very difficult ahead of the Israeli elections, that he needs to give some concessions to Lebanon, real concessions. I understand, Israel's security needs, but there are concessions that can be made that don't affect Israel's security to help empower the Lebanese president and government as they engage in these quite contentious negotiations. There is not necessarily unanimity, but there is support for the president as he engages in that. And he's coming to Washington next week. And the final point, David, is I think we really need to move away the conversation from disarming Hezbollah. That's not how it's going to work. Israel has said we can destroy Hezbollah. We had, several bombing campaigns, military campaigns since 1982 when Hezbollah was created. At the time, it was against the PLO. 1996, 2006, 2024, 2026. That's not how it's going to work. And for Israel now to expect the Lebanese army to forcibly go into neighborhoods or alleyways or villages and forcibly disarm that group is a recipe for civil strife. I prefer to use the words neutralize, interdict, neutralize Hezbollah's capacity to operate, interdict weapons, neutralize by imposing legal restrictions and judicial restrictions and financial restrictions, and empower the state to show that it can deliver for the people, including the Shia community.
So it's hard to neutralize people who are heavily armed, but I take your point. So I want to turn to Amani. She runs something that is very valuable. Again, I hope people will take a look at it, called the Arab Barometer, which is an attempt to survey public opinion in the Arab world and understand better what Arab people think about events in the world. And I want to ask Amani if she'd summarize for us what her research is telling us about attitudes toward Iran and the other key players in this conflict, Israel, the United States, but in particular, attitudes toward Iran.
Thank you so much, David, and thank you, everyone. It's a great honor to be here. We've been working on the Arab Barometer for over 2 decades, so we have a nice arc of public opinion from the region, public opinion data from the region, where we're tracking the attitudes of ordinary citizens across most of the Arab countries where we can conduct the surveys. 15 years ago, if I was sitting here, I would tell you there's very little support for Iran in the Arab Middle East, especially among, the majority of the Sunni populations across the region. Today, especially after October 7th, leading up to the war in Iran, we're seeing that support for Iran is on the rise. Support for the foreign policies of the deceased leader Khamenei are also on the rise. And this is basically a departure from trends that we have seen. But you couple this with what's going on in the region, and to build on what Kim is saying, right? This is a region that has seen just devastation and war since almost 9/11, we're talking about almost a quarter century of continuous war. From Iraq to almost every other country, then the Arab Spring, and then for the last several years. So the citizens of the region are looking for a middle ground, are looking for hope, are looking for a different future. So it's not surprising, it might be surprising to everybody, but for us who have been monitoring Arab public opinion in the region, what we're seeing is that there is a real desire among the citizens of the region to have peace and stability. People in the region want what every other family in the world wants for their children, the ability to raise their family, send their children to school, make sure that the economy can absorb, a labor force that can give people some economic dignity in terms of the jobs that they acquire. But war and devastation, these ongoing wars, are not conducive to economic development, are just atrocious for economic development and the hope of giving the next generation a better future. And we all know, like I've been around long enough to say, and I know all of you have, but we know when the economic conditions in the region are desperate and there's no hope for the new generation, they will turn to the type of issues that we're all addressing here, the Hezbollahs of the world, the Hamases of the world. So, and if bombs and military campaigns were going to reduce Hamas and Hezbollah, we would have been successful by now.
Amen to that. Talking about this yearning that shows up in your research in the Arab world for something better, more dignified, I go back in my own memory to the Arab Spring, which I covered in Cairo and Syria and across the region. I remember the Arab Human Development Report, which is a great milestone. People just saying out loud, often, with still dictatorial regimes on top of them, we want normal life in the Arab world. We're sick of this. What's painful is, that was 15 years ago with really no significant progress. So let me turn to Hero. So Hero was a career Foreign Service officer. She served as our ambassador to Egypt. She knows this region. And Hera, I want to ask you to speak to one really interesting, little discussed aspect of the Iran war, which is the divisions that have emerged among Gulf countries. As you'll remember, before the war, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates were already sniping each other in big social media campaigns. The Saudis were accusing the UAE of being a pro-Israel, a front for Israeli power in the region. You might have thought that after a war with Iran, in which both were targeted with Iranian drones and missiles, that they'd come together, but they haven't. And one interesting thing that's emerged is a new alliance of Sunni countries where Saudi Arabia's turned to Turkey, something that never would have happened a decade ago, to Pakistan. And the UAE has turned ever more toward its Abraham Accords partner in Israel. So talk, if you would, Hero, about how that's emerged, whether it's going to last, what it means for the region and the people who live there, and what you think the prospect is in the Gulf for relations among what we used to call the GCC, but I don't think that fits anymore.
Thank you very much, David. That's a really important question, and I'm very glad that you asked it. But first, let me say what a pleasure it is to be here in Aspen and with this distinguished panel of friends. So thank you very much for this opportunity. So we have spent the last couple of days talking about the changing map of the Middle East. Now, when we talk about the map, it isn't the physical land borders that we have discussed. It's the strategic map. When we talk about the maritime corridors, the electricity grids, the LNG terminals, the transportation routes, I want us to focus on this GCC element. And I actually want us to walk away with this GCC concept still intact. And let me tell you why.
GCC, if you don't know, is Gulf Cooperation Council, and it used to meet, almost every month, it seemed like, but it was a real regional bloc, or tried to be.
So the GCC was established in 1981, and it was established to be a counterbalance to Iran. And even though it's not as strong as some other regional coalitions, it still has had an impact, in particular on some of the economic issues, on some of the security issues. Now, this rift between UAE and Saudi Arabia isn't new. It has been there for a while. Many have seen the UAE as the regional hub for finance, for aviation, for logistics, for tourism. And then suddenly comes Saudi Arabia, a dynamic crown prince, 40 years old. Next month, he's going to be 41 years old. He has this vision for 2030, and he will do everything possible to make sure that vision is fulfilled, even in this current environment. So that was there. Now, this conflict, this current conflict with Iran, has made the animosity between these two countries and some of the other Gulf countries at a point that is not in the U.S. national interest. And also, I don't think it helps us when we think about what we do with Iran, what we do with Iraq. We need a united GCC in order to tackle these important strategic questions. Because if we don't, again, what happens? You see back channel conversations, unilateral back channel conversations, greater suspicion. You see now this rift on oil, on OPEC. But even more so, the conflict between these countries will play out even more in other parts of the world. Where? Sudan, Libya, the Horn of Africa, and we don't want this. So I would say it is in our interest to strengthen the GCC as much as possible. And again, if I leave you with anything, it is exactly that. Keep the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, intact.
I would just note for the audience, if you don't follow the region, you may not realize that Saudi Arabia and the UAE backed different sides in this nightmarish civil war in Sudan, leading to even more devastation. It's been something that's upset the U.S. government, but we've seemed unable to deal with it. So that's an example of, if we begin to ask the world to take sides, or they begin to ask the world, there's more trouble. So I want to turn to Salam Fayyad, and just a brief introduction. Salam was the chief executive of the Palestinian Authority, in effect, and for thinking several decades, if you asked people what they wanted to see as a solution to the Palestinian problem, they'd say, well, we want somebody like Salam Fayyad. We want Salam Fayyad, actually, but usually Salam would say, no, I'm not interested. So people would look for somebody who was similar. So I want to ask Salam about a number of aspects of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, but I want to begin with Gaza. So the Gaza peace agreement that President Trump negotiated, basically forced down people's throats, may have seemed, kind of Trumpian to people, the Board of Peace and all the speeches and flattery, but on paper was a really good agreement. They put a Bulgarian diplomat named Mladenov, who I'm sure many of the members of the panel know, in charge as the director. He's just first rate. They chose a Palestinian, Ali al-Shath, who Salam probably knows. I've interviewed him at length as head of the Technocratic Committee. For my money, couldn't find a more solid, sensible person than him to go into Gaza. They lined up an international stabilization force. There are 10,000 Indonesian troops who get on a plane tomorrow to go join that force. There are similar numbers of Azerbaijani troops just waiting to be called. There's a Jordanian Special Forces unit that's prepared to take command and control of this force in Gaza, and whether they neutralize or disarm Hamas, they're going to be a significant presence. And tragically, that is absolutely, for the moment, a dead letter. And I want to ask Salam to begin with that problem. How did that happen, and how can it get unstuck so that this process can go forward? And I should also, am I being too optimistic and enthusiastic about that agreement?
First of all, thank you very much, David, for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure and privilege for me to be on this panel. Thanks to Aspen for the kind invite. Happy to be back. Before I address your question, let me make a couple of quick comments. One about what Kim started us with, about the difficulty of holding on to middle ground. It's partly because it's a subjective concept. Middle ground is defined by each of us, by where we stand. So there's a concept, by definition, tug of war between players and actors on a given scene for the middle ground, which each claims to be his or hers. Secondly, on your reference to that famous UNDP Human Development Report of 2002, sadly, the deficits identified therein still persist to this day, arguably actually a lot deeper today than they were even then. One of them is freedom deficit, and the state of the Arab world region, generally speaking. I don't really need to get much into that, but just to make one point, underlying a lot of the difficulty that people have with understanding the region relates to failure to understand how important it is for there to be good governance. And the lack of that really underlies many, many of the problems, and what seems sometimes to be difficulties in trying to understand what it is, where it is that people are coming from. Which takes me to the situation in Gaza, the dreadful, highly miserable situation in Gaza, which must be kept in mind as people continue to struggle with trying to translate that which was agreed in the form of that agreement that we referred to, which was a landmark time. Ceasefire came into effect. Then the committee was commissioned. Where is that committee today? And you said something about countries waiting for marching orders to just get on the plane and get there. Actually, reading what various officials have been saying about this, including deployment to the International Stabilization Force, several have had cold feet since those earlier announcements about their willingness to have their troops deployed in Gaza. And I think the difficulty lies in some of the structural issues that were there at the outset of this agreement, where it was put into effect. I think it is clear to many of us in this room, certainly to me, watching what was happening, that both Hamas and Israel were cajoled into accepting the terms of that agreement. Hamas on the question of disarmament, neutralization, if you will. I don't know which is the kinder of the two characterizations, but in any event, but more broadly, the issue of governance, who is to assume responsibility for governance in Gaza. And Israel, and on the question of withdrawal from Gaza, which Hamas is now saying it's not going to really do much of anything before they see signs of Israel giving up on the territory they took over, the seas where they control, etc. So these structural issues were kind of dismissed at the time. Everybody was seized with trying to make this work, then take it to Security Council, getting all of this enshrined therein. But the difficulty is in the implementation. It's rarely the case that plans get implemented smoothly. There's always difficulty. In this case, vastly difficult challenges to really be addressed. This is requiring, and this goes back to the question of the grounds and how do we deal with issues. We have no difficulty identifying objectives. We want to see this happen. We want to see a sovereign country exercise sovereignty. Kim talked about Lebanon and all of that. These are all important objectives everybody can subscribe to. But what's the role of politics in all of this? Who's there really understanding what needs to happen in order to connect the dots and bring about those outcomes? The case in Lebanon is a good example. The case in Palestine is also a good example. I think failure to pay enough attention for politics to be inclusive lies at the core, I think, at the root of many of the problems we are experiencing today. I think there may be a way out of this situation. Again, there was great difficulty accepting the terms of the deal, certainly on the part of Hamas. Now what they're saying, listening to their, or reading their reaction to what Mr. Mladenov came up with, the roadmap and all, they're saying something which, if there are diplomats who are interested in looking for solutions, I think should listen to. They're saying we are willing to consider this in a serious way in the context of a Palestinian authority that's a product of national consensus. That's important, I think. They said that this time and again. The National Committee for Administration of Gaza, NCAG, so-called NCAG, is a committee, is a group of people. It's not a political entity. It is being tasked with extremely difficult challenges, including handling security in Gaza. How can you possibly begin to think about something like this? These are individuals in their own personal capacity willing to do something, barred from even showing up in Gaza. Is it that only Israel that's preventing them from going to Gaza? Or is it because there is not really enough agreement on the Palestinian side, including Hamas, to allow them to get in there? Hamas says we're willing to have them come in tomorrow, but they're not going there. If you ask me, I think they should have tried to show up in Gaza immediately upon the time they were formed. So the way forward, I think, one possible way forward is to take face value, what Hamas is talking about, in terms of creating a context in which the process to turning over governance to a non-Hamas entity becomes politically palatable and possible. And that can happen through forming a government that is not made up of factions, either Hamas or anyone else, for a transitional period to be agreed by all of these factions, and then to have elections at the end of this period. That government running the Palestinian people's affairs, both in Gaza and West Bank, can become immediately the face of Palestinian people in Gaza. It can begin to be related to as a political home for people in Gaza. That's just how you play the politics and begin to be inclusive with the promise of elections at the end of this period, not now as is currently being proposed.
So that's the kind of sensible proposal that illustrates why people want Salam Fayyad to play a decisive role in moving forward, solving this problem. Salam, I want to ask you about one more aspect of the Palestinian problem that you've lived with now for decades, and that is the attempt to reform the Palestinian Authority. So part of this idea of moving toward what you're describing, of having good governance that's working for the people, that's not so political, that can accommodate the presence of Hamas politically. The idea was that you'd have a reformed Palestinian Authority that would help oversee that process. And the PA actually signed off on this Gaza ceasefire peace agreement. They actually endorsed it. And the Jordanians and others have been working overtime to see transition in the leadership, the aging, really inefficient, sometimes people say just flat out incompetent leadership of the PA, starting with Abu Mazen, the leader. And it was expected that when Fatah, his group, held elections in May, that he would give way to another younger leader who could lead a reform process. Guess what? He got reelected. And not only that, his son, who's a businessman in the UAE, was installed on the Fatah Executive Committee. So, I look to you, Salam, to explain to me, how are we ever going to get to a situation where the PA, the designated governance authority that ought to be crucial in whatever happens in the future, is in fact reformed and able to carry the weight?
Tall order, I'll try. Let me first say, it should be obvious that the most important thing any government anywhere in the world should preoccupy itself is to govern well, to be a government for the people. That's how I define reform. Reform has come to mean different things to different people, certainly in the Palestinian context. To international community now, it means certain things. To Israel, for example. To the average ordinary Palestinian, it means quite another, something that's quite obvious. The PA has not come into being yesterday. It has been around for a long period of time. I'm just absolutely stunned by the fact that you have so many experts running around with long matrices of reforms that need to be implemented by the Palestinian Authority, when it's so abundantly obvious what is missing. All what we're looking for here is for there to be a government for the people in the truest sense of the word, government that serves people, runs its finances in a good way, runs its law and order in a good way, gives people confidence about their safety, security, livelihood, and what have you. That's so basic. And it really should not take a genius to figure this one out. It's required anywhere in the world, especially so for Palestinian people struggling for many decades under a highly oppressive and capricious occupation regime. It goes without saying. I'll be the last one to argue against that. That's totally changing the subject, if you will. In a way, I take blame for it. I was the one who suggested early on, immediately, literally a couple of weeks after October 7, that there was need for Palestinian polity to be reconfigured politically in order for the PA to be the answer to the question of who governs Gaza and the day after. And what I said were two things. A, it should be the Palestinian Authority. But then I immediately said, not this Palestinian Authority, one that is politically reconfigured. The first part of what I said was taken on board. The second was changed into reformed, as if the issue was reform. I am here to submit to you today, as I did previously on many occasions, even if we were to become Finland tomorrow, the PA that is, that would not make it easier for it to get into Gaza, politically speaking. So reform in the way I defined it is absolutely necessary, it goes without saying. But what is required before it is that act of political reconfiguration to make the Palestinian Authority a product of national consensus and acceptance with legitimacy to make it possible for it to function and do that which it should do. So talking about reform in the way it happened amounted to nothing more than kicking the can down the road. And here we are, 2 years, more than 2 years after you described the PA having signed on to that thing about reform and all of that. Where are we in this? I'm not going to really get into detail, but all you have to do is to look at public opinion surveys, public opinion, and people's verdict on this is extremely damning. More than 80% of people are not satisfied, a lot more so in the West Bank than Gaza, by the way. So we're far from the finish line in terms of what needs to happen, although that's quite obvious. It should happen for sure, but again, the priority should be on political reform that is supposed to bring about an authority's product of national consensus, hence with more legitimacy. So in its present form, to just directly answer the question, in the way it's constituted right now, it's difficult for me to see how the Palestinian Authority can be fundamentally reformed. Part of the reason goes to the fact that actually our own basic law, not that of any other countries, our own basic law is not being respected in the way it should be. That is something that was promulgated by our legislature going back to 2003. It created a position of prime minister and a purview for a government that has, over the past years, become completely usurped by the president and his office. This is not to speak ill of anyone or any office, but just not what the law says. And when you have that, and you don't have elections, when you don't have renewal and all that, you lose possibility of accountability even within the executive branch. So it is extremely difficult for me to see, and this is as objective as I can be about this, and calm as I can be about it. It's very difficult for me to see how reform can seriously be undertaken by the PA as it's presently politically constituted.
So I'll repeat, bring back Salam Fayyad. So that was super. Kim, I want to return to Lebanon, and I'll confess, journalists shouldn't be too enthusiastic about anybody, but I'm pretty enthusiastic about the president of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun. In my conversations with him and as I watch him try to recreate the sovereignty of his country, a country with real borders that can defend itself, that can protect Israel, that can be a real country, I admire his determination. He's coming to Washington on Monday. He's going to meet with President Trump. You hear a lot of scare talk that he's being pushed to do things now in terms of disarming, moving against Hezbollah that will lead to civil war. You know, almost trying to stop this process before it goes too far because it's too dangerous. What do you think? Do you share my enthusiasm for him? B, do you think he has a real chance to pull off this goal of reestablishing a sovereign Lebanon?
As you say, David, as journalists, we don't get excited about politicians, but we have to acknowledge for policymakers that this is the best team that Lebanon has had in a while. Not just the president, but also the prime minister. And they inherited a country that had gone through, a financial crash, the pandemic, the port explosion of 2020, the war with Israel of 2024. So they inherited really very difficult circumstances. And I think that considering all of that, they're doing quite well. Can they pull it off? Depends not just on them, depends on President Trump and Marco Rubio, and depends on Israel's behavior as well, and how much Iran is willing to give and take as well. So small countries are rarely big players. They're battlegrounds, they're playing fields for others. But I think that this team has the best opportunity possible, is the best opportunity possible, and could become a success for President Trump. But again, I must emphasize again that we are stuck between Iran and Israel. And there's only so much that Lebanon can do about it, and there's only so much that anyone else can do about it, right? We see how this war is unfolding over the last 4 months, and I want to echo the words of my friend Karim Sajjadpour on a previous panel. There is no regional stability as long as the Islamic Republic rules in the way that it is ruling Iran. So, what can we do about that? More war isn't going to solve it. We can contain, we can neutralize, we can have alliances, strengthen the GCC, find the middle ground. When it comes to Israel, I think concessions by Israel before the elections are going to be very difficult, but Israel's allies, friends need to contain its belligerence and reason with its leaders, including the future prime minister, if it's not Benjamin Netanyahu, and echoing, Foreign Minister of Jordan, Ayman Safadi's words here on this stage as well. The best chance for peace and security in this region, the two parts of this equation, the Iran part, but also the Israel-Palestine part, giving concessions to the Palestinians, acknowledging their desire for sovereignty, for dignity, for justice, for a state, will bring Israel the possibility of being friends and integrate into a region with 54 Arab and Muslim countries, as Jordanian minister and others have made amply clear. So when it comes to Lebanon, Lebanon is trying to navigate a very difficult period, and I'll be watching with quite a lot of angst how that meeting is going to unfold in the White House.
Don't let the cameras into the Oval Office.
Because President Aoun will be put on the spot, and I know that he's being prepped daily to answer some of the very tough questions that are coming his way.
So, Amani, one of the consequences of Gaza and the Iran war that's obvious is the changing public attitude about Israel in the United States and in other countries. We just had an astonishing demonstration of that with this House vote where more than 100 House Democrats voted to cut off military aid to Israel. I mean, that was something you just couldn't have imagined recently. You're a dean at Princeton. You're kind of at one of the ground zero points in watching how this issue has played out. If you could speak to this question, not only of student opinion, but public opinion generally in this country and around the world on this issue, what you see as you look at the numbers, what you hear when you talk to students and colleagues, trying to figure out a pathway for institutions in this really divisive and worryingly perhaps dangerous period.
Thank you, David, for that. So I think the average sort of observer, average citizen, has looked at the Arab-Israeli conflict and all the actors involved and asked one question: which are the actors moving towards peace or advocating towards peace or building the building blocks towards peace, and which are the actors are contesting that outcome? And for the longest time, looking at the history of the region, there were actors on the Arab side, on the Islamic side, who were always sabotaging that agreement. But in recent years, as the majority of the Arab world has come to sort of accept the fact that Israel is a reality that they have to contend with, it's clear that the Israeli government, not Israel, but this Israeli government is not interested in moving in that direction. Whether it's how Gaza was handled, as horrible as October 7th was and devastating as it was, the response certainly was not in the spirit of sort of leaving something behind that is conducive to the Palestinians living in Gaza with peace and dignity, or in the West Bank. What's going on with the settler violence right now in the West Bank and the expansion of settlements into Arab neighborhoods, that's not conducive to a peaceful settlement. And when we think even about normalization, right, there's this idea that the Arab world is opposed to normalizing with Israel, David, but the truth is that they're opposed to normalizing in this bilateral fashion with Israel that ignores or sort of bypasses the Palestinian issue. When in the Arab Barometer, we ask citizens, will you, across the region, will you support normalization if a Palestinian state is established on the West Bank and Gaza, according to 1967 or whatever parameters exist? Support for normalization jumps almost twofold, threefold, in some countries fourfold. So the idea that normalization will succeed and happen by ignoring what's going on in Palestine, I think, is a myth. And that also is not simply, oh, Benjamin Netanyahu's problem. David, I need to say one more. The truth is the international global community, including the United States and the EU, have really ignored the two-state outcome for the last 25 years, right? The reality on the ground has shifted not only under Trump. The reality on the ground in the West Bank and Gaza has shifted over the since Camp David sort of fell apart. Just one last point on what's going on in this country. The youth in this country on both parties, and I know it's been documented, want to also see peace in the region and believe what they saw, the horrors of what they witnessed in Gaza in real time, has really shifted public opinion in a way, I think, among the youth and among certain segments of the Democratic Party. So, I mean, you can't rely on the core Israeli support that it once had in this country.
So thank you for that. Your numbers about the support for normalization, if there is a solution for the Palestinians, that's a takeaway for me. So, Hera, I want to ask you to close on what I hope is an upbeat note. So last week, we were all focused on the World Cup, but there was a visit to the White House by the new Prime Minister of Iraq, Prime Minister al-Zaidi. And President Trump, was kind of wildly enthusiastic. He called him something, tremendous, something or other. And
handsome.
The new Prime Minister of Iraq, with a little bit of running room because of Iran's the difficulties, is less under the thumb of Tehran, and has pledged, amazingly, to disarm the Iranian-backed Shia militias. To neutralize, thank you. As you say, I don't know which is...
It's a different ballgame.
So I want to ask you to conclude by just saying a word about Iraq and telling all of us, is this for real? I mean, that would be an enormous change in the region. What do you think?
All right, I'm going to start with the positive, which is that Ali al-Zaidi is from a finance background. He has said publicly that he is for a reform agenda. He has gone after corruption, including in some of the Shia elements, which is significant. His first visit abroad was to the United States. He has said that he wants to bring these militias under Iraqi control. So he has said the right things. And I think we need to support him in that. But let me also talk a little bit about the constraints, because this is very, very important. And I'll say three of them. First, the domestic constraints in Iraq, structurally. He came to power, it was a negotiation. So he still has to deal with some of the other political parties and the structural issues to get these parties to also approve his reform agenda. That's not a slam dunk. 2, when we talk about the militias and bringing them under Iraqi control, very hard to do without support. And so I want to emphasize this, and I know that we ran out of time, so let me just go straight to 3, which is Iran. Now, we heard from a couple of panels today about Iran and IRGC. Let me just say, let's not take the tactical success of the going after some of the commanders in Iran, the ballistic missile stockpiles, and take that for strategic success. The IRGC is still strong in Iran. The intelligence elements are still strong. When we talk about they're running out of resource, I'm going to challenge that and say, how do you know how much they have stored in Iraq from before that they will not use, right? Intelligence has a long view. And so this is an area that will be very, very important for us to give our support, sustain support, and here again, I would say bring in the GCC, because we need this to be not Iran versus US, but a coalition supporting Iraq.
So the red light is flashing, and every moderator knows he's going to get the hook if he ignores it. So, you know, this is a region that is painful to watch the story. And it's such a pleasure to be with 4 panelists who really try to make sense of this. I started off as a skeptic about the idea of middle ground for the Middle East. I'm less so after listening to my panelists. Please join me in thanking all of them.
Thanks to David and our panelists for that great panel. Well, we've got 2 more left today, and I'm really looking forward to the next one. We're talking about agents of change. David Sanger is going to lead us on a great conversation about AI with General Tim Hawk. He's the former 4th Commander of U.S. Cyber Command, the 19th Director of the National Security Agency, and the founder of the Hawk Way. And I'm so excited to hear so much that I jumped up on stage before it was ready. Thank you. And then, thanks, General Hawk. Mr. Talal M. Al-Kaisi, who's the Group Chief Global Affairs Officer for G42 and the Chief Executive Officer for Core 42, who we're most grateful that he's joined us all the way from UAE. Thanks for coming. And David Sanger from the New York Times to lead our conversation. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Well, thank you all. You can tell the truly hardy ASF members here and visitors because it's 5 o'clock. You're beginning to think about which bars are open, and yet you have stuck with us. So thank you much. And we have a great combo here. Talal runs one of the most interesting AI infrastructure operations in G42. It's got a fascinating history with the United States, involved with Microsoft, and then to try to get G42 going, and now has relaxed some of the regulations about what can be exported there, what kind of chips can be exported there. So we're going to pursue that. And Tim Hawk, of course, was the commander of Cyber Command and director of the NSA until a few months into the Trump administration, and has a great view on both the government side of this and the industrial side. And we've done some of these before, even when you were still in office, and I turn to him for lots of expertise. Tim, I'm going to start with you with something that actually begins for tonight, because the president has decided to interrupt the dinners of everybody going to the Aspen Security Forum here to talk about election security, a topic near and dear to your heart. You were deeply involved in 2018 You learned the lessons of 2016. You were involved at least in the Russia side of 2020. And what we are expecting the president to do is actually to declassify some documents. We don't know yet what they are. We don't know whether they are truly things we haven't seen or weren't referred to in the volumes of Senate reports and all that. And what I think he's going to try to make the case is that there was reason to believe that the 2020 election was manipulated, which has been a constant theme of his along the way. The countries involved, I doubt he'll talk about Russia much, but he may talk about China or Venezuela. So with the understanding, the caveat that we haven't heard him yet, just level set us about what you recall on the 2020 election.
Well, I think first, David, a little bit of background for everyone. And coming out of the 2016 election and what had and Russia's attempts to influence activities in 2016, the Trump administration established in 2018 that said we will defend our elections using the Department of Defense, which was a unique mission for the department, and of course the intelligence community, deep involvement in understanding all of our threats. But the Trump administration established a series of authorities to allow primarily NSA and Cyber Command to be involved in the defense of our electoral process, partnering in support of the FBI and Homeland Security in their roles. In 2018, that allowed for the Trump administration to establish some very significant process that ensured this was a unique mission. And so how the intelligence community documented all the reporting, any action that was taken by the Department of Defense, that was reported in very structured ways, both within the intelligence community, within the administration, and to Congress. And so that process, I think, is very important to understand, because as that was built out, that has been the template that has been used for the defense of the elections in 2018, 2020, 2022, and 2024. And have proven to be a very sound approach to ensure that we have unity of government, the ability to collaborate with states to make sure they understand threats, and also to make sure that there's a clear understanding within the administration and with Congress of any threats to the election. So in my role in 2020, I was, at that point, I was in Air Force's cyber. We were responsible for supporting the broader Cyber Command and NSA initiative focused on Russia, because we were the Russia lead. And it very much mirrored our activities in 2018 in terms of identifying any threats and being able to propose mitigations to potentially any threats, which we communicated to the administration of the Congress. There were other elements within the department, within the IC, that were looking at a broader scope of threats, following the processes to ensure that reporting was going to those elements designated by the Trump administration, so if there were any threats, that they would be aware of them, and if there were any mitigations that needed to occur.
Right. And you looked back at this, obviously, when you were running NSA and all that for the 2024 election. Do you recall in 2020 any significant activity by China, by Venezuela, that could have actually changed vote count?
I think throughout all of these assessments, what we have communicated is that there were certainly nations that wanted to influence parts of the election, but we had no areas that brought us to a concern of an impact on any of our elections.
So you don't think, you had no sense that 2020 there was active effort to get inside voting machines, voting infrastructure, counting, announcement of results, any of those things?
That wouldn't have been a part of my remit, but I'm unaware.
But you had to look back at it when you were.
I will tell you what I focused on in 2024 were the threats that were in front of us.
Right.
Absolutely. So that was really what we focused on.
Okay. Good. Well, I'm glad we got that out of the way, and we'll be bouncing back and forth a little bit here. So, Talal, you are part of the new infrastructure, and particularly the new infrastructure in the Mideast. And you have some unique challenges now. I want you, if you can, tell us just a little bit about what G42 Cloud is building out, and then the kind of threats that you are seeing to that, because while you weren't hit by the Iranians, the UAE, some of your neighboring data centers were, including Amazon, as I recall, AWS. in some unique ways. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what you're doing and then the threats you're now dealing with, including the kinetic threats.
So thank you very much, David, and thank you, Aspen, for inviting me. It was a long flight, definitely worth it, but I'm barely coherent because I've been up since 2 a.m. on calls with the UAE, so that's the only downside. So hopefully I'll be half coherent for this.
Being coherent is not a requirement for being on a panel here late in the day.
So maybe if I can, if you don't mind, David, I'll take a step back for a lot of people who may not know G42. We're a privately owned global AI and technology group that happens to be headquartered in Abu Dhabi. We operate cloud infrastructure, AI platforms, data centers across the US, Europe, and the UAE, and have businesses across healthcare, space, energy, robotics, and a number of other technology businesses within our group. But the reason I think I'm here sitting on the stage today is because it's less to do with the company and more to do with the country that enabled our creation. So the UAE has built and has had the habit of making bets long before they were obvious. We built ports before there was a demand for them. We built airports and airlines before anyone thought we could be a global connecting hub the way we are today. And we invested in telecommunications, energy, logistics, advanced manufacturing, long before diversification was even fashionable. Now, AI feels like a natural evolution to this same story. And the UAE invested in Global Foundries back all the way in 2009 through Mubadala and fully acquired it in 2012. And the UAE appointed its first AI minister, if you remember, and the world's first AI minister in 2017. And G42, the company I'm part of, was born in 2018. So like Sam Altman once said, UAE was doing AI before it was cool. And part of the theme here is the foresight and visionary leadership that we've had and the ability to become the center of gravity now in AI benefited from all those things that preceded it in terms of our economic diversification, particularly the nuclear program. So if you think back to 2009 when we started assessing and going through the 123 agreement for nuclear non-proliferation for a peaceful nuclear energy program, that was the foresight around what the demand profile for energy would be if you extrapolate everything, population growth and industrial capacity coming online by 2020. And there was no line of sight of AI. But that's specifically what put us in a position where we have the ability to and the right to play in this domain when it comes to the AI infrastructure side. So when I look at what's happening globally in the AI domain, it's very interesting because it's now becoming increasingly like the electric grid and the build out of the electric grid. We call this the intelligence grid, very capex intensive. If you look at it on a per gigawatt basis, depending on who you ask, it's anywhere between $35 and $50 billion a gigawatt, and we need hundreds of gigawatts to serve the demand that we're seeing globally and that you extrapolate into the future, especially if we want a world where there is equitable access to intelligence, to avoid any socioeconomic ramifications of a digital divide. So if you're like me and you spend your days building the infrastructure that underpin the enablement of AI, you tend to think about other questions like where would the power come from? How would you remain secure? And why should other countries trust them? And what happens when they're placed under stress, which is where your question comes in. So when the UAE and the government has dedicated 5 gigawatts of capacity in what we call the US-UAE AI campus, which was announced during President Trump's visit for the manufacturing of intelligence, this is a way for the US companies that will be partnered with us and deploy there to help propagate and amplify the US tech stack. It allows us to go from exporting barrels of oil to exporting intelligence in the form of tokens. And so for us, it's a good opportunity to also help serve a big part of the world population from the UAE, including the Global South. But it's critical when dealing with such consequential technologies to do so with a security envelope, the right safeguards, just like we did with nuclear energy, and also look at the dimension of physical security and kinetic threats.
So since we're a little tight on time, let's go straight ahead to that. The Iranians made a big point when they took out 2 AWS sites, and one was backing up for the other. So you don't keep anti-missile systems around your data centers. You rethinking that?
So the way I would look at it is when you engineer a data center, you engineer it for multiple layers of redundancy. They call it 5 nines, 99.999%, and you have to have failovers and other things. Nobody's ever architected a cloud environment that has 3 availability zones to withstand 2 kinetic threats towards 2 of the availability zones. And so what I think is increasingly becoming evident is, even in the conversation around sovereignty, there needs to be a conversation around how you create opportunities with things like digital embassies to democratize. Your book that you alerted me to yesterday, which thank you for signing today, that first chapter was what birthed the idea for us on digital embassies. If you recall back, when Russia was advancing towards Ukraine, and Microsoft and other hyperscalers had to go through a data evacuation strategy for the Ukrainian data sets that were in a critical data center and pump them all into the public cloud. The concept of a data embassy is one where you can also maintain sovereignty by having the right G2G agreements in place. That's how you kind of mitigate against kinetic threats. I mean, you can always harden data centers and do different things with them, but I think the increasing need for replication outside of the borders, maintaining sovereignty, is going to become important and more critical.
So, Tim, you're an Air Force guy. You think about air threats all the time, right? But in the time that you were in your various cyber posts, how much discussion was there about, putting patriots around data centers as we move more and more to the cloud?
We started having the conversation not about where you put the Patriot, but how do you obtain resilience? And this really was highlighted by Ukraine, and the ability for Ukraine to be resilient to various attacks by partnering with US providers was a significant step. But in there, what's the role of the government to protect US industry if it's in the middle of a conflict? So it raised significant policy questions. What is happening now is a manifestation of that. That critical, as we think about the critical infrastructure of data centers, what will be the role of either government to protect them or to be able to enable some of the technologies or use of the technologies by industry to protect them? And those are going to be significant questions. And when you begin to think the examples of the 2 data centers that were certainly commercially important, but what does that look like if those are data centers that are in support of a military operation and or unique compute that has now been built for a conflict environment, and how do we think about that in terms of the space we have to defend?
And my recollection is, when you think back to the Ukraine example, Talal, that you raised, is the U.S. government, in all of the things that it did to help Ukraine, never really thought about how you would communicate to the cloud if you were Ukraine, if you suddenly had to go move those data centers. And it was actually Elon Musk who kind of, by stepping in with Starlink, kept that connectivity together. But Tim, do you recall much discussion of this?
Well, what it really was is, how do each of those providers, so whether it was Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Starlink, suddenly thrust in the middle of a conflict, and now how do you think your way through, from a United States perspective, assistance to those companies, whether that be cybersecurity, whether that be intelligence, and or any defense. But certainly what we saw in that moment, in extremis, were expert steps by both U.S. industry and the Ukrainian government to be resilient in just a critical moment of the conflict.
So, Tim, while we have you, when G42 was coming together, you may remember there was a big debate taking place in Washington about whether or not China might ultimately have access to the technology. And there were limits put on the kind of chips, especially the NVIDIA chips, that you could get. And those limits stayed on for the first year and a half of the Trump administration until about, 2 weeks ago, last week, when UAE was declared, what do they call it, an A5 country, which basically means you can import whatever you want. Tim, tell us for a moment what you recall was the concern here, the cyber concern, the intellectual property theft concern, and then Talal, will turn to you about why it is we're not supposed to be worried about that now.
Yeah, I think at the moment, G42 had a lot of collaboration at that moment with Huawei, had a number of engineers from Huawei, and also infrastructure in the country that was Huawei derived. And I think that's a start point for the conversation and when we talked about it from a threat perspective, those would be the types of things we highlighted. And the administration engaged with the UAE and then had conversations about how to mitigate that risk. And inside there is also thoughts on what type of surveillance can be done to ensure compliance, as we think about within the Commerce Department, those activities they can do to be able to track the technology and to ensure that it's being used for its intended purpose. And now as this has changed, that partnership will have to change because those surveillance mechanisms that would have been available under the previous agreement will now change.
Okay, so Talal, tell us a little bit about, is Huawei still a significant presence inside UAE?
So the answer is no in the context of the data centers, but there's one thing that I beg to differ on. It's not unfettered access with an A5. We are still going to implement what we designed with support that was heavily informed by not only the US government, but our partners at Microsoft when they made the minority investment in G42. We signed what was called the Intergovernmental Assurance Agreement. That led to us designing a kind of what we call the regulated technology environment, which I really think is a gold standard to solve for two things. The main security imperatives that the US government had for these types of consequential technologies was the risk of diversion and the risk of unauthorized access. So there's a physical security element involved in terms of the risk of diversion and an ability to create a verifiable mechanism to have the right assurance mechanism to BIS and others, as well as the logical security component as it relates to any of the access to those systems. And that entailed like a KYC. All of that is going to remain. And actually, it'll be much more prevalent in today's environment because I see that as an inevitable eventuality in terms of some global policy because there are too many loopholes without it. So when you see things like the AI Action Plan and other things that the government is now talking about, or the previous AI diffusion rule, that was in an attempt to try to harmonize the type of security mechanisms that will be required for any data center, whether it's a US hyperscaler or a non-US player that is acquiring these consequential technologies. So that will persist. Now, as far as how we plan to double down on the relationship, with the A5 status, that will allow us to inspire more confidence with the hyperscalers, the US hyperscalers that we are having offtake a majority of that 5 gigawatt capacity so that they can have their own inferencing supernodes. It's hyperscalers and frontier model companies. So when you look at the list, it's still pretty restrictive. It is not a complete open access. The A5 has other benefits around space and around other types of technologies, but as it relates to AI compute, there are still going to be the right guardrails in place, and G42 are going to continue to double down on that effort because we see this as part of a competitive advantage that we have in the world we're heading towards.
Okay. So Tim, I wanted to turn to something we've touched on in some earlier panels. It's mythos and how it changes the game here. So you spent your life, trying to figure out how to defend our systems and how to crack into others in offensive operations. In Mythos, we are now seeing a remarkable capability where we believe that it may change both the volume and the capability of breaking into other systems, but also to defending them because it's surveying for, as Ann Neuberger and others were talking about up here earlier this afternoon, it's surveying vulnerabilities that have been there for years, if not decades. Where are we on those two curves between offense and defense?
Yeah, I think, David, first it's important to, as we look at Mythos today, it's more of an inflection point. We have grown to this moment. The models that came before it in terms of the predecessor models by both when we looked at some of the Chinese open source models and you look at the OpenAI models in Anthropic, they were also incredibly capable in cyber. They could identify and expose vulnerabilities and do some level of chaining those vulnerabilities together to penetrate a network. What Mythos has done is it can do it in a more enhanced way, and it broke into the consciousness. It now became something that now needed to be addressed in a way because of the potential of exposing everything that you just said. So I see an advantage over the next 2 years to offense, that the technology lends itself to offense. Now, the reason I say that is because the types of entities that are vulnerable today, we really end up with basically 3 types of organizations. This is an abstract, where you have organizations like those that are in Glasswing, that have both talent and resources to leverage a tool like Mythos to identify and close vulnerabilities as they advance them. On the other end of the spectrum, you have organizations that have neither the talent nor the resources to be able to leverage these models, and they're going to be incredibly vulnerable. In the middle,
and what would you say those are? They're nonprofits?
I would look first. The thing that gives me the most pause would be water providers that are local, municipally run, and likely their job is they're thinking about every day, how do I deliver fresh, clean water, not how do I do cybersecurity.
Right, and
So
we've
that would
seen
be
a lot
one
of them
class.
attacked in a pre-Mythos era.
And it could be small business, it could be medium-sized business if they haven't invested. In the middle is the space that can be likely affected. And those are the ones that either have talent or resources, and they're trying to work their way through it. And even though they're not in Glasswing today, they could be using the current models to be able to buy down their risk. But this is our moment of opportunity and leadership to be able to say, this is now an incredible capability, we should be concerned, and we should mobilize to do something about it. And do something beyond just those top-tier companies. How could we use this as a tool to buy down the risk in our critical infrastructure? And that needs to be a government-led activity, closely partnered with all of the major service providers and the manufacturers. Because the manufacturers and the developers of our software become key players in being able to do their own work to be able to identify vulnerabilities and then put out mitigations globally to all of their customers.
So a question for both of you then. Is the current structure we have to get ready for this sufficient to the task? I mean, Glasswing is open to, a couple of dozen companies. Maybe it will soon be a couple of hundred. Are you, as G42 in it?
Not yet.
Okay, so here we have a giant provider for the Middle East, and you are not in the system that is supposed to protect you against Mythos. What am I supposed to conclude from that?
Well, I mean, there were a lot of conversations yesterday around how the U.S. government are looking at expanding access. So we're cautiously optimistic that we will, at some point, hopefully in the not-too-distant future, be able to access that type of a capability in a controlled way through the government-to-government relationships we have as well. I think it's going to be important to everyone to expand access because then you're able to identify more vulnerabilities and share that information. We're designing in our regulated technology environment the concept of a common operating picture, to the point you were making earlier, Tim. I think those types of things are going to be increasingly important. The threat intel sharing is going to be increasingly important. And a partner like Microsoft, who we have, that sees 100 trillion signals a day because of all the endpoints they operate, what they were saying yesterday as well, I think is critical in us being able to share information and get ahead of threats.
So Tim, this may make, go right ahead.
Yeah, because I think there are steps. So I think there's going to be advantage for likely the next 18 months to 2 years to offense. But in the things that we have to close in defense is to be able to really work our way through how are we going to control the technology inside our environments using, you'll hear the term agentic AI, those are capabilities that are operating autonomously. We've got to be able to secure them, we've got to be able to leverage them to their fullest extent, and that's work that is still underway. But where we could have leadership today is almost every organization uses some form of open source software. And organizing around, is it going to be government-led or industry-led, to run these models against every library that is used across many of these organizations so that we can close those gaps, but not do it company by company. Where can you do it institutionally? And our major service providers also have an incredible opportunity to buy down this risk. I did an op-ed in the New York Times that talked about if we were empowering those large service providers to be able to take down things as they saw them on their own networks, getting rid of legal hurdles to doing that, we could have that as a mitigation strategy to buy down some of the risk for that group that's in that second and third bin, because we were fully leveraging someone like a Microsoft, a Google, an Apple. Google has created a disruption unit to try to address this issue. We should be really thoughtful about how we enable that at a greater scale.
And Tim, you and I are old enough to remember something in the government that was called the Vulnerabilities Equities Committee. It was run out of NSC, as I recall. And so when a vulnerability became clear, people would meet, they'd have a nice lunch, they'd discuss it, and they'd say, do we make this one public to seal it up, or do we hand it to your old place, the NSA, or to Cyber Command to exploit it? This seems to me like it blows that entire thing out of the water, doesn't it?
Well, I would say largely the vulnerability equities process that I've been a part of, if it was a vulnerability that was the security, that enabled the security of our American citizens or our allies, we wanted that to get to a provider. Because if we found a vulnerability in a Microsoft product and you give it to Microsoft, 3 billion devices around the world get more secure. And so today, it's less about vulnerabilities because our old process will not work in this environment. It's about how do we think about minimizing risk. And that can be how we segment our networks, how we actually decide which vulnerabilities we're going to close, which things we expose to the internet. It's going to take much more thoughtful work to mitigate the risk in this environment because it won't just be Mythos. It'll be every open source model with all the other models that will now enable criminals and all of the foreign intelligence services.
And one last one for you, Talal. When we were talking yesterday, you mentioned that you were uniquely capable of being able to spread your cloud capabilities, the utility of AI to the global south, because you're actually geographically in a position where you can deliver the electrons fast enough. So talk to us a little bit about the role of G42 in sort of democratizing this technology.
So first of all, I'd say it's not us uniquely positioned. I think it's us with our technology partners, you know, and that's the US AI tech stack. Whether we're doing it from the UAE with the campus I mentioned, when you think of it, look at a concentric circle of at least 3,200 kilometers where you can serve inferencing from the UAE in sub 60 milliseconds. That's roughly half the world's population in terms of that diameter. So that's one dimension. The other is when you go to other places that are looking for the same things that we were looking for when we designed a sovereign public cloud with Microsoft and then an air-gapped cloud that we built on our own, they're looking for the same things. And so when you go and you're able to create and present a value proposition with these partners in those countries, it carries a lot more weight than if it's one country going in and trying to get them to adopt the tech
And
stack.
are the Chinese coming into the same territory?
So the vacuum is going to be filled by someone at some point. So and it doesn't have to be the most capable model. I think when you look at this whole talk about the AI race, sometimes when you look at a race in any sport, it takes offense and defense. If you're only playing defense and expert controls, you're not going to win a race. Going on the offense means diffusion. It has to be responsibly diffused, and there have to be the right safeguards and controls. But market share becomes the barometer of winning a race. If you extrapolate 5 years in the future and the global market share is with the US, or 85% plus of it is with the US, that to me is like winning a race. And so I think sometimes we get caught up in the most leading frontier model or the most cutting edge chip. Second best is good enough sometimes and cheap enough, and it will proliferate a lot quicker if that gap isn't closed by like-minded partners and a consortium. That's why I like things like Pax Silica that Undersecretary Helberg has put together. Like-minded countries working together and solving this problem rather than doing it on your own.
Well, Tim, Talal, I could go on these topics with you guys for several hours, but we're not allowed to. And the floor is actually designed to drop out and drop us into the basement here. So I want to thank you both for coming out and doing this. Thank our audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long and wonderful and substantive day, and it is now raining, which is normal for Aspen at this time. And so we have one more really exceptional treat for you. So if you could please stay seated or take your seats, I'm going to invite our finale panel of the day up to join me. And we thought we needed to take a real look on the 250th anniversary of our own revolution, of our own country. How Has American foreign policy evolved? Are we still the shining city on the hill? What were the things that motivated us 200 years ago versus what motivate us now? So we're taking a historical look and a forward-looking look. And you can join me up on stage. Thank you. Okay. Corey was already there, exactly. And Jane is wearing her American bandana, which we appreciate.
I was commanded to do this by our moderator.
There you go.
And it's a splendid sight. The boots as well.
Great.
And General, I believe you've
I've
got a belt.
the belt. I'm trying to match the Congresswoman.
And this is the closest I could get to red, white, and blue, but
There you go.
you
A
know,
Brit.
it serves.
I'm a Texan. We don't need to wear colors.
Your blood is well.
It's colorful enough.
So,
Take it away.
thank you, Anya. Great pleasure to be moderating this particular topic. I'm aware that this is the conversation stimulated by your Declaration of Independence and rebellion against the country I'm from, the successful and very powerful and historically resonant Declaration of Independence, and that as a Brit, my accent might be a slightly eccentric one to moderate this discussion, but I'm really happy to be doing it. And I should add that there are a lot of historians, serious historians, who depict the American Revolution as, in addition, an English Civil War. And there were many colonials who fought with the Crown, who, then having lost, shifted up to Canada as Tories to Canada. And there were also, going the other way, plenty of radicals in Britain who crossed the Atlantic, Thomas Paine being the most obvious, but many thousands, to fight with the rebels against the Crown. And in fact, I was raised in a county called West Sussex, very close to the town of Lewis, where Thomas Paine was a tax collector, of all things. And in that, on the high street of that town, there's a pub called the Bill of Rights. And, people, it's a thriving pub. I've been there. And people don't toast the redcoats in that pub. It's a kind of radical town. So I like to think I would have been with the rebels. But this is about America 250 years on. So it's a discussion about today. And it's a discussion about the degree to which America is living up to the ideals, whether we describe this as a divorce document or as a statement of sort of eternal Republican principles with a small r. And I would like to start with you, Jane. You're the Democrat on the panel. You're obviously also the American. There are 4 of you.
What's wrong with the rest of you?
Happy birthday, America. 250th.
Thank you, General. And I will get to you a little bit later. But Jane, let me start in the spirit of the First Amendment, in the American spirit, with a tough question to you. In the last 20, 30 years, the study of history in America has fallen off a cliff. American undergraduate students going to pretty much any college are just not studying history anymore. And one of the reasons for that is history has sort of been segmented, siloed into lots of grievance things. Now, notwithstanding the genuine hypocrisy of some of the founding framers, particularly the slave owners, and this amazing document, the Declaration, one of the most significant documents in history, the Declaration of Independence, is an idealistic document, but it also mentions Indian savages, etc. So I understand the resentment against, from some people against the hypocrisy of the founding. Nevertheless, history has sort of descended on your side, amongst liberals, amongst people who teach at universities, into this siloed thing. And I think it's no coincidence that the demand to study history has fallen off a cliff. Could you speak to that? And could you discuss how history should be taught, how American history should be taught, and whether we have any chance of seeing it taught that way again?
Okay. Well, you've all noticed my boots, worn by request from our moderator, so I hope you all see this. I am a true patriot. And let me answer the question this way. We have been immersed in American history for the last month or two, and I think the absolute best education I have ever had on American history came from watching the series The American Revolution by Ken Burns. And so, of course, I have to make a shameless announcement that this summer he is the Harman Eisner Artist in Residence at Aspen. Good choice. And his series is marvelous. If you haven't seen it, you can walk out right now and go watch it because, Carl, have you seen it? Carl's seen it, okay. And it does point out all the paradoxes in the origin story of America. I'd just like to mention one thing, and then I will answer you about current history. And that is that the Declaration of Independence, which got a huge amount of attention recently, and was read out on July 4th at a church where Bob and I went on the morning of July 4th, is, you could say, a divorce document. That was my term. Ed stole it, but that's okay. With a list of grievances, which also might apply to the current occupant of the White House, thought I'd point that out, or a vision statement. And my view it's a vision statement, drafted brilliantly by a bunch of white men who were mostly slave owners, not including women, in case we missed that, and certainly not resolving the slavery issue, and really talking terrible language about American Indians. But nonetheless, I think it has survived, and I'm on the optimistic side that the American vision is alive and well. We are still perfecting it, but I can say a lot of positive things. So, does it matter if history isn't taught? Sure it matters, because I think at least understanding that, which maybe is all I'm capable of myself, is a foundation to think about what your role, and most of you are Americans, not all of you, what your role might be in forming a more perfect union. And I'm 120, but I'm still involved and passionate about America.
Thank you, Jane. And I want to get back to some of the things you said, but in the same spirit, Carl, I mean, you worked for President George W. Bush, who had a very inclusive idea of America. I remember that was, you'll correct me, but the phrase was something like, hell, if they can make it round the Rio Grande, we want them. And you write a column about contemporary politics for a newspaper whose name I've temporarily forgotten.
Not the Financial Times.
Yeah, I mean, it's some other newspaper. And we have a vice president. I mean, the people I was sort of positing to Jane are more on the fringes. Some of them are at faculties, but they're more on the fringes. We have a vice president who talks about heritage Americans as being essentially of a higher category of American because they have generational stock in this country. And he's very plausibly perhaps the next presidential candidate for his party. This is a new thing, heritage Americans. It's an old thing, but a new thing. It's a new term. Can you talk a little bit about whether that is aligned with the spirit of the Declaration of Independence?
Yeah, no, it's not. First of all, I'm disappointed you didn't read my column last week because I answered your question last week in my July 4th column, July 2nd
I did
column.
read it, but I mean, yeah. I'm not assuming everybody here read it, so please recap.
I'm assuming everybody did. Look, you touched on something. I wish I could claim credit for the column, but it wrote itself after I read 2 speeches by J.D. Vance. The Declaration is a democratic document. It is throwing off aristocracy, and he wants to replace it with heritage Americans who are people who are derived from people who fought in the Revolution or the Civil War. And he talks about this in his speeches, that this is a special branch of, it represents the best of the American spirit. We got rid of an aristocracy. This is an aristocracy that he's attempting to create. You're not judged on who you are and how you act and whether you're attempting to live up to the promise of the Declaration. You're judged by who your forebear was. Ironically enough, night before last, I spoke in front of 1,000 members of the Sons of American Revolution at their annual convention, and they, at the beginning of it, surprised me. I'm a descendant of, my great-grandfather was a Norwegian immigrant. On my mother's side, they were rednecks from Missouri. Well, they did the genealogy and found out that I am related to a captain in the North Carolina militia who fought at all 3 big battles in North Carolina in the Revolution. Had no idea of it. Did that make me better by knowing that? No. And what really gets me is this has been around before. It was around in the 1920s. It was around in the Gilded Age. In fact, one of the largest organizations, if not the largest political organization in the Gilded Age, is the American Protective Association, which is not in favor of tariffs. It was in favor of immigration restraint. They didn't want immigrants. And they were particularly energized against who? Catholic immigrants. In 1893, they demand that the governor of Ohio, William McKinley, fire the Catholic prison guards at a prison in Cincinnati, and when he doesn't, they oppose his reelection, and he wins overwhelmingly. When he runs for president, they say every Republican presidential candidate is acceptable to them except William McKinley, and they claim that he's a member of secret societies. He admits he's members of secret societies. The Loyal League, the Union Veterans Organization, and his college fraternity. So it's ironic that here's a guy who is a converted Catholic who doesn't seem to understand that this notion of there is some special subset of Americans who truly are the Americans was often aimed at people who go to the same church that he does. So I closed the column by starting to make a list of people who were here. I mean, yeah, really, JD, go tell Elon Musk to get his sorry ass out of the United States of America. And, you know, you go through this and, you know, Bob Hope, Henry Kissinger, you name all of these people 40 of the 50 Americans who've won the Nobel Prize for Medicine, including Jonas Salk, are immigrants. And, you know, we're gonna lose something in our soul if we think that we got it all. I'll close by I was in Abuja, great place. And I'm going to the airport, and my cab driver says, "Where are you from?" Now, I'm from Texas, so of course I don't say United States. I say Texas. And he says, the American dream. I want the American dream. And I said to him, you know, sort of interested, what does that mean to you exactly? He says, dream big, work hard, and rise. Abraham Lincoln could have said that. So, you know, my displeasure with this 250th anniversary is it doesn't seem like the 100th, you know, the bicentennial, the 200th anniversary.
Very different.
Because that was optimistic and upbeat, and every community had something. You know, it wasn't celebrated solely in a gigantic display of pyrotechnics on the National Mall. It was celebrated in the hearts and souls of every community in America. And I think we've missed out on this. We better figure out a way to make the 250th anniversary of the Constitution a more unifying moment.
Thank you. I mean, I'm glad you mentioned Abraham Lincoln, because I want to turn to Corey. Now, I made the point at the beginning, this is not an historian's panel that we're talking about now, but Corey's an historian, and Safe Passage, great book, everybody should read, is about the rise of America in the 19th century and about, funnily enough, Britain's role in encouraging the Monroe Doctrine for its own geopolitical purposes. But your more recent book about the state and the soldier in grand Samuel Huntingdonian tradition is, I think, more relevant to the discussion today. And Carl mentioned Abraham Lincoln. We have a Secretary of Defense or of War who is renaming bases back to Confederate generals, purging American Pentagon sites of the contributions of Native Americans, African Americans, women. Is this, I mean, perhaps this is too softball a question, but this is a very serious project going on. Could you comment on it?
Yes, it's terrible and it's dangerous. There is almost no subject on which the founding fathers of this country were more anxious than the threat a military could create for democracy. 4 of the 27 injuries and usurpations listed in the Declaration of Independence are about imposing a military on a civil society. Let's see, 13 of the 85 Federalist Papers directly address the threat of a military to a Republican government. You don't get the Constitution ratified without the Second and Third Amendments to the Constitution. Even in Massachusetts, when it was under siege by British forces in 1776, passed a proclamation saying, we dread having a standing army in our midst, even though it be comprised of our own citizens. So We are really incredibly anomalous and fortunate to have had for 250 years an American military comfortably subordinate to civilian control. And part of the reason was because the norms are so deeply inculcated into our military that that is the appropriate role of a military in a free society. And that has served to make them nonpartisan because they support whatever lunatics we elect to high office in this country. And that's what the Secretary's pressure and the President's pressure on politicization of our military. It's creating a command climate of permissiveness for bad behavior and the erosion of that crucial norm.
General, last but not least, and you've headed, the special forces down there in Tampa and retired quite recently, but you've given your life to serving in the U.S. military and swore on oath to the Constitution. And I'm sure you're not now abandoning that oath that you've retired. You retired quite recently, right? In December.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
I'm not going to ask you overtly political questions because that's been your training and it's been your life. But let me ask you about the role of the military in terms of upholding the American idea, reflecting American society, and also the role of allies in America, in the world since then. I mean, you began in an alliance with a foreign power. Again, I forget the name of that country, but it was an alliance. Talk to us a little bit about the military and this discussion that we're having.
Yeah, happy to. As a grandson on my father's side of Irish immigrants, and on my mother's side, the great-grandson of Polish immigrants, I want to start by thanking the Aspen Security Institute and Anya, Neve, and the whole team who put this together. It's an incredible event, incredible discussions. And I also want to thank a really special group, and I'm going to start with Sean and Amy Sebastian, who host the Aspen Rising Leaders Conference and session every year in their house. And I got the chance last night to meet what I think is 250 on, this incredible generation of rising leaders, until midnight last night for some incredible discussion, and it was an absolute honor. And it reinforced, I guess, a couple things as we spoke about leadership, and I'll go back a tad. We also had the honor of having Yulia and her husband Roman here from Aspen Institute in Kyiv. And you talk about a very powerful discussion and reaffirmation of both leadership, which transcends, I would imagine, I know, every sector, every nation, and it's all about the human business. And I think it helped me reflect a little bit on your very question. First, it was the honor of a lifetime to serve 38 years, 3 months, 9 days, nobody's counting, in our amazing military. And I was very grateful for a number of reasons. First, I was around the most incredible human beings, officers, NCOs, civilians, other teammates, that I could have ever imagined. I did not have a military background. Nobody in my family was in the military in recent times. I had a neighbor who was a World War II vet who told me stories of service and stories of sacrifice, and they really impacted me. And I thought that this might be my form of service, one of many, service to diplomatic corps, and the intel community, all the national security, commerce, treasury, incredibly important, as are law enforcement, doctors, lawyers, civic society. I think it's all about giving back. I just took one of the many paths, service in the military, and it opened up an incredible ecosystem to me. As I think, number one, what I found was among these incredible individuals, many of them in this room, they were not only from every nation, every state and territory, they were from every nation in the world. You can find somebody in our military from every nation in the world because we're a nation of the world. Number two, we drove each other to really up our game as humans, as we interacted with one another and learned about different cultures, different experiences that they all had, and brought into a way that I was very lucky to represent 90, 95 different nations as I served in this military. And I think what I had the chance, and I believe somebody on an earlier panel talked about it, was to see the incredible example of the United States through the eyes of folks across the globe, partners and allies, and some not, who time and time again would say, maybe a phrase that sounded like this: the U.S. military is a very prominent manifestation of U.S. partnership and U.S. relationship on our terrain. And that really impacted me as a representative of that military. And I think it showed a bit, a glimpse, frankly, some days, a bright blaze of our exceptionalism that, as Carl mentioned earlier, he heard in the cab in Abuja, and I heard time and time again. Yet we're not being complacent that we're perfect. We have work to do, whether it be in our own military, which is exceptional, and it's most incredible military probably in the history of the world, and we continue to strive to keep it that way. But the same thing applies to our nation. And then I'll just end. I think it really impacted on me that every time I saw our U.S. flag and got the chance to come back home, how blessed that was.
Just a very quick follow-up. How important is it that America has a military that reflects the society it serves?
I think it's incredibly important. The military starts as, it's a meritocracy. I had no background in the military. I had no family in the military. And the military didn't care where I came from, what any education path. It was about standards, backdrop of outcomes, and frankly, even more than that, this idea that you were going to do it together as a team. And very often we would hear, you came into the military to be us so that you can be a better person. And I got to admit, I'm a better person as a result of my 38 years of service.
Corey.
Can I just add that militaries that grow distinct from the societies they resent become a threat to those societies. It's what is called Praetorianism, because the way the Republican Guards overthrew the Republic of Rome.
Jane?
I think I'm less optimistic at the moment. I'm watching our military and our Pentagon sadly renamed the Department of War. I think it should exist to defend us, not to make war. Push out minorities and women at the top levels of military service. These are people who earned their advancement the same way you did, and are, I think, singled out. In one case I heard, because this four-star general was in a picture with Mark Milley, who is not popular with this president, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that he couldn't be promoted to his fourth star, and they picked someone more junior. I don't mean that he's bad, but I think that's a dreadful way to go. And I just would make another point about the military. I agree. I spent most of my professional life, much of it in Congress on all our security committees, defending the military. I chaired a commission on the national defense strategy recently, bipartisan, 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans. We reached a unanimous bipartisan conclusion that we need to increase military spending, but on the right things. I think, however, that it's not just about fighting men and women. I think it's about a strategy that includes more than hard power. The way to defend America, we said, was project hard power, build the right stuff, project soft power, which has sadly been mostly dismantled, embrace both the tech sector, which is producing modern, much less expensive weapons that, like drones, that are the weapons for the future, but also embrace our partners and allies. And so I see an environment right now where I just said I'm the optimist here. Why would I have served 9 terms in Congress? But I think a lot of what has made this country strong and great is somewhat at risk. And I just make one other point, if I could. One other point. A lot of groups are advancing. I mean, I'm a woman from 4 centuries ago who was became a lawyer, became a chief counsel in the Congress, became a member of Congress, became the first woman to head the Wilson Center, the living memorial to Woodrow Wilson. But those things weren't achieved before my generation. And now there are women everywhere, including the smartest women anywhere at this conference, including the ones who are directing it. So let's salute that.
Okay, this is for Carl, but I want all of you to reflect upon it. There have been a lot of surveys of Americans today, contemporary Americans out there, registered Republicans, registered Democrats, liberals, conservatives, asking them how they view their history. And it's very interesting. One's by More in Common, but I can cite you several very deep surveys that show that the median American, regardless of what their political loyalty is, do not take the 1776 or 1619 framing. They are actually quite happy to see American history taught warts and all. There were ideals, maybe Providence if you're really, sort of religious about America, but there were also hypocrisies, and they are happy. Conservatives say they're happy, and liberals are happy to agree there were some ideals that are universal in the Declaration. And yet what we have, I think, the founding framers, lived with new technology, printing, and some of them published under pseudonyms, and some of it was scurrilous. But today we have a newer technology, social media, in which outrage entrepreneurs profit. And the outrage entrepreneurs are crowding out that median American. How do we break through that challenge? Because this isn't an academic topic. This is like Americans cannot agree on not only what they're celebrating in this quarter of a millennium, but whether they should be celebrating.
Well, first of all, there are two big things that you raised up. One is the polarization of our politics, and the other one is the impact of technology on our politics. I'll take the first one. If you think it's bad today, it's been worse before. In this room, you can remember the 1960s and 70s. You tell me if you think that was a better time than today. 2 presidents driven from office. You know where you were if you were alive in November of 1963 when you heard the word. You know where you were on April 4th of 1968. Martin Luther King is assassinated. We had 1,800 domestic bombings in 1971 and 72. We had riots in the cities. The mostly peaceful protests of the 50s had given rise to unrest in the cities. We talk about student protests today. Remember Kent State? Within a matter of hours, 350 American campuses are shut down by an estimated 2 million student protesters, and many of those schools do not open again that semester. 1930s, politics is broken, populists on the left and right. The Gilded Age, which I studied and wrote about. You think they hate each other today, go back to the Gilded Age, because they're still fighting the Civil War after 1874. When the Democrats take control of the House in 1874 by flipping 92 Republican seats, 60 new Democrats are former Confederate generals, officers, soldiers, governors, and the Vice President of the Confederacy, 9 years after Appomattox, is sitting in the House of Representatives from Georgia. There's a brilliant book called Field of Blood. Remember 1856? You saw the little woodcut of Sumner being beaten by Brooks of South Carolina? Read Field of Blood. From the 1830s on, Congress was, members of Congress showed up on the floor of the House armed with, knives, derringers, pistols, special clubs, brass knuckles. In 1838, a Democrat from Kentucky kills a Whig from Maine in a duel. And what's it over? The enslavement of 4 million of our fellow Americans? No. Banking regulation. And then the election of 1800 with the sainted Thomas Jefferson that takes 30, remember the 15 ballots to elect Kevin McCarthy and how bad we thought that was? Take 37 ballots months after the election to elect Thomas Jefferson President of the United States because his running mate, Aaron Burr, is attempting to steal the nomination by cutting a deal with the Federalists. So do not tell me that it's fucked up for the first time ever and we need to be despondent. Forget it. Now, very quickly, the other part of it is, yes, it represents a threat, but we have been through this again before. The creation of party newspapers in the 1800s. Think about how amazing it must have been when information stopped moving at 3 miles an hour and started in 1844 moving at the speed of light. Think about the creation of steam-powered printing presses, which brought about an explosion of newspapers of conflicting views. At one point, New York had 18 daily newspapers. What happened when suddenly you began to hear the voice of a political figure, not by attending a rally in your hometown, but by turning on a box in your living room, and then television, and then cable, and then talk radio? Now, does this represent a different threat? Yes. Others have been threats to the stability of our political system and things that we've had our political system to get its hands around. The problem with this one is that social media encourages what I call, performative politicians, Marjorie Taylor Greene and AOC, and also encourages resentment and anger and just outright trash, because that's the kind of thing that gets you more followers. I got 600,000 people who follow me on X. I don't give them that kind of shit. And I hope they get a life sometime. But I recognize that's different, but we have overcome it before. We ought to have confidence the system will heal itself on this.
You're using all kinds of vocabulary that, as a Brit, I don't really understand. But I'm going to look it up later. Corey, do you have thoughts on this?
So my favorite description of Americans comes from the historian Bertha Ann Reuter in 1923. And she writes, "Americans are a people so extreme in politics or religion or both that they could not live in peace where they came from." And the American system, our political system, is designed to both harness that energy and defang it. And I don't think we should lose confidence that it still has the ability to do so.
General?
Well, two things. First, on the partners and allies question. I think if there ever was a time in the world where any one nation can handle a problem on its own, I'm not sure I know what it is. I'm not the historian on this panel, but my troops used to say I looked old enough to have been with George Washington at the Delaware. That offended me, but I did the best I could. It isn't now. Tom Friedman's book, The World is Flat, I think the world is it's on fire for all kinds of reasons. And they're not just national security challenges as in the way we may think in terms of conflict and crisis, though that's going on. But you can think about droughts, you can think about food insecurity. There's just a lot of challenges throughout the world. And my sense is that partners and allies are incredibly important in that. And if you go back to that alliance that you briefly mentioned, no names to be mentioned, France.
Not Argentina, it was France.
That's right. As our Revolutionary War partners, then we get to move forward, and you see that in World War I, World War II, and many other times. And I think it's incredibly important to remember that, and I saw it firsthand downrange. The second thing I would say is maybe a more modern recitation of us from afar that I heard visiting any number of kings and queens, of presidents, of prime ministers, and chief of defense. They would say that first part, the U.S. military is a prominent, not the most, but many oftentimes that's what they saw, manifestation of U.S. commitment, partnership, assurance, reassurance. But the most potent was everything else happening in this country, innovation, capital markets, outreach, you name it. And they envied the U.S. because of that. And that is a way to see ourselves from the other side. Again, not being complacent. There's work to do. My father-in-law, who's from Texas, used to have a phrase, Carl, if you compare us to a cow camp, this is not about the United States, just anything, we've come a long way. But if you compare us to a French chateau, we still got a ways to go. So I kind of take that in stride as I go across anything I'm doing.
So if Rahm Emanuel could speak for 20 minutes without using the F-bomb, there is hope for our country. And Carl can't restrain himself, but I actually agree with everything he said. I mean, do we have a vision for this country getting better? Yes, we do. I hope we do. I certainly do. And I see progress. I also see lack of progress. But that's what the pursuit of a better country is all about. And I think, Ed, just to cheer you up, all these Americans on this panel, I don't know, are you an American, or are you still claiming
I'm eligible to apply.
A red coat. Okay, whatever you are.
I'm considering it.
Okay,
yeah.
well, whatever you are. I think all of us are agreeing, as they used to say, in violent agreement about the promise of America.
Can I put something that might make you violently agree or disagree with me, which is in the spirit of my First Amendment mischief here, which is a few weeks ago, a descendant of George III addressed the joint houses of Congress. and reminded them that the revolution that repudiated his ancestor was about putting checks on executive power, King Charles III, and he got a standing bipartisan ovation. I never thought I'd see that. Everybody stood up. The speaker, well, maybe the vice president wasn't clapping quite so loudly, but everybody else seemed to be on their feet. Very quick, before I go to a couple of questions from the younger Lime lanyard types, very quick reaction to the surreality of that moment in the context of our discussion. Carl.
I think we're seeing that. Birthright citizenship. He wants the Senate parliamentarian fired for what reason? Because the Senate parliamentarian said the rules don't allow you to do that. Stick the SAVE bill in a budget reconciliation. So look, we always have, you know, presidents have a natural tendency to abuse their executive power. I didn't think it was appropriate, for example, for Joe Biden to say, I'm going to forgive 8.5, whatever it was, trillion dollars of student debt, you know. So, but there's a brilliant new book out this year. If you're into history reading for this year about the revolution, Matt Spalding has a beautiful book on the Declaration of Independence and draws the direct line between the Declaration and the complaints that we had. The first group of them led to Article 1, the second group of them lead to Article 2, and the third lead to Article 3. And it really is amazing when you step back and look at it that the first involves how do we restrain power by having we the people put in charge through the legislative branch, how do we restrain executive power, and how do we have an independent judiciary that will keep our judicial rights intact. And you know, I think that's the genius both of the Declaration and of the Constitution.
Jane.
Well, my very good friend Mike McCall, a Republican from Texas.
My congressman.
Oh, I had no idea. Has just written an op-ed that the sad death, untimely, of Lindsey Graham should be the moment that Congress comes together and passes Lindsey's bill, which has been languishing for 2 years, to impose secondary sanctions on Russia. And should that happen, most people think that will be the forcing mechanism to end the war in Ukraine on favorable terms. And I think, as Carl is just saying, that there are good things happening and that tragedy leads to opportunity, and that, you know, the Article 1 branch of government, which I have been apologizing for lately, might come back to life.
General.
I thought, if we're talking about that moment, it was an incredible example of what your military, and it is the military of this nation, fights, defends, and upholds each and every day. That folks can, in this country, say generally anything they want, have an opinion, be different, have a different religion, have a different point of view, and then other world leaders can come in and make comments, and they'll be covered by a free press on either side. And I think that just demonstrates for us again and again why we're very blessed to be your military. We're very blessed to represent this incredible nation, and we're blessed to represent the incredible flag, the United States of America.
Thank you, Corey.
The fact that the monarch against whom the American colonies rebelled, I think gave such a beautiful speech embracing the truths we hold to be self-evident, shows just how universal American values actually are.
So I have been really selfish and stolen your questions, but well, okay, you can have one. Am I allowed to no? We know who the boss is here.
His name is King.
But I'm,
so,
I'm just going to say thank you to them. I'm allowed to do that. Thank you very much. Please
Thanks,
join me
everybody.
in thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much to that fantastic panel. A few announcements, please. If you head over to Pepke Auditorium across the meadow, there's a fantastic movie showing called Antidote with Christo Grozev. Some of you remember him from a couple of years ago, and he'll be talking to Yaroslav afterwards about the film. Tomorrow morning is a little complicated. We've got bird watching again at 7:15, but then we're doing another live podcast taping with Pod Save the World. Ben Rhodes and Tommy Vitor will be here. They're doing the first part of their podcast from 8:15 to 8:30. Then we'll kick off normal programming at 9 when they interview the President of the UN General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock. So if you want to come hear the podcast, which we'd encourage you to do so, 8:15, and then the rest of it starts at 9. Thanks for a great day. You've been great to stay with us. And thanks to all of our speakers. Thanks, everybody. Have a great evening.